Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Ah, coffee, said a young man with a grin of thanks for the very awakening beverage. A tapping at his window drew his attention away from his favorite morning beverage, much to his annoyance. Why does bloody mail have to come so early in the morning? He went to window and opened it, allowing not an owl but a very large eagle admittance. Right away the eagle held out its leg for him to take the bird's message. Lily Potter was crawled neatly above the wax seal. Lily, letter for you, called James. I'm coming, she called back before she waddled into the kitchen. She was very pregnant and was expected to pop any day now. Tenchi, she cooed as soon as she saw the eagle. You know this bird? Asked James. He the long-distance messenger bird my cousin always uses, said Lily. Give me the letter already. James started to hand the letter over when she simply tore it from his grasp and undid the wax seal. Despite James's surprise at his wife's over-eagerness, he chose to ask, I didn't know you had a cousin. We don't talk often, but he's my favorite bit of blood relation I have. If anything were to ever to happen to us and Sirius wasn't able, I would like little Rose to be raised by him, said Lily, rubbing her stomach. I doubt anything would happen to Sirius, but I would rather Harry be raised by your cousin than your sister any day of the week, said James. Lily chose to ignore James and instead focused in on the letter. Oh, this is wonderful, he's fallen in love. Congratulations to him then, said James. What's this cousin of yours name anyway? Arashi, said Lily. Why haven't you ever mentioned him before? For that matter, why wasn't he at our wedding? James asked, slightly perturbed. He's the leader of his village, said Lily. Village? Asked James, curious. You're not going to just let me read this letter, are you? Asked Lily, setting it down. Not really, no, said James with a grin. Fine, I'll tell you the story, said Lily with a sigh. My aunt, rest her soul, was very adventurous in her youth. When she was about 18 she started to traipse about the world trying to see and do everything possible. Well, during her travels she fell in love with a man. He was half Asian, half American. Anyway, when I was maybe 13, my aunt, my uncle and my cousin finally came to visit us. That is one week that I will never forget. What happened? Well, I remember having to hide every last bit of magical paraphernalia I had before they came. The idea was to slowly break it to my aunt and her family over the course of the week. However, on the day they arrived I met Arashi for all of about a minute when he started yelling at his mother and father that it was a trap of some sort and that I was trained. My uncle looked panicked for only a moment before my aunt broke into a giant ear-to-ear smile. Lily's a witch, isn't she? Well, as you know, my mother is not magical. In fact, she knew nothing of magic until I received my letter. So imagine my mother's surprise when my aunt suddenly knew. Anyway, my uncle smacked Arashi upside the head for overreacting and we all had a good laugh about it. Apparently, my aunt was a witch and attended Hogwarts. But my grandparents kept it secret from my mum. The idea was that if my mum ever got a letter they would tell her about it, but she never did. As a result they just said my aunt won a scholarship to a very good school. I bet Petunia didn't react very well to that, said James with a grin. Not at all, said Lily with a silly grin. Anyway, Arashi and I were thick as thieves that week. And we've tried to keep in touch as much as possible. So what's all this about his village? Well, you know there are several enclaves where wizards have completely cut themselves off from all outside contact. That they live in harmony with the muggles around them, right? Asked Lily, to which James nodded. Well, he lives in one of the oldest that has developed completely away from almost all contact with the outside world. In fact, it's so large that there are actually several countries and villages and towns. It's really quite amazing, or so he has told me. Anyway, he is the leader of a village called Konoha. Where is this place that there are several countries? Antarctica. Quite powerful magic protects that place. Most people only see ice and snow and anyone who travels along it gets caught in an illusion that makes them think they are actually going somewhere but are really just walking in circles. James snickered at that. I might have to try that trick. Oh, you would love Arashi. He was such a prankster when he came to visit. I don't know what magic he used or how he did it, but poor Petunia had to be medicated for her nerves by the time he left, said Lily, wiping away a tear of laughter. We have got to visit him once Harry is born, said James. I have asked several times if I could visit, but he's said that it isn't really a good idea, said Lily. The village, the whole continent for that matter, don't take well to any outsiders stepping foot there. Then he'll have to come visit us, said James. Do you really think that's safe with everything that is going on? Asked Lily. James seemed to get serious for a moment. Well, then once this whole mess is cleared up we'll be sure to have him visit. It's not Voldemort as a mortal. He's going to slip up, and when he does. I hope so, James, said Lily soberly before she smiled. For roses. Sake. James laughed and kissed his wife before she went back to the letter and James to his coffee. Break. James, Lily, I will leave it to the both of you to select your secret keeper and perform the spell, said Albus Dumbledore before he stood to leave. No need to think about it, it'll be serious, saw it, James adamantly, all the while knowing that they had something different planned. I understand, said Dumbledore. Well, then I will be sure to check on you in a few days. Oh, and happy Halloween. That's not until tomorrow, said Lily. But thanks. Albus, before you go, there is something we wanted to talk to you about, said James. Oh, and what's that? Asked Albus. If anything were to happen to Lily and me, began James. Promise us, said Lily, adding force to the request. Don't send Harry to live with Petunia, let him stay with Sirius, said James. And if something happens that prevents him from staying with Sirius, I want to go live with my cousin Arashi, said Lily. Arashi is our age and he's about to have his first child. I know that Arashi will take good care of Harry. And where can I find this young man? Asked Albus, knowing that he wouldn't like the answer he was about to get. He is the Hokage of Konoha, one of the villages of the Antarctica Enclave, said Lily. I will do my best, said Albus, not liking the request and planning to do otherwise if anything were to happen. No, promise me, I want your wizard's oath that if anything happens to us and Sir Hughes isn't able to care for Harry that you will send him to be with my cousin, said Lily with a great passion. Albus sighed. I don't approve, but I give you my wizard's oath that if anything happens, I will send Harry to his cousin until he is old enough to attend Hogwarts. Thank you, Albus, said Lily. It was very evident just how grateful she was by the look in her vibrant green eyes. Albus just nodded before he apparated away. Lily, that was a bit strong, don't you think? Asked James, holding his obviously very worried wife. Maybe, but I can't help this very bad feeling I've been getting, said Lily. Everything will work out in the end, said James, kissing his wife. Break. Albus, you can't seriously be thinking of leaving him here? Asked a very perturbed Minerva McGonagall. He will be safe here with his aunt and uncle, said Dumbledore, with every intention of leaving the child on the step before him. Dumbledore turned to walk away, but as he took a step there was a horrible pain shooten body that brought him to his knees. Albus, Minerva nearly shouted, seeing her longtime friend collapse in pain. Damn, said Albus as he tried to walk further away, only to be jerked back as if attached to some sort of ripcord. Albus, what's happening? What's wrong? I can't, said Albus, panting. I can't leave the boy here. Damn that foolish wizard's oath. I should never have made it. What oath? What are you talking about? I made an oath to Lily and James, that if anything ever happened to them and Sirius could not care for Harry, that I would send him to Lily's cousin. I thought that because I worded it just so and because Harry has a cousin here that I could get around it, but it seems I have no choice in the matter, explained Albus cryptically. What cousin? Asked Minerva. Lily has another cousin. He lives in the Antarctica Enclave, said Albus. Albus, there are naught but murderers and thieves in that place, you mustn't take the boy there. It'll surely mean death, said Minerva in an uproar. I know, said Albus a bit more forcefully than he intended. However, I must see to this or risk my own death before I have a chance to teach the boy anything. He will grow up to be just like their kind. You can't do this, said Minerva, trying to make Albus see the light of day. Albus though actually chuckled. I was afraid this may happen, so I checked into it. The village Lily wanted Harry sent to was actually pretty decent. They are still like others of that nation, but they are also one of the more peaceful villages. If nothing else, he will grow up learning to protect himself and being fiercely protected as well. I simply can't agree to this nor stand by and watch you do this, so I will leave you here and hope that you come to your senses, said mine. RVA before she stalked away from the porch and unlit street. Well, Harry, it seems we have another destination, said Albus, recollecting the babe from the step. Break. Albus arrived before a village that looked to be falling apart at the seams. The large gate that stood before him was barely holding up, and there was a very strong stench of blood in the air. Things did not bode well at all. Halt, who goes there? Asked a man as he appeared without noise before the elderly man. I am Albus Dumbledore, I am from the mainland. I have come to speak with the Hokage. You will have to hold here. It might take a while to find him, said the another man from behind him. It was then the man before him vanished. Albus turned slowly to see the other man. He had a few rather unpleasant-looking cuts and gashes in his clothing. Might I ask, what has happened here, QB? Said the man in near whisper while his eyes filled with dread. The demon, said Albus in an equal whisper of awe. One of the reason that the Antarctica enclave was avoided by most if not all wizards was because of the demons that still freely roamed the land, the most feared of which was the QB no Kitsune. He attacked 3 days ago, said the guard, his eyes clearly reliving the event. Only last night was the demon finally defeated. Yondaime-sama faced the monster from atop Gamabunta and sealed it away. Sealed, said Albus, knowing how great a toll it must have been to do so. He gave his life to seal away the demon into a newborn child. But Sandaime-sama refused to destroy the sealed demon child now. The Eat is still there, but he won't see reason, said the addled guard. I see, then Arashi is dead, said Albus, gleaning the information he needed. If that was the case, the oath magic should have broken by now and he would be free to place the child where he felt him to be safe. Suddenly the guard dropped to one knee. Hokage-sama. Albus turned back towards the gate to see a man his own age, maybe lightly younger, holding his own bundle of cloth in his arms. How may I help you, sir? Asked the Hokage. I am Albus Dumbledore. I have come from the mainland looking for Arashi, but alas, I have just heard of the tragedy which has befallen you, said Albus. I am Sarutobi. Please come in and speak with me. Perhaps we could provide you some milk for the baby, said the Hokage politely. Albus nodded. It was very rare that anyone in this land showed such kindness, especially to an outsider such as himself. It was a rare chance to see how these people really lived and worked day in and day out. I am sorry for the mess. But as I'm sure you heard, we've had something of a natural disaster recently, said Sarutobi as he guided Albus up the street to the largest building in the village. Once inside the office, Sarutobi placed the babe in his arms in a playpen across from his desk. Albus didn't see the harm in allowing Harry to join the other babe. Please sit, can I offer you anything to drink? Asked the Hokage. Perhaps a lemon drop. They are very hard to come by here, but I do so enjoy them. Albus smiled. This was a man after his own heart. Thank you, I rather enjoy these myself. So tell me, what brings you here seeking Arashi? Has something happened to his cousin? He frequently spoke of her and of how worried she'd been recently. I can only assume you are here as a result, said Sarutobi. I am indeed. Sadly, Lily and James Potter were both murdered last night, said Albus grimly. I see, I'm most sorry to hear that. For them to die on the same evening that Arashi gave his own life, said Sarutobi sadly and just barely glancing at the crib. Is that the boy that was used to seal away the QB? Asked Albus out of curiosity only. Sarutobi nodded. Arashi wanted that boy to be seen as a hero. But the pain is so fresh in the people's minds that they only see the demon and not the child. It is a sad affair indeed. I see, said Albus. What of the child with you? Is he Rashi's baby cousin that he was showing off pictures of to me for the last year? Asked Sarutobi with a chuckle. His name is Harry, said Albus. I see, then you intended to leave him in the care of Arashi and his wife. I did, but with Arashi gone, the blood protection I intended to use will not work. But all is not lost. Lily has a sister, I can place the boy with them, said Albus. I mean no offense to you. But I feel he will be much safer there. I only brought the child here because I swore an oath to Lily that I would leave Harry with her cousin. I take no offense at all, said Sarutobi. I completely understand your situation, However, now that I know all the circumstances, I cannot allow you to take the boy from this village. I beg your pardon, said Albus, not liking in the slightest where this was going. I don't believe your magic will allow you to take him either if you have sworn an oath to leave Harry with his cousin. For you see, he is currently sleeping next to his cousin, said Sarutobi. You mean, said Albus, looking back at the sleeping children. Indeed, said Sarutobi. Where is Arashi's wife then? She died during childbirth, said Sarutobi. My word, said Albus. Then they are both the only family they have. I cannot in good conscience allow you to take Harry away from Naruto, said Sarutobi. Arashi has given so much and lost everything so that his son would live. Naruto has nothing left in this world, and I will not let you take that only family he has away from him. Albus didn't like this at all. He was cornered. He had no choice but to leave the boy here. He fulfilled the oath without even knowing it, and now he had to abide by it. I understand, but understand this. Harry will come to Hogwarts to learn our magic when he turns 11. I will not prevent that from happening. I would not deny Harry the chance to learn about his parents' magic or the world they lived in. However, I expect Harry to return here every summer for training and testing, said Sarutobi. You intend to train him to be one of you then? Asked Albus a bit offensively. His parents were murdered. I will do what is necessary to see to it he remains alive and healthy, and if I can, I will give him the skills to take his revenge when the time comes, said Sarutobi, making a subtle attack on the ability of wizard magic's potency. So be him into an unnatura. Killing machine, I will hunt you down and take my own revenge, said Albus hotly before he disappeared with an angry pop. Sarutobi smiled. He liked Albus a lot. He then looked to the two babes, who are now snuggling with each other, sleeping peacefully. These two would be most interesting to watch as they grow. Chapter 2. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Naruto, Harry, yell. D1 very irate teacher who was now covered head to toe in pink paint. I love the first day of school, said Naruto to his still laughing cousin. Naruto and Harry were now 6 and 7 respectively. Both were just starting into their second year in the academy. And because the pair was so close, Sarutobi allowed for Naruto to enter the academy a year early so he could stay with Harry. It also made it easier for Sarutobi to keep an eye on Naruto and make sure that he was protected. Naruto always received the dark glares from the villagers, but then Harry got his share of the glares just because he was related to Naruto and because he was an outsider. Of course, the third maid is a law to never speak of either Harry or Naruto's past. As a result, none of the kids their age knew that Naruto held the demon fox within him or that Harry was an outsider. Due to the situation, Naruto and Harry were always starved for attention and as a result turned to playing pranks and other such mischief as they could get into. But sensei, said Harry, still laughing, pink really is your color. That caused Naruto and the other students to laugh. You're staying after class, said Iruka angrily before he turned to the lesson. Naruto and Harry mostly tuned the lesson out, taking the occasional note so they didn't get into trouble for not paying attention. They hated lectures and much preferred to actually do things instead of read about them. Finally, the day's lessons ended and Harry and Naruto were set off their leashes. Harry, Naruto, where do you think you're going? Asked an angry Iruka who was now blocking their escape route. Home, said Naruto with a smile. Wrong, shouted Iruka. You two are going to wash the chalkboards and stack all the chairs before you go anywhere. Now get to work, I'll be back in a few minutes. With that, Iruka left the room. Man, why is he always on our cases? Asked Harry unhappily as he started stacking the chairs on top of the tables. The pink really was an improvement, said Naruto as he filled a bucket with water and soap to wash the chalkboards. By now, this punishment had become so routine with the pair. Naruto was clumsily washing the chalk board behind Iruka's desk when he bumped Iruka's chair. Stupid chair, said Naruto, kicking it only to hurt his foot. The chair rolled into the desk hard, causing the papers on it to go everywhere. Oh man, Naruto grumbled while Harry laughed as Naruto started picking up all the papers. Naruto picked up most of them when he checked under the desk for a few more. He got all but one and had to lie on his stomach to reach it. As he stretched his small body to the limit to reach it, he felt something else attached to the bottom of the desk. questioned Naruto, getting the attention of his Kus, in who was enjoying watching his cousin struggle. There's something attached to the desk. Harry jumped up. What is it? I don't know. Let me get it loose, said Naruto, tugging at whatever was stuck there. When Naruto finally got it loose, he pulled his arm free to reveal a rather large scroll. It's a scroll, what's the big deal? Asked Harry, disappointed. The Kazama Scroll of Prank Jutsu, read Naruto from just above the seal on it. Harry's disappointment instantly vanished. Really? Says it right here, said Naruto, pointing it out on the scroll. The door began to shake, signaling that Iruka was returning. Naruto and Harry hid the scroll inside one of their bags, even though it did look a bit out of place. Iruka inspected the room. All right, you two can go now. Naruto and Harry grabbed their bags and bolted as fast as their small bodies could carry them. They returned to their apartments in a few moments later. Well, they had to stop for some ramen first. As soon as they entered the apartment, they cleared as much floor space as possible to roll out the scroll. All right, let's see this thing, said Naruto, rubbing his hands together. Harry started trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It won't open. What do you mean? Asked Naruto as he shoved Harry out of the way. Arg, it won't budge. Harry seemed considerate for a moment. Blood, maybe it's got one of those blue D-seal thingies Iruka-sensei was talking about last week. Naruto bit into his thumb to draw a bit of blood, which he quickly smeared on the seal, causing it to release. Haha, it worked. Of course it worked, said Harry. Now hurry up and open it. Naruto rolled it out as far as he could, but from one end of the apartment it still left a lot of scroll still to be unrolled. Naruto looked at the first lines to see a message. To the heir of Kazama clan whose blood has unsealed this scroll, our great heritage as pranksters. In case there is doubt in your mind, this scroll could not be opened unless you were of the Kazama bloodline. Now, onto the important stuff. Laid out in this scroll is every last trick of the consummate prankster. May it serve you well. I'm a Kazama, asked Naruto. That's what it says, said Harry. That means we are both Kazama then, as cousins. Sweet, we have a proper clan, said Naruto, jumping for joy. But, I've never heard of the Kazama clan, have you? Well, no, but maybe we're the last of them. Maybe, said Naruto. Hey, let's see if this works for you too. Naruto quickly rolled up the scroll again. The seal instantly reformed. Harry bit in to his finger and smeared the blood on the scroll, but it didn't budge open. It's not working. Naruto worried and tried it again with his blood, and it opened instantly. I'm not Kazama, said Harry, nearly in tears. Yes you are, said Naruto loudly. If not in direct blood, then through me you are. Maybe we're not related at all, said Harry, afraid of losing his only family. Yes we are, we're going to ask the old man about this right now, said Naruto, grabbing the scroll in Harry's hand and running out of the apartment and through town. They burst into the Hokage's office to find him ready, ing a little orange book and blushing some. Oi, Oja-san, yelled Naruto, followed closely by the two Anbu guards. The Hokage quickly hid the book, though his blush wouldn't go anywhere. Hello Naruto-kun, Harry-kun, what can I do for you? He waved away the Anbu, who closed and sealed the door. You tell us the truth. You tell us that we are really cousins right now. No lying, we're cousins, right? Naruto was nearly in tears, as was Harry. Yes Naruto-kun, you are really cousins, said the old man. See, I told you, said Naruto to Harry. But what about the scroll? Asked Harry hotly, his tears not stopping. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. What scroll would that be? This one. We figured out that it had a blood seal on it, said Naruto, but only my blood works. Inside it says that only the Kazama clan could open it, and Harry can't, but I can. The Hokage chuckled. That's because Harry is not of the Kazama clan. Huh? Asked the duo at the same time. Your grandmother and Harry's grandmother were sisters, said the Hokage. And neither of them were part of the Kazama clan. Naruto's grandmother married into the Kazama clan. Oh, but we're still family, right? Of course, said the Hokage, allaying their fears. Now Naruto, now that you know you are from the Kazama clan, I have to insist that you never tell anyone. Your family had many enemies, and if they were to find out about you, then you would be in grave danger. Is that why I'm Uzumaki Naruto and not Kazama Naruto? Sarutobi smiled warmly. You understand perfectly. But remember, this secret is more important than you can ever imagine. You must never tell anyone. Quote. Naruto nodded in understanding. Okay, Oji-san. Harry, are you okay? Harry reluctantly nodded. Good, then you've fun learning some of the things on that scroll, said the Hokage, recognizing Arashi's old scroll that he used to drag everywhere with him in his youth. But I can't learn the scroll, said Harry sadly. I'm not Kazama. Harry, you may not be able to learn everything on that scroll, but I think you'll find that you can learn almost everything on there, said the old man with a smile. Some of those were meant only for Naruto. I think in time, you'll find that there is something meant only for you that Naruto can't learn. Harry nodded, though still a bit reserved. Let's go home and get to work then, shouted Naruto, grabbing Harry's hand and racing back out again. Kami help us all, mumbled Sarutobi as he thought back on some of the things that Arashi had gotten away with in the past thanks to that scroll. Naruto and Harry returned home. A little while later and unrolled the scroll once again. Pranks are an art form. They take great passion, cunning, and skill to accomplish successfully. If you are lacking any of these, then there is little that you will ever achieve. While skill can be taught, cunning and passion cannot. Keep these facts in mind throughout your ultimate prank-playing education. Throughout the history of pranks, there have been all different levels put into play, the highest levels of which only a ninja can achieve. As you read through, you will find numerous skills and examples of how they can be applied to a prank. Lesson 1. The setup. The majority of all pranks rely upon the element of surprise and on setting the trap in advance. As trap setting is essential to being a good ninja, so it is with pranks. From there it went through so many examples of traps and how to set them up. It went into details about setting trip wires and using smaller traps to push an opponent towards a bigger trap that is far funnier. It talked about incendiary traps to burn of embarrassing clothing articles to causing mass confusion through smoke. It even talked about creating a false sense of security. Naruto and Harry had never been the studious type, but the way this scroll laid everything out made their minds work like mad, trying to absorb every last detail of the traps section. If someone were to have been watching them with a crystal ball, he would have seen two little boys so completely engrossed in studying a scroll he would never have known that Konoha would be changed forever by the prank ideas created by that simple little scroll. The next morning Naruto and Harry were up early and out the door in search of supplies. They had a monster of a prank to pull on the Hokage and nothing was going to stop them. Paint, check. String, check. Flour, check. Itching powder, check. Balloons, check. Pins, check. Smoke bombs, check. Feathers, check. 2 buckets, check. And last but not least, glue, check, shouted Naruto as he looked through the duffel bag of supplies. Let's do this, said Harry with a matching grin. An hour later Naruto and Harry were king out the window of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi arrived to his office as he usually did that morning. Hokage-sama, just to warn you, those two were in your office early this morning, said the Anbu stationed outside the door. Prank? Asked the Hokage. Prank, said the Anbu, confirming the Hokage's suspicion. Well, it can't be that bad, said the Hokage, still not entirely awake and thinking. For if he had been completely awake he would have remembered that Harry and Naruto had located the Kazama clan scroll of pranks. Sarutobi opened his door as usual, expecting the prank to be simple and trigger right away, but nothing happened. Stepping into the room cautiously, he could see a bucket suspended precariously over the door but not falling. Misfire, he sighed in relief, not giving the failed prank a second thought. Nothing to worry over, men, it was dud, he said to the two Anbu standing guard. He entered the office completely at ease and feeling secure that the trap didn't go off and wouldn't. He would just have one of the Anbu disarm it later. The Hokage sat down in his nice comfy office chair only to have a small cloud of powder shoot up all around him. He raised a curious eyebrow of concern when suddenly he felt an itch, and then another. Before he knew, every surface of his body was itching like mad. Without thinking, just itching, the Hokage turned his chair NLY to hear several trip cords ping, the sound of release lopping. Several water balloons threw the air at him in sequence. He dodged them one by one as he rolled his chair backwards away, only to have the chair hit the wall just after the last water balloon. He sighed in relief without taking into account the silent pour of glue from above that just covered him from head to toe. Sarutobi stood up angry and covered in sticky glue. He wanted Naruto and Harry's heads on a silver platter for this. He marched straight to the door to his office and without thinking through the doors open, roughly causing them to bang on either side. Unknown to him, he just triggered the bucket over his head to spill its contents, feathers. The Anbu in the hall both turned to look at the Hokage. He was itching himself everywhere and covered in feathers. Not even the two hardened Anbu guards could keep themselves from laughing until they could no longer stand up. "Naruto! Harry!" screamed the Hokage in anger before he re-entered his office and slammed his doors shut again, only to release a small flame next to the sprinkler system, causing them to go off, but only in the Hokage's office. Break. Naruto and Ari were both smiling to themselves throughout the day in classes. Nothing could faze them at this point in time. If everything went according to plan, then the Hokage would be having a very interesting day by now. They knew they would be in trouble for it, but that didn't matter as long as it worked according to plan. "Do you think it worked?" "I hope so. If it did, you think we would have heard something by now," said Naruto. "But if it did work, I don't think he would want anyone to see him like that," said Harry. Maybe," said Naruto just as the door slammed open to reveal a very funny sight. Nearly the entire class broke into laughter. "Naruto, Harry, come with me now," said the Hokage. Naruto and Harry followed after him, smiling the whole time. They only went into the hall though almost the entire class ran to listen at the door, including Iruka. "Now boys, you did a very bad thing this morning," said the Hokage. They both smiled at this, bothering the old man even more. "Haven't I been good to you? Why would you do this to me of all people? We wanted to test ourselves. If we could catch the Hokage off guard with this, then we can catch anyone off guard with enough planning," said Harry. "We understand that probably could have disabled it if you thought we were out to really harm you, but we knew you would be lax with us," said Naruto to further their point. "Besides, how many people do you know that can set up such complex traps anywhere? Well, at least at our age?" asked Harry. Sarutobi was flabbergasted. They did that to test themselves and then explained it away as training. "Never play one of these pranks on me again." With that, the old man just left. "I sure am glad there were notes in there about explaining away pranks," said Harry. "Yeah, or our goose would have been cooked," said Naruto. "Actually, he was a bit soggy from the sprinklers," said Harry, laughing hard at his own joke, which was soon joined by Naruto. Break. Over the course of the next year, the pair worked on improving their trap-making ability and the skills necessary to create elaborate traps and pranks. They learned to make smoke bombs, explosive tags, different powders and adhesives, and several other goodies, all with applications in prank making. Konoha had never experienced such a wave of pranks. The more they learned, the more creative they became with their pranks. No one was left out of them except the Hokage after that first prank. They did start slowly working their way up the food chain. Legers, Chunin, Junin, Anbu, Hyugas. Council members. "I'm starting to get bored with traps," pouted Naruto. "I know," said Harry. "Yeah, the results are funny, but there is no challenge anymore. We need to see what is next on the scroll," said Naruto. "How much is left?" "A lot," said Naruto. "We've only finished traps and just started on the stealth portions. So, we need to learn more stealth, and then what's after that?" "I don't know," said Naruto with a shrug. "Let's look." Naruto and Harry both rolled out the scroll once more. Finally bored with pranks and the basics of stealth. Time to work on your face-to-face pranks. These are pranks performed in the plain view of public in which no blame can possibly be passed on to you. Warning. These pranks do backfire on occasion. You must be prepared to either flee or fight. Because you must be prepared to either flee or fight, you must never attempt such a prank unless you are skilled with at least one aspect of this. It is highly advised that you learn to flee before you fight. Now I know, Kazama hate to flee, but sometimes it is necessary. Fleeing plain and simple sucks, but to prepare for fleeing one must have the strength and endurance to do so. So, if you truly intend to follow the path of the Kazama you will start running every day before you do anything for at least an hour, and in a month you will increase that time by an hour a day. Other than that, you will do as many sit-ups and push-ups as you can. Enjoy and come back in 2 months. Suddenly the rest of the scroll went blank after that point. What the hell happened to the rest of the scroll? Demanded Naruto. How the hell should I know? Asked Harry, equally miffed. Should we really learn to run away? Asked Naruto. I don't know, but we should at least try to do what the scroll says, said Harry. It's never led us wrong before. Fine, pouted Naruto, but I don't have to like it. And so for the first time in little more than a year the village got some much needed relief from pranks. Naruto and Harry were simply too tired to play any pranks by the end of the day. It just happened that Harry and Naruto's new exercise routine started at the same time the school began to start the physical training aspect of their education. Specifically gymnastics to build flexible, highly agile bodies. Break. Iruka, tell me, how have Naruto and Harry been doing in classes recently? Said Sarutobi to the young Chunin. Well, they like their pranks. Actually, they've been kind of quiet lately, said Iruka as he thought about it. But how have they been doing with the lessons? They tend to fall asleep during lessons, said Iruka. Then how about the tests? They pass. It seems like they are just being lazy with their answers, said Iruka, trying not to sound too harsh to the boys. And in practicals, they are nearly at the top of the class in traps and throwing, said Iruka. And their taijutsu is nearly at the bottom. They never practice, said Iruka. How about the recent edition of gymnastics? They are doing well, but they seem tired most of the time, said Iruka. I see, said the Hokage, turning away from Iruka and looking out over Konoha. What is this about Hokage-sama? Someone will be coming in a week to evaluate Harry's progress, said Sarutobi rather severely. What do you mean? Another village? No, someone from the mainland, said Sarutobi, ignoring Iruka's gasp. Why would you allow that? This individual has the right to do so as Harry's protector, said Sarutobi. You can go. Iruka was about to protest before he chose to just leave instead. He knew well enough to choose his battles. Sarutobi lit his pipe. I do hope you are prepared for this, Harry. 1 week passed too quickly for Sarutobi's liking. With a single loud pop, it signaled the arrival of his expected guest. Sarutobi turned and smiled. Welcome back, Albus. How have you been? Oh, you know how old age goes, said Albus, a bit of bursitis and arthritis, and the usual. I know what you mean, said Sarutobi. How has Harry been? He has been very well, said Sarutobi. He gets treated mostly with indifference, which is good for an outsider. And his relationship to his cousin? Sarutobi smiled fondly. Why are the best of friends and fiercely protective of each other. Trust me when I say you don't want to get on their bad side. Oh, and why is that? The Kazama clan is known for their pranks, Someth. In that Harry and Naruto have fully embraced, said Sarutobi with a bit of a laugh. Albus actually chuckled as well. The Potters are also well known for their pranks. You could have warned me, said Sarutobi. Is Harry happy here? I think so, yes, said Sarutobi. Well, I just wish to see him. I don't intend to interfere or even meet with him. I just want to observe him for a day or two, said Albus calmly. Understood, said Sarutobi. Would like some assistance from some of the shinobi here. That will not be necessary, said Albus. My magic is as good here as it is elsewhere. Be careful here. You might be able to hide yourself from sight, but there are those that can smell you or hear you, even your heartbeat, warned Sarutobi. I don't want you injured as a result. I understand, said Albus as he waved his wand and completely changed his appearance to look like a random village shinobi. If you would just allow me access to their school and where they live, I would very much appreciate it. Sarutobi smiled. Even he couldn't see through the illusion, which suggested to him that this was actually a ninjutsu of some manner. I'll show you to where they live now and then take you to their classroom right after. If you would like, you may come back here early this evening and observe them with me. Thank you, that would be generous of you, said Dumbledore, following Sarutobi out of the building and through the town. He was surprised at how normal most of these people seemed. They put up their laundry on lines between the houses, they shopped for groceries and clothes, and they played with their children. Albus was a bit disappointed by the sight of their apartment building. It was slightly run down, rather dirty. It's not much, but it is free for the kids. The owner is an old friend of mine, so he looks in on the boys occasionally to make sure the apartment is in good condition, and he lets me know when they need something, said Sarutobi as he guided Dumbledore up the stairs and into the small one-bedroom apartment. The apartment itself was relatively clean considering two boys lived there alone. There were a few empty noodle cups on the counter and near the trash can. The bedroom had soft tatami mats on the floor with two futons and some thick blankets. "They sleep on the floor?" asked Dumbledore. "No, futons, the mats on the floor are already soft, plus the futons. It is actually very comfortable," said Sarutobi. "It seems they live in adequate conditions, though I don't like the idea of them living alone," said Albus. "There were many orphans after the attack by QB and there were nowhere near enough people to adopt or house all those orphaned. It is sad but this is not entirely uncommon here," said Sarutobi, not liking one bit that he felt need to defend himself to this foreigner. "I am sorry for the troubles of your village," said Albus. "Shall we go the academy?" Sarutobi nodded. Soon enough they were walking the halls of the academy. "This is Yumino Iruka's classroom. He is responsible for Naruto and Harry's class until they graduate the academy." Sarutobi opened the door. "Hokage same," said Iruka, instantly coming to attention when the elderly man entered. "Relax, Iruka-san. I have brought a special observer to watch this class for a few days," said Sarutobi. Iruka instantly understood. "Welcome, sir. Please have a seat wherever you like." "Thank you, Iruka-san," said Albus as he entered the class and took a seat in the back. Albus wasn't sure what to think while watching the class at work. They learned history, mathematics, psychology, politics. LF was spent learning to kill, maim, and torture. They learned to throw weapons with deadly accuracy, build traps designed to kill a man instantly. They trained to physically combat another person, armed or unarmed. It was highly disturbing, but then as he watched the interaction of the students they didn't seem in slightest bit mindless. Well, most of them didn't anyway. And then there was Naruto and Harry. They were both completely carefree, laughing and joking with each other as they did these things. Later in the Hokage's office. "Well, you have seen more of our training than any outsider ever has. What is your honest opinion?" asked Sarutobi. "I am honestly slightly disturbed," said Albus. "Only slightly?" asked Sarutobi, surprised. "You live a very harsh life here. I can understand the need to begin training as children, but is it really necessary to be so descriptive in your explanations?" Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe. "So, they discussed vitals today when throwing weapons?" Albus nodded. "Consider, if you will, there is a crime boss we have been hired to eliminate. He has hired missing nin to protect him. But he also has other guards on the perimeter that need to be eliminated first. We kill all of them flawlessly but one. We miss the vital and he lives long enough to warn the others. My men are now in danger and the crime boss is likely to escape. Only to hurt more innocents in the long run. That is something we strive to prevent at all costs. That is why we train to perfection to be the perfect assassins, spies, and protectors." Protectors. "We are very proactive about protection. We assassinate to save lives later. We spy to gain information to prevent unnecessary deaths. We protect what is most precious to us. While I know that not all shinobi villages operate with this code, we do," said Sarutobi, very serious. "Now, can you answer something for me?" "Certainly," said Albus, who was clearly deflated now. "What can Harry expect when he returns to your world? His return will be celebrated by many. And there will those that will hate him for the death of Voldemort," said Albus. "And?" asked Sarutobi, sensing that Albus was hiding something. "I believe that Voldemort will return someday," said Albus gravely. "I see, so Harry will be facing many unknown enemies, one very powerful known enemy, and a handful of other variables. I fail to see how you expect Harry to survive without this training or some manner of training from a very young age. You plan to leave him with his aunt. Would she have trained him? Or are you so selfish that you would leave the boy unprepared to face the challenges that will no doubt come his way sooner or later? You may not agree with our methods, but if they keep Harry alive, I could care less what you think of our methods because they will give him a fighting chance that you would otherwise deny him." Albus was left without rebuttal. Albus believed himself infallible, and now to find that he would have made such a horrible mistake was shattering to his self-esteem. "Now, you may continue to observe him if you so wish, but you will not be allowed to remove him from this village until he has a fighting chance. Only then will he go with you to learn everything you have to teach him, said Sarutobi. If you don't mind, it is rather late and I have had a rather busy day. Good evening. Albus sat in the office long after Sarutobi left, watching the two boys laughing and studying together through the crystal ball. Who was he to judge when the evidence was so strong that Harry was truly thriving here? Albus left that night and would not return again until it was time to collect Harry. Break. All right, you damn scroll, said Naruto, show us what's next. 2 months had come and gone, and Naruto and Harry both adjusted to the running and extra physical activity at the academy, and now it was time for the scroll to cough up the next bit of information. Congratulations, if you can read this, it means you've attained a suitably level of strength and endurance to handle what's coming next. Now, fleeing is about strategy. If you don't have an exit strategy before you start the prank, you'll never be able to escape. Genjutsu is the kami, the yin and the yang, the highest level of escape. However, good genjutsu does nothing for you if you don't have the body to keep up with it. Henge is your most basic genjutsu. It allows you to take the appearance of another person at will. Learn it, love it, use it. Learn this base and then keep building through the below list of genjutsu. Be sure to experiment with them. Try them for different pranks than just the examples listed below. But at all times be ready to run for it. You won't find many who can keep up with you now. Sweet, said Harry. That's the first technique we're supposed to learn in the academy, but we're not supposed to learn it until next year. Yes, then we'll be ahead. Let's get to work, said Naruto excitedly. Hell yeah, shouted Harry, equally excited. 2 hours later their opinions had changed drastically. I hate damn genjutsu, the pair shouted together. Sure, Henge was a cinch and easy to manip. Ool it into whatever they wanted it to be. But the next one sucked royally. It was a kind of camouflage jutsu in which they would blend in with their background. The found that could make themselves low. Okay, blurry around the edges, but it still didn't work right. We just have to work harder. That's all, said Naruto, forcing himself to try it again and again and again and again, taking turns with Harry. The next several weeks passed with Harry and Naruto completely engrossed in learning just that one genjutsu. It didn't allow you to move, but if you remained perfectly silent and didn't move in the SLIGH test bit, you would be invisible to the naked eye. Finally they turned back to the scroll to see if they were doing something wrong. Kongo no Jutsu. Designed to allow you to be invisible in plain sight as long as you're not moving. There followed instructions for the hand seals and the way to mold chakra. Then they noticed a little side note they had missed before. Chakra control exercises may be necessary. Chakra control, what the hell is that? Asked Naruto. We should ask the old man or Iruka-sensei, said Harry. Old man, said Naruto and Harry together after a moment pause. I lit. A while later the pair was waiting impatiently for the Hokage to arrive. Naruto, Harry, what brings you two here? Asked Sarutobi as he came out of his office. We need your help, said Harry sheepishly. The thing about Naruto and Harry was that they hated having to ask for help from anyone but each other. Even the suggestion of coming here in the first place was highly debated. Please come inside then, said the Hokage, motioning for the pair to enter his office. Once they were seated, Sarutobi asked, so what can I do for you two? We need to learn chakra control, said Naruto bluntly. Or at least be shown a few exercises, said Harry, equally blunt. I see, and why is that? Asked Sarutobi. Well, the scroll is teaching us some stuff right now and it said that we might need chakra control exercises, explained Naruto. I see, said Sarutobi with a smile. He pushed the intercom. Send for Ebisu. Yes, Hokage-sama, said the secretary. It was a few minutes before a young Chunin entered the office with a bandana covering his head and dark round sunglasses covering his eyes. You called for me, Hokage-sama. Ebisu-san, how are you? Very well, sir, said Ebisu. What can I do for you? I need your services as Konoha's #1 tutor, said Sarutobi, stoking the man's ego. I am, as always, at your service, Hokage-sama, said Ebisu. I'm glad to hear that, said Sarutobi. I need you to teach young Naruto and Harry here a few chakra control exercises. But Hokage-sama, protested Ebisu before he was cut off by a look from the old man. In return, Naruto and Harry are Willing to offer you immunity from their pranks while you are teaching them, said Sarutobi, knowing that would sell. Hey, we never agreed to that, protested Harry before Naruto made him see Ray he is teaching us. Then we can pay him back tenfold, whispered Naruto conspiratorially. Fine, we agree to the terms, but you'd better teach us really well, said Harry haughtily. I am the finest tutor in the village. Of course I will teach you well, said Ebisu confidently. Ebisu, you will teach them tree climbing, water walking, and chakra strings, said Sarutobi. That should be plenty of control exercises. Ebisu was terrified of the idea of teach pranksters skills that would only improve their ability to plan and set pranks. As you order, Hokage-sama. Naruto and Harry both followed Ebisu out of the office. It was apparent to both of them that Ebisu didn't much like them, lucky for them that the Hokage did. Hey, Ebisu-sensei, how does climbing trees help our chakra control? Asked Harry. You'll see, said Ebisu, not really wanting to talk to them. So the pair followed in silence, having clearly gotten the picture of Ebisu not liking them. To climb trees will improve your chakra control because you will not be using your hands. You have to put chakra to the bottom of your feet in just the right amount. Observe, said Ebisu as he put his hand in the tiger seal and channeled a bit of chakra to his feet. He then stepped onto the tree and walked up it as though it were nothing. This is what it means to climb a tree the shinobi way. Naruto and Harry both dropped their jaws. This was going to be difficult. Ebisu jumped down from the tree. Now, forming chakra on the bottom of your feet is the most difficult place to form chakra. You need to test your grip with your first W steps to make sure that you are using the exact amount necessary. You must also be able to adjust your chakra as you continue up the tree. Good luck. Naruto and Harry both swallowed as they turned to the trees before them. If you're nervous, try running at first, said Ebisu from behind them. No sense in delaying, said Harry with a sigh. Nope, no sense, said Naruto as he took up a runner's stance and ran full bore towards his tree. He made his first step, then fell back on his head. It helps to channel some chakra first, said Ebisu helpfully and yet condescendingly at the same time. Rai channeled chakra just like Ebisu did and ran for the tree. He made it up about 5 steps before he slipped and fell. You're not using enough chakra, Harry, said Ebisu. Naruto stood and channeled chakra this time and ran for it. He made about 10 steps up before the bark until his foot shattered and he lost his grip. This time though, he landed on his feet in a crouched position. Too much kra Naruto, but much improved from your first attempt. It went back and forth like this for a while, with Harry and Naruto taking turns running up the tree. Eventually they both reached the top. Very good, said Ebisu. That only took you 6 hours. Now, let's see if you can run up and down the tree 50 times without falling once. The sarcasm simply poured from his voice. At some point in time Ebisu had gotten a lawn chair, started a fire, set a pot of coffee over and set up a couple tents. Why don't you come down now and we'll eat? Naruto and Harry both sat down around the fire to relax. I don't cook much, so cup ramen will have to suffice, said Ebisu as he religiously poured the boiling water from the pot on the fire into his own super deluxe mega shrimp ramen. We love ramen, shouted Naruto. It's the best food in the world, added Harry with a giant smile that matched his cousin's. You too like ramen? Asked Ebisu curiously. He was actually surprised. Have you ever been to Ichiraku? Asked Naruto. They have the best ramen in town, said Harry excitedly. They are the best, said Ebisu, finding he had something in common with these boys. How come we've never seen you there before? Asked Harry. Yeah, we eat there almost every day, said Naruto. As much as I love ramen, it is not overly healthy for you. A shinobi must maintain a healthy body and mind. Part of it requires us to eat other healthy and nutritious foods like fruit and vegetables, explained Ebisu. But they are so yucky, complained Naruto. I know, but it is true, said Ebisu sadly. You should really try to eat them at least once a day. Breakfast is usually best. You think we should, Harry? Asked Naruto as he watched Harry swallow down his 4th cup ramen. Sure, said Harry, as long as all our other meals stay ramen, I don't really care. We'll try it then, said Naruto, but could you show us what vegetables and fruit to buy? I suppose I could, said Ebisu, but it will have to wait until we return to town. That's fine, said Harry after he finished his sixth and final bowl. He didn't want to overeat since he and Naruto had more tree climbing to do. Alright, said Ebisu a few minutes later. Back to work you two. Remember, 50 times up and down without falling once. They stayed out there for a few days missing classes and not generally caring because they were learning so much. After they were finally able to run up and down the tree, they had to learn to walk up and down the tree, which took a lot more control and power. Finally, after they master all aspects of tree climbing, they returned to the village. Ebisu took them to the store as promised, but unfortunately the owner refused to sell to Naruto and Harry. In the end, Ebisu agreed to buy the fruit and vegetables and deliver them to the pair twice a week. They paid for it, of course. Okay, so I'll meet you outside the academy every day for the next few weeks to teach you water walking. Is that all right? Asked Ebisu. At some point over the last few days he had stopped glaring at them and started being much nicer to them. Sounds great, Ebisu-sensei, shouted Naruto. See you later, Ebisu-sensei, shouted Harry as he and Naruto ran home. Break. Harry and Naruto spent weeks working on chakra control with Ebisu and managed to improve dramatically. Water walking was more difficult at first than tree climbing, and then it became drastically more difficult than tree climbing. They had to learn to run and jump and use counter buoyancy and several other facets of a moving surface. Eventually they got the hang of it, but it was not easy in the slightest. After that they started learning to manipulate chakra strings. It was less time consuming than tree climbing or water walking because they could practice during class time and they already began to integrate it into their pranks. However, it did require a much finer level of control than the other did, which made it far more difficult overall. Well, you two have learned everything I've been ordered to teach you now, said Ebisu, putting a hand on each of their shoulders. Thank you so much, Ebisu-sensei, said Naruto and Harry together with big smiles. Well, if you find something else you need to learn, just let me know and I will help you as much as I can, said Ebisu with a faint smile. See you, said Harry with a smile and a wave before he darted away towards home. Bye, said Naruto before chasing after Harry. Hey, wait for me. Ebisu laughed before he left to report on his mission results to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, said Ebisu. Owing deeply after appeared in the office. Ebisu-san, said Sarutobi with a nod of his head. How did they do? Very well, sir. They were very motivated to learn, said Ebisu. Do you think me foolish for favoring them so much? Asked Sarutobi. What do you mean, sir? Asked Ebisu. Do you think it is a mistake that I let them get away with so much? Do you think it is okay for me to allow them to learn such things at such a young age? What is your opinion? I don't know, sir. If you had asked me before I taught them, I would say, yes, it was a mistake, but now that I've gotten to know them, I don't think so. You definitely shouldn't let them get away with some of their pranks though, that is not the kind of attention they need. Sarutobi smiled at the young Chunin's appraisal. I don't know why, but I see such enormous potential from both of them. I know they are destined for great things. I agree, said Ebisu, they have such a huge potential. Most learned what they did in such a short period of time. I am most interested to see how they develop. You and me both, said Sarutobi, lighting up his pipe. You and me both. Break. Naruto and Harry ran into their apartment and went straight to the scroll to try the Kongo no Jutsu. They hadn't tried it once since they began to train with Ebisu. They wanted to finish that before trying this again. Naruto and Harry read through the directions again and the sections that talked about the shaping of the chakra. Suddenly it made so much more sense. The training from Ebisu taught them a lot about shaping and using chakra that they see. Old now relate the things Ebisu said with the scroll. I'm first, said Harry excitedly as he started through the hand seals, slowly making sure they were perfect, and he shaped the chakra fully. Before he moved on to the next seal, suddenly Harry vanished from sight. You did it, said Naruto excitedly, observing where Harry should have been. He stuck out a hand and felt Harry there, causing the Genjutsu to drop along with Harry to the ground. Hey, you okay? That was awesome, said Harry, panting for breath, but so hard. I've got to try it, said Naruto, doing the same. As Harry and instantly vanishing from sight. Sweet, said Naruto instantly reappearing breathing only slightly. We are going to have to practice this a lot, said Naruto. Especially when running away, said Harry finally catching his breath. This is going to be so cool, said Naruto dreaming of all the pranks that just became available. Come, let's look through the examples on the scroll and put together our first prank, said Harry slowly and wobbly making his way back to the scroll. Naruto smiled and joined, pranks on. In that instant the entire village shivered with a great feeling of approaching dread. Break, Hokage-sama, something terrible has happened, shouted a village Junin. What is it this time? Is it Naruto and Harry? We don't know, sir, said the Junin, it just suddenly appeared there. There is no evidence to who did it. Did what exactly? The Hokage monument, it's been completely vandalized, said the Junin pointing out the window. There was paint covering them with all kind of insults written in strange graffiti. Whoever did it could not have done so without someone seeing it done and especially not in the middle of the afternoon. Check the academy, see if Naruto and Harry are there, ordered the Hokage. Yes sir, said Junin before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The Junin arrived to the Iruka's classroom. Excuse me Iruka-san, are Uzumaki Naruto and Potter Harry here? Yes sir, said Iruka curious, is something wrong? Did they ever leave the classroom? No sir, they've been here all morning. Why? Someone vandalized the Hokage monument. NT and it looks like something Naruto and Harry would do, said the Junin. Naruto, Harry, come here please, said Iruka. Yes sensei, said the boys. Boys, do you know anything about some paint on the Hokage monument? Both boys laughed. Why didn't we ever think of that? That's brilliant. So you didn't do it? Asked the Junin. No but I sure wish we did, said Harry. Yeah, but we've been air reviewing for the Genin test tomorrow, said Naruto. The Junin frowned. We thought it might have been you. Hey, we've been really good lately thank you very much, said Naruto. Yeah, I think someone is trying to frame us for this, said Harry angrily. Yeah, maybe you should ask the villagers that seem to hate us. Maybe they did this so that you wouldn't let us take the Genin exam, said Naruto inventing a conspiracy theory that might actually be taken seriously. Yeah, why don't you bother them instead of accusing us when we are trying to get ready for the Genin exam, said Harry trying. Not to laugh at Naruto's conspiracy theory. I'm sorry for interrupting your lesson Iruka-san, said the Junin retreating as fast as he could. Once he was gone Iruka looked at the pair. I don't know how you did it but I know you did. The boys just smiled. Prove it, which caused all the students to laugh out loud about it. Just for that we're all going to review the henge, said Iruka angrily. You can all thank Harry and Naruto for it. Way to go jerks, mumbled a few of the students. Should we do it? Asked Harry to Naruto. It might kill him though, said Naruto. Yeah, but it would be really damn funny, said Harry with a snicker. Okay, we'll do it, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Naruto and Harry patiently waited their turn. Naruto, called Iruka. Naruto smirked and changed silently, Iruka-kun. Iruka looked up to see Naruto as a naked woman surrounded by a few wisps of cloud. The blood instantly rushed to his head and shot him airborne and jet of blood shooting from his nose. Naruto puffed back and laughed so hard he fell to the floor. Harry somehow managed to keep a straight face even though he was laughing inside. Naruto, take this seriously, we're supposed to be getting ready for the exam. Iruka finally stood and was about to say the same thing but stopped himself. Naruto puffed again. Oh come on Naruto, this was your idea. Harry puffed and turned into Naruto. It was good too but I didn't know you were going to do that to him. Naruto puffed again. This is kind of fun Harry. Harry puffed again into himself. Yeah it, do think anyone know which is the real one by now? I doubt, said Naruto puffing again into Harry. Alright you two can go back to your seats, you've made your point, said Iruka trying not to laugh at their antics. The other students, though didn't hold back from laughing at all. The remainder of the class was rather boring filled with a lot of lecture about what to expect on the exam. After lesson Naruto and Harry took their time walking home. So what's left on the scroll? Asked Harry. Only the blood limit techniques for me, said Naruto trying not to sound overly pleased. Sweet, said Harry, I can't wait to see you start using them. It's going to be so cool. Yeah, I'm kind of excited but I haven't accidentally used my limit yet, said Naruto slightly disappointed. The scroll says I won't be able to learn any of the techniques until something happens. It's just so frustrating. Hey, it'll happen Naruto, said Harry, maybe when we join a Genin team yeah. Yeah, I hope so, said Naruto, you want to go spar? We always need to practice that more. Sure, but let's go to the shop and up our weights first. These are getting too light now, said Harry moving his body awkwardly. I know, said Naruto even though he was wearing 3 or 4 times more in weights than Harry was. When they first started using weights they discovered that Naruto's strength grew so much faster than Harry's did. Sandaime saw it was because of Naruto's Kazama blood but they weren't too sure that was true. On the other hand once they both learned to control their chakra properly they found that Harry could learn nearly a NY technique he chose within a day or two where it took Naruto at least a week or more. The pair seemed to balance each other out really well for strengths and weakness. Naruto was physically stronger and had a lot more chakra but not very good control and it was hard for him to learn techniques. Harry was physically faster and had an average amount of chakra but nearly perfect control and he learned things so fast. As a result, Naruto knew the techniques taught by the scroll but very little else while Harry knew the scroll and several other techniques. They both also learned a few Kaden Jutsu from Ebisu but that was more to do with pissing off Uchiha Sasuke than anything else. They had both developed different aspects of the Kazama Taijutsu style that was outlined on the scroll. Harry concentrated on the speed aspects and while he'd never have the blood limit techniques associated with it he did fairly well. Naruto learned all of it to the best of his ability, both the speed aspects and the power moves. Naruto, said a Junin that appeared from out of nowhere. Yes sir, said Naruto looking at him funny. Sandaime Samurai to come to his office tomorrow after you pass your exam. Harry, you were to come half an hour after Naruto, said the Junin before disappearing. That was weird, said Naruto. Yeah, said Harry. Well, let's get out to forest and get to work, said Naruto running ahead of Harry. Harry smiled and chased after Naruto. Break, Albus, said Sarutobi with a nod to the other elderly gentleman. Sarutobi, said Albus in return. Might I inquire as to the reason for the visit? I have come to deliver Harry's letter, said Albus. I believe he will be turning 11 in a few days. He will, said Sarutobi. And are his studies nearing completion? They are. Excellent. Then I will come to collect him on August 15th. And return him here in June, said Albus with a jovial smile. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, said Sarutobi. What exactly do you mean? Asked Albus trying to conceal the anger that was bubbling just below the surface. Harry has blossomed here in this village in an amazing young man. I look at him and Naruto as something of grandchildren. I cannot allow you to just take Harry, said Sarutobi. When I brought him here you agreed that when he turned 11 he would come and learn about the world his parents were a part of. He would learn our magic. That boy has a destiny and I will not allow you to prevent him from living it, said Albus finally letting loose his anger. I did agree and I still do, however, I will not let you just take away the only family Naruto has left. If you are taking Harry you had best be prepared to take Naruto with you as well, said Sarutobi still entirely calm. It seemed that some of Naruto and Harry had rubbed off on him after all. Albus' anger instantly vanished and was replaced with confusion which caused Sarutobi to just laugh out loud. You should have seen the look on your face, said Sarutobi. I thought you were going to keel over there for a minute. He was still laughing uncontrollably. Albus actually grinned for a moment. I have never met another person who could be just as infuriating as I am. But, is Naruto not a year younger than Harry? He is, said Sarutobi, however, he is skilled and capable of learning. No one would need to know he was only 9 when he started. I will see what I can do, said Albus. Give me a few days to work everything out, but it should not be too much of a problem. Thank you Albus, said Sarutobi with smile and a slight nod and just like that Albus had gone once again. Break. The next day at the academy Naruto and Harry were visibly nervous about the exam. You two seriously need to relax, said the annoying blonde girl, Ino. Don't talk to us right now, snapped Naruto. Jerk, said Ino taking her seat again. Potter Harry, called Iruka from the door. Good luck Harry, said Naruto to his only family. You too, see you after we both pass, said Harry trying to talk some confidence into himself. Harry left the room leaving Naruto to panic even more. Good luck NN Naruto K-kun, said a very soft voice that was now filling Harry's chair. Hinata, questioned Naruto of the girl next to him. She had never talked to him before, ever. She just ducked her head and blushed furiously. I hope you pass. Naru, to suddenly relaxed seeing that she was more nervous than he was. Thanks Hinata, I hope you pass too. He didn't realize how much more it caused her to blush. Hyuga Hinata, called Iruka from the door. That fast? Questioned Naruto worriedly, not liking that Harry finished so quickly. The panic was soon setting in again, but he didn't have that long to wait for it to set in before he was called into the next room. Uzumaki Naruto, called Iruka. Naruto entered the room where Iruka and Mizuki both sat patiently. Naruto, please perform a perfect henge of the Hokage, ordered Mizuki glaring at Naruto. One question first. Did Harry pass? Asked Naruto. Yes Naruto, said Iruka with a smile. Naruto breathed a huge sigh of relief. Now if you would henge, said Iruka nicely. Naruto didn't even move and transformed into a perfect image of the Hokage. Very good, now please perform a kawarimi with that log, said Iruka with a smile. Naruto puffed away only to be replaced with the specify ed log while he was nowhere to be seen at all. Where the hell did that demon go? Asked an angry Mizuki. Silence Mizuki, ordered Iruka. Naruto then dropped the genjutsu he was hiding under and glared at Mizuki. Very good technique Naruto, said Iruka glaring slightly at Mizuki. Bunshin, said Mizuki with a smirk. He knew how much trouble Naruto had with the Bunshin technique. Iruka-sensei, said Naruto nervously. He wasn't sure it was a good idea to reveal this, but he had to try or else he would fail. I can't do a regular Bunshin. Naruto, you have to do a Bunshin to pass, said Uka with a sigh, cutting Mizuki off before he could say anything. Could I do a more advanced Bunshin instead? Asked Naruto nervously. Iruka raised his eyebrow at this. As if you could, said Mizuki. Stop wasting our time, you fail. Mizuki-san, give him a chance. If he can't do it then he will be failed, said Iruka. How many? Asked Naruto. At least 3, more if you can, said Iruka. Naruto smiled and nodded before making 2 very fast seal that even the teachers couldn't see, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly the room was filled with close to 30 Narutos. Naruto, whispered Iruka in awe. How have you done this? I have too much chakra for regular Bunshin. They can't hold the amount I have in retained form, so I had to learn Kage Bunshin because they can hold chakra more than an illusion can. Explained Naruto, really proud of himself. Naruto let all the Bunshin disperse. We can't let this demon pass, shouted Mizuki in rage as he leapt over the table and charged at Naruto with a kunai drawn. Naruto was panicked. He needed to get away from him, but he was coming too fast and Iruka wouldn't be able to help him and he was completely unarmed. He just needed to be on the other side of the room so that Iruka was between them. Naruto suddenly felt odd. The image of the room was suddenly flickering between 2 images, one of him facing the oncoming Mizuki and the other of him standing behind Iruka. The images continued to flicker back and forth for a minute until the one of him standing behind Iruka was the only one he saw. What the hell was that? Demanded Mizuki. Where is that demon? Suddenly several Anbu appeared in the room and knocked Mizuki out. Naruto, where are you? Asked Iruka. Here sir, said Naruto from behind him. Iruka turned around. You're okay, how did you do that? I don't know, I just wanted to be behind you and not in front of him and then suddenly I was, said Naruto, worried that he'd done something wrong. You should probably ask the Hokage. I have heard of a similar technique but I can't be certain, said Iruka, not wanting to believe what he just saw. For if what he just saw was real, then that would mean that Naruto was much more important than anyone in the village ever imagined. So, do I pass? Asked Naruto sheepishly. Iruka chuckled. Yes Naruto, you pass. Yada! Shouted Naruto, jumping up and down with joy. Ka picked up one of the headbands that had fallen to the floor when Mizuki flipped the table over and tossed it to Naruto. Put that on and wear it with pride Naruto. Naruto quickly raced out into the hall to join Harry. They promised that they would put a leaf headband until they could do it together. You passed? Asked Harry excitedly upon seeing his best friend. Of course, and guess what? What? Asked Harry. Naruto leaned in to whisper, I think I accidentally activated my blood limit. Harry jerked back and looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Really? Yeah, said Naruto, barely holding in his excitement. This is great, Naruto, said Harry. Come on, let's go see the old man and then we can go home and get to work on it. Sounds great to me, said Naruto, ran ahead of his cousin. Not much later they were outside the Hokage's office waiting for their appointment. Uzumaki, you can go in now, Atari. Naruto stood and entered with some trepidation. The old man didn't usually ask to see him unless he was in trouble. Hey Oja-san, said Naruto cockily as he entered. Sarutobi smiled. Hello Naruto-kun, please have a seat. Sure, so what's up? Naruto, I know that things have been hard for you growing up the way you have. Began Sarutobi. Not that bad, I've always had Harry, said Naruto cheerily. Indeed, but I also know that you have had problems with many of the villagers, said Sarutobi. Yeah, but I don't understand why. Why do they hate me? They don't hate you, Naruto. They hate what hold prisoner within you, said Sarutobi. What do you mean? Asked a confused Naruto. Naruto, this might be hard to understand, but I think now that you are an official shinobi of the leaf it is time for you to know. Yondaime Hokage could not kill the Kyuubi. He had to seal it within a child, specifically, you. Said Sandaime bluntly. Naruto seemed shocked, which was completely understandable. Now make no mistake, you are not, I repeat, not Kyuubi. You were chosen to hold the Kyuubi prison and to protect the world from it. One day you may even learn to control the beast and use it to protect you. Why me though? Why not some other baby? Surely there must have been others, said Naruto, trying to understand. Because the Yondaime's name is Kazama Arashi, said Sarutobi, hoping that Naruto would comprehend it instantly. Naruto gasped as soon as he put it all together. Was he my father? Yes Naruto, he was. He chose you because he trusted in his family's blood. He chose you because he was a good leader. For a good leader could not ask of another person what he was not willing to do himself. So, Dad was just doing what he felt was right. Asked Naruto. That's why I have to bear the burden. I'm sorry Naruto, but yes. I understand, but, why do the villagers hate me then? If I'm protecting them from Kyuubi, shouldn't they, worship me or something? Sarutobi chuckled. Your father wanted you to be seen as a hero, but instead, the people can only see the demon inside of you. Well then I will just have to prove to them that I'm no demon, said Naruto with pure determination. And how will you do that? I'll become Hokage if I have to, but they will recognize my existence as Kazama. Naruto. Kazama, questioned Sarutobi. I'm a ninja now, I can protect myself from threats. I will not hide my heritage from anyone, said Naruto adamantly. So be it, said Sarutobi, writing a note on his desk. Now, do you feel comfortable enough with this to tell Harry? Of course, I could never hide anything from him. He's family. Sarutobi smiled before calling for Harry to come in. Harry entered and took his seat next to Naruto, and soon Naruto and the Hokage told him about the demon sealed inside him. So that's what that thing on your stomach is? Asked Harry. Cool, yeah, and Oja-san says that I can eventually learn to use him, said Naruto. Really? Hey, maybe that's why you heal so fast and you can wear so much more weight than I can, eh? Why your chakra control is so messed up. My control is not messed up, it's just difficult, said Naruto, struggling for the right words. Exactly, messed up, said Harry with a grin. Naruto sighed. Yeah, messed up. Well, now that that bit of news is out of the way, I have your first mission, said Sarutobi, causing the pair to snap to attention and look at him. On the 15th you will both be leaving the 12 countries for the mainland. Both gasped. Harry, this is going to come as something of a shock, but you were born on the mainland. It is where you are from. Your parents lived there, grew up there, and were murdered there. Murdered? Asked Harry. Why wasn't I ever told? How did I come to be here then? Who did it? You weren't told because I promised that I would not tell you until it were time for you to return to that world. You came here because your mother wished it before she died. And to the last question, well, I believe my guest would be best to explain that. Sarutobi nodded to the corner where an old man wearing bright blue flowing robes was standing silently. Hello my boys, said Albus, I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is he serious? Asked Naruto in a whisper to Sarutobi. I am quite serious Naruto, said Albus, I had the great pleasure of teaching Harry's parents when they were your ages. Really? You knew my mum and dad? Asked Harry. Indeed I did, said Albus, they were splendid people with good hearts and great strength. So what do you want with us? Asked Naruto bluntly. Quote, I would like to offer you and Harry a place at Hogwarts to learn our arts, said Dumbledore with a smile. Why? Asked Naruto. We're ninja, isn't that enough? Well, I suppose I should tell you both a story, then, maybe you'll understand. Quote, Chapter 3, I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Long ago there was a wizard. He was an orphan that came to Hogwarts to learn witchcraft and wizardry. At the time, we did not know what he would become. After he finished Hogwarts he virtually disappeared from the world. Some say he spent time traveling and learning as much dark magic as he was able to. Others say that he was learning from the devil himself. Either way he became something twisted and evil. He created a name for himself, Voldemort. A name so feared that even now people are still afraid to speak his name. Why would you be afraid of a name? Asked Naruto as if it were simply stupid. I often wonder the same thing, said Albus. Anyway, some years later he began a war against good wizards, like your parents. He smiled at Harry who was completely engrossed. Many were killed and many more simply vanished without a trace, not a very good thing I should think. Eventual. Why there was rumor that Voldemort wanted to kill Harry's parents and so the Potters along with Harry went into hiding. Sadly, Voldemort found them and you. He killed your father first and then he went up to your room to kill you and your mother. Your mother died trying to protect you. For reasons that no one knows or completely understands he turned his wand on you, but as you can see, you're very much alive. I lived even though he killed my parents. Asked Harry, how is that possible? He used the one curse no one has ever survived before, the killing curse. When the curse struck you here, he pointed to the infamous scar. The spell rebounded and killed him instead. So he's dead? Asked Naruto. We're not really sure what he is. He is not alive and yet he is not dead either. One day, I fear he shall rise again and seek to finish what he began with your parents, said Dumbledore grimly. Then we'll just kill him before he can kill us, said Naruto confidently. And how will you fight him? We are shinobi you know, said Harry sarcastically, plus when we master your magic then we'll be unstoppable. He won't stand a chance. Albus smiled. So, you both wish to come to Hogwarts and learn? Of course we do old man, shouted Harry. Yeah, the Hokage gave us a mission and we never fail our missions, said Naruto. Not yet anyway, said Harry backing up his best friend and only family. Well, I think you have your answer, said Sarutobi, they will be ready to depart on the 15th. Thank you for your time, said Albus with a polite nod and smile. Well, then boys, be sure you finish registering as a shinobi. Tomorrow morning including your pictures for your village ids, said Sarutobi, enjoy the time you have left before you leave. I'll see you again in a few days. Naruto and Harry nodded and ran from the office. They had things to take care of. It simply wouldn't do to leave the village for so long and not perform at least one more giant prank. They are certainly spirited, said Albus. You have no idea, said Sarutobi with a bit of a devious smile, and after next week they are all yours. Sarutobi had to restrain himself from cackling like a madman. At the feeling that there is more to this than I would like to know, said Albuin upon seeing how pleased Sarutobi looked. Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, said Sarutobi. Break. You have the scrolls, asked Naruto as he and Harry scoured their apartment for all of the things they wanted to bring with them. I think so, said Harry checking his bag one more time. Do you have the scroll? Of course. That thing isn't leaving my sight. I don't care how weird it looks for me to be walking around with a giant scroll strapped over my shoulder, said Naruto adamantly before he ran into the room and came back out with the scroll across his back. Harry just smirked. Shut up, said Naruto annoyed. Let's go, we've got to meet the other Oji-san in Oji-san's office. Harry smiled and nodded, following Naruto away from their home and onto what was sure to be an amazing adventure. Naruto and Harry arrived within a few minutes to find Sarutobi and a man that could only be described as a giant. He's big, stated Naruto. Really big, added Harry as they looked up at a man that towered over them and the Hokage. He wore a long trench coat and had a black shaggy beard and mane of hair obscuring most of his face. Hello there, said the large man in a booming voice. Name's Rubeus Hagrid. Dumbledore sent me to fetch ya both. I'm Harry. Naruto. Right, then, let's a move on asked Hagrid, holding out an old shoe to them. Naruto and Harry both raise a curious eyebrow at the shoe. What is that? Asked Naruto finally. It's a portkey to take us to London, said Hagrid in his heavy English accent. Seeing they had no clue what he was talking about, he continued, just grab hold, would ya? Naruto looked at Harry and they both shrugged before grabbing hold. The giant too. Behind the navel jerked their world from existence. Upon landing, Naruto and Harry were both instantly on their feet and armed to the teeth to fight back against the unknown attacker. The only thing they saw was Hagrid scratching his head. I think you two are the first I e'er seen stay standin' after their first portkey, said Hagrid. What the hell was that thing? Demanded Naruto, not lowering his guard for an instant. Where the hell are we for that matter? Asked Harry, looking around his surrounding. In England now, said Hagrid as though it were obvious. What happened to the village? It's still there, I reckon, said Hagrid. That portkey just made us travel very far in a short amount of time. Was that thing magic? Asked Harry curiously. Yeah, it was. A powerful bit of magic too, said Hagrid. Can you do magic? Asked Naruto as he slipped his weapons back into concealment. I used to go to Hogwarts, but I was expelled in me third year. But good old Dumbledore kept me on as groundskeeper. I do things for him sometimes too, like picking up the 2OU, explained Hagrid, but, first things first. Dumbledore told me to get you some muggle clothes. Muggle? Asked Naruto. What's wrong with our clothes? Asked Harry as he looked himself and Naruto up and down. They wore what most shinobi wore. Sandals, black loose-fitting pants, chain mesh undershirt, t-shirt, and in Naruto's case, bright orange jacket. Muggles don't wear sandals, and you will need other clothes, said Hagrid as though he were reading from a script. In truth, he was given a list of answers to questions by Dumbledore. What's a muggle? Asked Naruto once again. Oh, right, non-magic folk, said Hagrid. Now come along, lots to do. Naruto and Harry obediently followed Hagrid through a store where they bought comfortable trainers and then to clothing shop for jeans and other shirts and winter clothes. These shoes suck, complained Harry. Yeah, I can hardly move my feet in them, said Naruto. How am I supposed to fight in this crap? Yeah, we'd get our asses kicked in these, said Harry, equally annoyed. I'm just doing what Dumbledore told me to do, said Hagrid. I'm sir. Once we get you two back to Hogwarts, you'll be able to go back to wearing your other clothes again. Fine, said both boys, pouting. Now, we're gonna stay tonight in the Leaky Cauldron and then in the mornin' I'll be talkin' ye both to get school things, said Hagrid, more than a little exasperated with the pair. That night Hagrid decided to get a room to himself so he could get a break from the duo. Luckily, because it was so late when they arrived, there was no one there to bother the pair. Naruto and Harry woke up the next morning with the sun as usual. Where's the damn sun? Demanded Naruto. This country sucks, said Harry. I know it's morning, my body tells me as much, but there's no bloody sun. This magic shit better be worth it, said Naruto, pissed off. Come on, we need to do our morning training, said Harry, getting up and getting dressed. Naruto and Harry were soon racing through the halls of the inn to see who would be first down the stairs. Hey, yelled Harry to the bartender, you with the rag and mugs. Tom looked at the pair in confusion before pointing at himself. What's that? Are you youngsters talking to me? Yeah, where the hell can we train at? Asked Naruto, jumping up on the counter and looking the man in the eyes even though he was squinting. Train? Asked the bartender. You know, run, stretch, and the like. Asked Harry, wondering just how stupid these British people were. Oh, well, you could go out into London and do that, but it's awfully crowded. You could always go back into the alley. This time of the morning there won't be many people there, said Tom the bartender. Sounds good. Now how do we get there? Asked Naruto. Follow me boys, said the bartender, only too happy to get away from Naruto staring at such close range. The bartender showed them out to an empty yard where he tapped a few bricks, which Harry and Naruto made sure to memorize. Once the door opened, Naruto and Harry ran off at full speed, chakra enhanced of course, much to the great shock of Tom. He barely heard them yell back a quick, thanks. Naruto and Harry ran the length of both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley several times that morning. However, feeling the evil that just radiated from Nocturne Alley, they ran along the walls of the buildings where no one was looking. They returned to the inn a bit later, sweaty and ready to eat breakfast. Yo, got any ramen? Asked Harry to the bartender. Ramen, what's that? Asked Tom. Harry and Naruto both went wide-eyed in shock. You know, noodles, miso, pork, beef, and shrimp. Asked Naruto, praying that it was maybe called something else. Never heard of it, said the bartender with a shrug. No, screamed Naruto and Harry together. What's all this? Asked Hagrid as he entered the bar area, to find Naruto and Harry screaming as if they were in pain. Take us back, said Naruto, attaching himself to Hagrid's leg. We can't stay here any longer, said Harry, attaching himself to Hagrid's other leg. What? Why not? Asked Hagrid. They don't have ramen, said Naruto as though he was saying something evil. What's that? Asked Hagrid. Only the single greatest food in the world, said Har. Why suddenly separating himself from Hagrid as if he had the plague? This place is evil, said Naruto with a shiver. We gave this place a chance, but this is the last straw. Yeah, take us back now, said Harry. Boys, I got orders and talkin'. You two back is not in them, said Hagrid. Besides, don't you two have a mission or something? Naruto and Harry seemed to steal their resolve. Fine, we'll eat your food, but we don't have to like it, said Harry. Finally Naruto turned to Harry. And you said we didn't need to pack any instant ramen. That this place would have ramen. You said. I know what I said, said Harry. And clearly I was wrong. Next time we go back home and have to come back here, we're packing a year's supply each, said Naruto as though it settled the argument. Why are you two so sweaty? Asked Hagrid, finally sitting down at a table to eat breakfast. Morning workout, said Harry. What's that? Asked Hagrid. Running, stretching, sparring, chakra control exercises, and other things, explained Naruto. I don't care whatever, said Hagrid with a shrug as he signaled to Tom that he was ready to order. 2 hours later all three were fed and cleaned up and dressed in the uncomfortable, hard to move in clothes that they bought the day before. Now come on you two, we got stuff to do, said Hagrid, leading them back into Diagon Alley. Naruto and Harry followed Hager. It silently, just itching to pull out a kunai and loosen up their clothing their way. Despite Hagrid's protests, Naruto and Harry refused to step outside their room without their weapons pouch strapped to their legs. He won the argument about their bandanas and instead convinced them to wear it around their arms. First stop is Gringotts Bank, said Hagrid. Why? Asked Harry. You'll be needin' money to buy all our school things, said Hagrid. Oh, said Harry, following along obediently, trying not to fidget too much. Once inside the bank, Naruto and Harry were both wide-eyed once more upon seeing the odd-looking creatures. Here to make a withdrawal from the Potter Vault, said Hagrid to the head goblin. Key? Asked the goblin. Hagrid handed over a single little gold key. I'm also here T. Oh, get the, you know what, in vault, you know which. Very well then, said Goblin, Griphook. Within seconds a small goblin rushed over to the group, take them to the Potter Vault and then to here. He handed the small goblin a note. Yes sir, said Griphook with a nod. The cart ride was interesting to say the least. Naruto and Harry kept asking the goblin to make it go faster while Hagrid turned an interesting shade of green. Key please, said the goblin to Harry, who had since been given his key. Harry handed it over and then, much like Naruto, dropped his jaw upon seeing the inside. There were piles of gold and silver. We're rich, shouted Naruto before he started doing a little happy dance. Harry though just dove head first into the gold as though to swim in it. Stop playin' you two, fill your money bags and let's go, said Hagrid, exasperated by the pair. Soon enough they were both loaded up with gold and silver coins and in the cart to the next stop. Griphook got out of the cart and moved towards the door. Naruto and Harry though both got a chill down their spines. The door swung open slowly to reveal a cloaked man bending over to collect a grubby brown little package. "Intruder!" shouted Griphook running toward an alarm button. He didn't make it very far when he was struck down by a flash of green light. Hagrid though began to trundle forward towards the intruder only to stop short when his two subordinated rushed past him. Naruto slid low on the ground kicking out one leg sending the little brown package skyward where Harry was already waiting to grab it. He took it in his hand and bounced off the ceiling just in time to dodge another flash of green light. By now Naruto had recovered from his slide and had begun to sweep the legs of the attacker only for the cloaked man to seemingly float backwards away from him. Naruto followed up with a barrage of shuriken which tore through the cloak to reveal no one there. "Kawarimi?" questioned Naruto on alert for the attacker. Harry appeared with his back to Naruto also on high alert. The sound of people or rather goblins rushing down the tunnel though let them know for certain that whoever the attacker was would be long gone by now. "No, I think he's gone," said Harry starting to relax a bit. "Yo, Hagrid, you okay?" asked Naruto donning a bright smile. "Fine," said Hagrid more than a little shaken after seeing the two boys fight off that thing so easily. "What about Griphook?" asked Harry. "He got hit with that green light." "The killing curse I'm afraid," said a rather tall goblin as he entered the vault. "So he's dead?" asked Harry with a swallow. "Yes," said the goblin. "Was the thief able to take anything?" "I don't think so," said Harry holding out the package. "That is very good," said the goblin. "Dumbledore was supposed to have come and collect this thing 2 weeks ago." "Sorry 'bout that," said Hagrid. "I was delayed 'cause I had to pick up these two young'uns." "I see," said the goblin rather severely. "Here's the package then, sir," said Harry holding it out to the goblin. "I think it would be if you gave that to your large friend," said the goblin. Harry handed it over to Hagrid who quickly pocketed it. "Come on you two, we should be goin' nothing more we can do, Harry and Naruto followed Hagrid out to the cart where a different goblin was waiting to take them back to the surface. "You two all right?" asked Hagrid concerned. "I mean about the goblin being killed." "It happens," said Naruto with a shrug. "We're shinobi, we're trained for this kind of thing," added Harry with an equal shrug. "Besides, it's not like we knew him," said Naruto. "And he died doing his job, occupational hazard as far as we're concerned," said Harry nonchalantly. Hagrid was unsure of what to make of the pair. No wizard he ever knew had dealt with death so easily. Once they were back out on the streets Hagrid left them at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions while he went for a pick-me-up. "Hogwarts then?" asked a friendly-looking elderly woman. "Yep," said Naruto. Harry nodded as well. "Right then, follow me," said the witch. They were led into an area where another boy was standing with pale blonde hair and a narrow nose. He gave off the impression that he thought he was better than everyone else. It reminded them both of Sasuke. "Hogwarts?" asked the boy in a snobby voice that just begged to challenge them. "Yep," said Naruto, not one to ever back down from a challenge. "Me too," said the boy. "Do you know what house you'll be then?" Well, no one really knows, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin." "What about you?" "Any house but Slytherin," said Naruto, not liking this boy at all. "You should reconsider that," said the boy. "The most powerful are all from Slytherin." "You know who was from Slytherin, you know." "All the more reason not to be in Slytherin," said Harry, finding his backbone again. "My only goal in life is to permanently destroy that piece of shit Voldemort and every one of his followers, and I'll start with you if I have to." The blonde was a bit taken aback by the boy's attitude. "You fool, you'll only be killed by him." "He's already tried that now, hasn't he?" said Harry, "and look where that left him." "Wait, are you Harry Potter?" asked the blonde. "What if he is?" asked Naruto, positioning himself for a pincer attack with Harry if necessary. "You should follow him then, he could teach you great things. You know more than that mudblood lover Dumbledore ever could," said the boy. "Somehow I doubt that," said Harry confidently. Their conversation was interrupted when the witch came in again. "You're all done, now off with you." With that the blonde hopped off the stool and left the shop, but not before sneering at the duo. Quote, If we see him at school, he and his friends are target number one for any and all pranks, said Naruto. Total humiliation, said Harry just as icily. Now you sound like your father, said the witch. I remember when he first came in here for his school robes. Such a handsome young boy, but he also had a great knack for getting into trouble. Harry smiled brightly at that. He liked pranks then. Liked them. He turned it into an art form, said the witch as she took Harry's measurement and then Naruto's. We're going to have work cut out for us then, said Naruto. We can't shame your father's legacy now, can we? Absolutely not, said Harry with a grin. There you are, dears, all done, said the witch, handing them each a box. When they got outside, they found Hagrid waiting for them. All done? He asked. Yep. Where to next? Asked Naruto. Well, we should probably get you both a trunk for all of your things, said Hagrid as he showed them just across the alleyway to another shop. Minutes later they both left with a rather disgruntled Hagrid. The pair just couldn't get a standard trunk like regular kids. No, they had to get something unique, just like them. To see Naruto walking out of the shop, Wammer trunk was enough, but then to that Harry's own emerald green trunk. Hagrid stood out on his own already, but this was a bit too much attention for his taste. Shrinkum would ye? Asked Hagrid, feeling uncomfortable with the staring people. Fine, said Naruto and Harry, pushing a little button on their trunks, causing them to shrink to the size of a matchbox with a small pop. They decided that not only did they have to get unique trunks, but that they needed some extra features, like multiple compartments, shrinking, electrocuting security system, built-in weapons racks in one of the compartments. It just had to be useful for a ninja, otherwise there was no point in them buying it. Next stop, books, said Hagrid with a sigh of relief. There was no way they could cause trouble in there. Little did he know. Yo, Obasan, said Naruto to the elderly lady working behind the counter. Did you need help finding your school books? No, we got all those. We need books on fighting with magic, said Harry. You mean dueling? Asked the lady. Sure, said Naruto with a shrug. Oh, and anything about making traps, said Harry as an afterthought. Traps? Asked the lady curiously. Yep, said Naruto with a giant grin. Let me see what we have, said the woman as she left the counter in search of what the boys were looking for. She finally came back with a small assortment of books. These are too simple. We need complex stuff. Stuff we can use to fight against. Naruto paused, unsure of how to explain who he'd be fighting. Voldemort, said Harry quite strongly. The woman gasped before looking at Harry and then naturally up to the scar on his forehead. Hey, stop looking at my cousin's scar, yelled Naruto, drawing the attention of the entire shop. I'm sorry, the woman said hastily, not wanting to cause a scene more so than Naruto had already done. I think I have some advanced books in the reserved section. Let me just go get them. She hurried into the back and returned a few minutes later with another stack of books. This time Naruto and Harry were both pleased with her selection. The Assassin's Guide to Dueling, The Death Trap of Magic, Making Death Eat Shit, Pain, and More Pain. Those will do, said Harry with a smile. Well, you have to be 18 to buy them, but, because you're, well, I'll sell them to you, at a discount, said the witch, cautious, observing Harry and Naruto's attitude. For some reason she felt an overwhelming amount of fear when she looked at either of them. After Naruto and Harry put their book selections away and paid, of course they met up with Hagrid again outside. I love Kanashibari no Jutsu, said Naruto with a grin. I know, a little goes such a long way with these people, said Harry. What's that? Asked Hagrid. Nothing much, said Harry, smiling. Secret for us, said Naruto with an equally devious smile. Right, well, let's go see about wands then, saw it. Hagrid worried that if went inside the bookshop he'd regret it. Ah, I was wondering when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter, said a creepy old guy. Another weird old Oji-san, said Naruto. Ah, and we have another, don't we, said the man. Right, well, we need wands or whatever, said Harry, trying to avoid eye contact with the old man. This here is Mr. Ollivander, he makes the best wands out there, said Hagrid with a smile. Let's start with you, Mr. Potter, said Ollivander, handing him a wand which he snatched away just as quickly. Soon Ollivander had built up a rather large pile of wands that he obviously didn't like for Harry. Most difficult. I wonder. Suddenly he vanished into the back only to return a moment later with another box. Harry took the wand from within and felt a surge of chakra flow through him and the wand shoot of red and gold sparks. Curious, very curious, said Ollivander. What's curious? Asked Harry. That wand in your hand holds a feather of a phoenix. That very same phoenix has only ever given one other feather, just one. What's curious about that? Because you see, that feather resides in the same wand that gave you that scar, said Ollivander ally trying to freak out the occupants of the room. Cool, said Naruto, that should mean this wand is ultra powerful then, right? Indeed, I think we can come to expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. Great things indeed, for after all, he too did great things. Terrible yes, but great. Okay, you are really freaky, said Naruto. Ollivander suddenly turned on Naruto. Now for you, boy, tell me, what is your name? I'm Kazama Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure, and I will be acknowledged, shouted Naruto. Did you say Hokage? Asked Ollivander. Yeah, what if I did? Asked Naruto. Inside he as angry with himself for letting his identity slip out so easily. I've not had a shinobi in this shop for many years, said Ollivander. Would I be correct in assuming that Mr. Potter has also been trained in the hidden arts? Does it make a difference? Asked Naruto. It may, said Ollivander with a grin. You see, some years ago, Mr. Potter's mother came in here with a shinobi, her cousin I believe. She was showing him around the wizarding world. I had the opportunity to speak with him a bit, and then I saw him use some of your magic, or as you call it, chakra. I was amazed to say the least. But something struck me as odd about the entire situation. He used nothing to focus his magic except his hand, and even then the magic was very wild, very raw. I began to think to myself, perhaps there is a better way for them to focus their magic powers that would give them more control. As a result, I experimented with the idea for years. Finally, I created a few items of interest. Ollivander then silently exited the room before returning with a few boxes. These are much like wands, but each is also very unique. He set the 6 boxes on the table. It took me a very long time to find the right materials for these to work, and they are still rather untested, but, well, perhaps you could test them for me. Ollivander then opened each box, placing the lid underneath each. Inside each box was a pair of fingerless gloves. They are designed in a way I thought would most suit people of your profession. Naruto and Harry looked at each other curiously. Go on, try them on, find the pair that best suits you, said Ollivander to Harry. What are they? Asked Harry, looking at them closer. I mean, what are they made of? Ollivander smiled. This first pair is made of unicorn hairs, while the protective plate on the back is made of ground horn of unicorn. Not overly powerful, but very fine control. The second pair is made from the skin of a basilisk. The knuckles are made from the tips of basilisk fangs. Quite powerful and not helpful with control, but very poisonous and deadly indeed. The third pair is made from unicorn hair once again, but this time that of a foal. Extreme power and control, however it is not very durable. I think it would be best used by someone who uses great finesse in their attacks. The fourth pair was made from the skin of a Chinese fireball dragon, highly flame resistant. Also quite flame friendly. They seem to burn anyone hit by them. Most unique if I do say so myself, though for some reason they only burn the flesh others if you so choose, which is good I suppose. Harry grabbed them up and slipped them on without a second thought. Harry's hands glowed red for an instant before calming. They seem to be agreeable to you, Mr. Potter. You will have to let me know if you are ever able to completely master their usage and control, said Mr. Ollivander. What about the last 2? Asked Naruto, whose eyes hadn't left the last pair in the row. Ply felt drawn to them from reasons he couldn't explain. The 5th pair is made from the hide of a werewolf. Very finicky about its user, there are hidden claws embedded in the fingertips. It is durable and I think requires good control. The last is the prize of this collection. In your land I do believe there are demons that still roam free, wreaking havoc and destruction. Yes. It cost MNE to GE. My hands the materials to make this pair. What are they made of? Asked Naruto, not wanting to hear the answer but needing to. I had a theory when I first began to make these that perhaps if I use material from one of the demons that it would give the shinobi using them the powers of the demon, or at least the strength to fight against the demon. I never dreamed that I would actually get hold of these materials, but then some 9 or so years ago I found someone selling the material for these gloves, claiming they were from the remains of one of the great demons of the Antarctic enclave. I was doubtful, of course, but then when I tested them, well, I was amazed. I happily paid the man his asking price and made these shortly thereafter. What demon? Demanded Naruto. These were made from the fur of Kyubi no Kitsune, the great 9-tailed fox demon. However, they do not seem to work for anyone who has ever tried them, not that many have before. They seem to give off the most eerie aura I've ever felt. Would you like to try them? Naruto was very hesitant. He could feel a great pull towards them, but he was afraid of what putting them on might do. Would it affect the seal? He quickly shook that thought from his head. He had to trust that his father knew what he was doing. Naruto hesitantly nodded his head before he picked them up out of the box. Already he could feel the power being pulled through his system by the gloves. He slowly put them on. They were a perfect fit. Kyubi's fur felt very soft, but the stitching was so precise and accurate that it looks more like orange-red leather. Naruto's skin felt like it was on fire for an instant, but it vanished just as quickly. What he didn't realize was that he was glowing with energy as soon as they made contact with his skin. I don't believe we need to look further for someone capable of using those gloves, said Ollivander, trying to remain calm in the sight of such overwhelming power. Naruto, whispered Harry, are you okay? I feel fine, said Naruto. No, better than fine. Try to take control of your chakra, it's going everywhere, said Harry calmly. Naruto closed his eyes for a second and concentrated on reining in the chakra he now knew was coming off of him in waves. Only a moment later he ceased glowing and his power came under control, though it could be felt still bubbling just below the surface. Well now, that was most interesting. Now let us see about a wand. I have a good idea where to begin, said Ollivander, leaving and returning with another box. The wand in the box was very unusual, especially in appearance. It was bright orange in color and was slightly longer than the average wand. 9 inches long, foxwood, heartstrings of the Kyubi. Naruto swallowed once again before taking the wand in hand. Once again he felt an enormous rush of chakra overload his senses and erupt from his body. This time the eruption was so great that it took the physical presence in the shape of a fox head over him and 9 tails behind him. Naruto actually howled as the power filled him and fought for dominance within him. It took minutes for Naruto to rein in the foreign power and go in control once again, but in that short time the chakra had destroyed most of Ollivander's shop. I would say that wand was meant for you, my boy, said Ollivander, peeking his head out from behind his shelter. I'm sorry for the damage, said Naruto sheepishly, though still struggling to gain his bearing on the power that now flowed through his veins. Think nothing of it, my boy, said Ollivander. I'm just glad you were able to tame it. Me too, said Naruto, though it was obvious from the concentration on his face that he was still trying to tame it. I think we can expect great things from the both of you, said Ollivander. How much do we owe ye, Mr. Ollivander? Asked Hagrid, curious. I'll bill you, said Ollivander as he took in all the damage to his shop. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will make everything right, said Hagrid, ushering the boys quickly out of the shop. You boys can't make anything simple, can ye? Asked Hagrid a while later after he'd finished helping them get the remainder of their supplies. Not really, no, said Harry with a grin. Naruto, though, wasn't grinning. He was still greatly concentrated on gaining full control of the power inside him bursting to get out. We need to go somewhere secluded, said Naruto finally. Far away from people, please. Naruto suddenly dropped to his knees, trying to keep the wisps of chakra that were beginning to appear again under his control. Hagrid looked greatly worried. I'll get Dumbledore. It was only minutes later that Dumbledore and Hagrid reappeared to find Naruto breathing heavily and Harry unable to approach Bako. Say of the magic barrier Naruto put up around himself accidentally. Hagrid, please take Harry inside now, said Dumbledore, doing his best to contain his fear. What about Naruto? Yelled Harry as he tried to fight against Hagrid's grip. I'll take care of him, said Albus, anything but confident. Albus began to approach Naruto and fight through the chakra that was keeping people at a distance from him. It took every last ounce of power he had to get to the boy and take hold of him long enough to side-along apparate the boy into the forbidden forest. It was good that he did too, because only Seiko NDS after landing Albus was blasted away from Naruto as the power erupted all around the boy, ripping up trees and plants, completely scouring the forest floor of everything as well. What is this? Dumb. Blador asked only to himself as the energy around Naruto exploded into bright colors of red and blue. The two were fighting each other for dominance and the red was winning quite easily. But more amazing was that Naruto didn't seem to be in pain anymore as the red began to win out over the blue. He knew the chakra belonged to Kyuubi, but he couldn't sense the Kyuubi breaking free or taking control of Naruto. Albus watched for hours as the red and blue battled. The blue continually tried to come back only to be quickly absorbed or replaced by the red. Eventually the energies calmed and the blue stopped coming back. Only the red remained, and even that was coming under control and retreating to the confines of Naruto's body. Finally Naruto's body relaxed and collapsed to the forest floor. Albus approached him cautiously before scooping him up into his arms and rushing him to the hospital wing. Something most interesting just happened and he wanted to know what it was. "Poppy!" yelled Albus as he entered the ward. "What is it, Albus?" asked the elderly woman as she rushed out of her office. "Hurry! Check him over from head to toe," said Albus with a great sense of urgency. Poppy started casting several spells, many that Albus knew and others that he didn't. "This just can't be," said Poppy finally before doing some of the tests again. "Is he okay?" "He seems fine, but this simply cannot be," said Poppy once again, not believing the test results. "What is it, Poppy?" "His entire magical core network has been rapidly destroyed and completely rebuilt," said Poppy. "What do you mean? How could that be?" asked Albus. He had a hunch how it happened, but she didn't need to know that. "Okay, so the normal human body has a very specifically designed body to regulate the flow of magic through their body. Every body is exactly the same, well, for the most part anyway. That is why we know what spells we can and cannot use on an individual. All of my tests tell me that he is in perfect health, except that his magic flow is different from every single human on the planet," said Poppy. "What happened to this boy?" "It doesn't matter. I need to know now if this will make him dangerous," said Albus. "Dangerous how?" asked Poppy. "Dangerous as in he could explode." "No. Dangerous in that he now has more magic and a more potent magic flowing through him than any other human, yourself included." "Absolutely." "Will he be able to control his magic?" asked Albus. "From what I can see from the tests is that his new magic network is flowing faster and strong before, however, it is still rather uncontrolled. That is probably the only risk we have to worry over until he can gain complete control." "Now you tell me, what has happened to this boy?" demanded Poppy. "He got his wand today and his body reacted rather badly," said Albus. "Then why did Ollivander let him keep it?" "The wand was right for him, but it seems that the wand forced his body to change to be able to control it," said Albus. "I'm not sure how it caused it and I doubt we will ever really know. Lying was an art, one that Albus Dumbledore had mastered long ago." "Well, at least he seems to be okay," said Poppy, "but don't why. Oh, you dare think of letting this boy out of the hospital for the next week until we can be sure that there are no lasting side effects." Albus was about to argue when he saw how serious she was. "Very well then, I will leave him to your care." Quote, "Harry," mumbled Naruto in his sleep, causing Albus to smile. "I must go and rescue Hagrid now from young Naruto's cousin, who I have no doubt is quite upset right now," said Albus with a smile before he calmly exited the hospital ward. Albus arrived at the leaky cauldron to the sound of some very loud crashes and explosions. "Dumbledore, thank Merlin you're here," said a rather shaken-looking Auror. "What is happening here?" asked Albus, not liking the answer he knew was coming. "There is a young boy throwing a terrific temper tantrum, tearing the place apart," said the Auror. "And that warrants a full division of Aurors?" asked Albus. "He's walking on walls, throwing knives, lighting things on fire. It is complete chaos in there," said the Auror. "I will take care of it. You and your division may leave now. Oh, and do me a small favor and forget that this ever happened," said Albus with a smile at his former student. "Only because it's you, sir," said the Auror before he called off his men. Thank you, Jonathan. Do say hello to your wife and daughter for me, said Albus as he entered the building only to have to dodge a dozen knives and throwing stars. Give me back Naruto, yelled Harry from a very well-concealed position. Harry, it's Albus Dumbledore. Where is Naruto? Give him back now, demanded a very upset shinobi. He's fine, Harry. I will take you to him now if you want, offered Albus. You swear? Asked Harry. I promise, Harry, said Albus in a gentle calming voice. Harry suddenly stepped out into sight just behind Albus. He's okay. Really? He's fine, said Albus turning to the young boy. He could see that Harry was extremely upset by the tear streaks on his cheeks. Take my hand. Harry reluctantly took Albus' hand, only to vanish and reappear outside of a large iron gate. Come along, Harry, said Albus leading the way. Harry followed along calmly but having a knife in hand and at the ready. Albus led him inside, and to the hospital wing to the peacefully sleeping Naruto. As soon as Harry saw him he ran as fast as he could to his cousin's side to check him over. He's just sleeping, Harry, said Albus. What happened to him? Asked Harry, quite a bit calmer now. You know about his prisoner? Asked Albus. The dumb fox. What did it do? Asked Harry. Naruto's wand and glove had a unique interaction when it came in contact with the fox in Naruto. As a result, his entire magical core, or as you would say chakra system, was destroyed and rebuilt to better manage the fox's chakra, explained Albus as simply as possible. So will he be a lot stronger or just a little? Asked Harry, because that fox was supposed to be super strong. He currently has more magic than he will know what to do with. I must warn you to be careful with Naruto. He will probably have some control issues for a while until he gets used to it, explained Albus. Harry though just smirked. Just give us the 2 weeks in that forest out there and he'll be fine. Albus raised a curious eyebrow. Whatever do you mean, Harry? We have some things we can do to redevelop his control very quickly, said Harry. Oji-san said that something might happen when he came into contact with your magic. And why didn't he tell me as much? Asked Albus, slightly annoyed. He wasn't sure if it would happen, so he didn't want to worry you unnecessarily, Harry said. I'm just glad he didn't die from it. That much chakra exhaustion can kill, you know. Albus just sighed. These two were turning into a rather large handful and the term had not even begun. Harry, I cannot just allow the pair of you to go into the forest unsupervised. There are dangers in there that I do not wish either of you to be subjected to at such a young age. We can handle it, protested Harry. I cannot allow it. We will have to find another way, said Albus, ending all possibility of future discussion on the matter. Fine, said Harry before he looked concentrated. What if we stayed in the castle and you went with us to the forest for a few hours a day? You're not going to give up on this, are you? Asked Albus. No, said Harry, simply crossing his arms. So be it. I, however, will not be able to accompany you. One of my staff will go in my stead, said Albus with a heavy sigh. Not safe, said Harry. You're risking letting out our past. It has to be you. We got orders to follow. Albus sighed again. You could always trust us to go alone, said Harry, knowing he had Dumbledore cornered. Very well, I will accompany you both myself, said Dumbledore with a sigh, seeing no other way. For if it ever got out to the public what exactly these two children were, he would be finished and an even larger war would be likely to ensue, enveloping the whole world. Good. Then we can start as soon as Naruto wakes up, said Harry with a Cheshire grin that spoke volumes of the kind of trouble these two would soon be involved in. Harry, we must wait until school starts in 2 weeks. If he is as messed up as you say he is, he's going to need every bit of time available to him to get control of his chakra, said Harry, not giving the headmaster the slightest chance to argue. That for everyone's sake. Albus sighed once more. He was being forced into taking on Madame Pomfrey for these boys. It was something that in all his years he'd rarely done because he so feared the repercussions. It is a little-known fact that when Poppy Pomfrey attended Hogwarts, she was such a prankster that she put the combined efforts of the Marauders to complete and utter shame. Some of Albus' own friends after teaching even remembered her and would often complain of the flashbacks they suffered from teaching her before they all passed away. So be it, Harry, saw it. Albus with a slight shuddered at what was to come now. Harry just smiled as he watched Dumbledore march as with his head held high towards the office. Once the office door, there was a few moments Silence followed shortly thereafter by a loud screech of anger and disbelief, which was then followed up with a rather long rant. After a while Dumbledore exited the office with slumped shoulders and a resigned feeling. He approached Harry slowly as though trying to build up courage once more. Poppy has agreed. However, she insists that he return here at least 5 times a day for a thorough examination. What? Demanded Harry. Do you have any idea how much time that will waste? That could waste hours. That just won't do. Go back and you tell her it's not going to work. We'll just skip out if we have to. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped once more as he ventured back to Poppy's office. Harry couldn't help chuckling to himself. This Ojasan was way too easy to manipulate. Dumbledore came back a short while later and offered them 2 checkups a day, before and after. Harry agreed to that but still had to feign displeasure or Dumbledore would have been onto his game. Finally, Harry settled down onto the cot next to Naruto's and fell asleep to await the next day and hopefully Naruto's awakening. Break. Naruto was not feeling on top of his game. Those 2 magical items really messed him up. It felt as though his insides had been burned out and then left to smolder for several long hours. When he did come to great about it, he was in a dimly lit corridor with a good 2 inches of standing water. What the hell? Asked one peeved little boy as he sat up sorely. Looking around, Naruto could see nothing but an endless corridor of pipes and standing water. So Naruto stood and followed the only string of lights in hopes of finding an exit. Finally, after what felt like hours, Naruto found himself before a well-lit giant gate with a single sheet of paper reading, "Seal," holding it closed. "Bastard child," yelled an enraged voice from inside the cage as it clawed and slammed against the cage trying to break free. "How dare you come here? How dare you come face me after defiling me in such a way? What the hell are you talking about?" asked Naruto, staring in awe of the Kyuubi. He was now no longer any bigger than Naruto and could easily slip through the bars except or the fact that every time he tried he slammed hard into an invisible barrier. "You defiled me. Look at what I, the greatest of the yokai, have been reduced to," snarled the angry fox. "I thought you'd be bigger," said Naruto, scratching his head, only managing to piss off the fox even more. "I was until you came and fucked with me," howled the angry fox. "How dare you show your face here after what you did to me?" "What did I do again?" asked Naruto. "You've reduced my magnificent stature to that of a child," yelled the angry fox. "How did I do that?" "Those things," growled Kyuubi, looking at the glove and wand pointedly. "Still don't get it," said Naruto, scratching his head. Kyuubi just growled and slammed into the cage again harder than before. "You wretched boy, if only I could kill you. But you can't. So instead of getting all pissed off, why don't you tell me exactly what I did to piss you off so much?" suggested Naruto, "because clearly I still don't understand. Those items, pieces of my worldly existence, forced my body to bind to yours more than this seal could ever have. We now share the same chakra," said Kyuubi, "and as a result you turned me into but a kid again." "So, you're like really weak now?" asked Naruto. "No, fool. I am still Kyuubi, but I now joined emotionally and physically to you because you have bonded with those items. So, I'm like really strong now. Does this mean I'll look like a fox?" "Idiot," screamed Kyuubi, "your chakra is more potent and far deadlier than before, but it is also completely uncontrolled. You will have to learn to control our chakra again." "Cool, but what about the fox part?" asked Naruto. This time Kyuubi banged his head into the wall several times in frustration. "No, I would never allow you to look like one as grand as myself. I would never give away my appearance or physical strengths to you." "What about the whisker marks then?" asked Naruto. "I just wanted the villagers to have some reminder that I'm still in here and I will have my revenge," howled Kyuubi, this time laughed maniacally. "Right, so did you make me look like a fox?" Kyuubi's howl stopped and he fell over with a sweat drop. "Only your eyes. You cannot possibly hope to control and use my power if you cannot see properly." "No, not my blue eyes," screamed Naruto in horror. "Baka Yaro," mumbled Kyuubi, "your eye color did not change, foolish brat. Only your pupil shape. They're still blue," perked up Naruto, quickly forgetting his wailing. "Quick, give me a mirror." Kyuubi returned to banging his head into the wall. "Never mind, I can see my reflection in the water," said Naruto, studying his face and eyes. They were indeed fox-like now, but his beautiful cerulean blue shined through clearly. Naruto sighed in relief. Oh, thank Kami. It was then Naruto noticed Kyuubi banging his head into the wall. Hey, Baka Kitsune, why are you banging your head into the wall? I'm trying to make myself stupider so you can understand me, said Kyuubi, just dripping with sarcasm. Can I help? Asked Naruto with a grin at the thought of getting a bit of revenge for his father and mother. No, yelled Kyuubi, angry with the brat. So, why am I here exactly? Asked Naruto finally. Kyuubi studied Naruto for a bit. Well, more glared at Naruto before turning away and sighing. I don't know, but your stench is beginning to bother me. Hey, I don't stink, it must be you, said Naruto, pointing an accusing finger at the fox. All humans stink to a fox, said Kyuubi, annoyed. So, is that why you attacked Konoha? Asked Naruto. Kyuubi narrowed his eyes and looked closely at Naruto. I was hungry. Naruto just swallowed and paled a bit. You were hungry. I don't eat often. Konoha just happened to be the closest all-you-can-eat buffet to where I was at the time, said Kyuubi with a fond grin. I would have preferred some smaller village, honestly. Shinobi tend to get stuck in my teeth because of all their weapons and armor. Naruto really paled this time, but then his resolve suddenly returned. Fine, if it was just a meal to you, then it's time for you to pay your bill. And how do you suggest I do that? Asked Kyuubi. Chakra, said Naruto. Baka, you already have instant access to all of my chakra, said Kyuubi, shaking his head at the boy's stupidity. I do, asked Naruto. We've already been over this. That glove and wand bonded you to me. It destroyed your chakra pathways and replaced them with one comparable to my own, yelled Kyuubi angrily. Oh, well, you still gotta pay up, said Naruto, and we'll add rent to the list while we're at it. Kyuubi actually laughed. You're dumb as a box of shit, boy, but you've got balls of titanium. I'll give you that. What's titanium? Asked Naruto as he scratched his head. Kyuubi just closed his eyes and answered through gritted teeth. Very strong metal. Oh, said Naruto. So, what can you pay me then? You figure it out, said Kyuubi, settling down to nap. Okay, so chakra is pointless since I have all of it, but what else could he give me? Asked Naruto out loud and to himself. What could an old demon give me that I don't already have? Kyuubi, only half listening, grumbling, mumbled out loud. I'm stuck in something with less intelligence than some damn monkey. He asks what a million-year-old demon with millions of years of knowledge and experience can give him when I'm stuck in some dumb ass cage. Naruto, though, was listening very carefully to the Kyuubi's mumbling. Hey, now that's a good idea. You can teach me with your millions of years of knowledge and stuff. Kyuubi looked at Naruto again. Half of him wanted to start running his head into the wall again for being so stupid as to give away the answer. The other half of himself couldn't help but feel a bit pride towards his vessel for tricking him like that. What could I possibly teach an imbecile like you? Asked Kyuubi. You're simply too stupid to learn anything from me. I am not, yelled Naruto. I know I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid. I can learn to do things, but it just takes me a bit longer. Kyuubi narrowed his eyes once more. Very well, I'll test you. You have 2 weeks to learn to control our chakra properly. If you can accomplish that, I will give you something to learn. Master it in the time limit I set for you and I will teach you something else. If you ever fail to learn something I've set for you, I will never again teach you anything. Do we have an agreement? Naruto considered it before nodding. I agree. You'll come to regret that, boy, said Kyuubi as the room faded to black around Naruto. Naruto was a bit slow to open his eyes, and when he didn't like the blaringly clean white that seemed to surrounding. Naruto, yelled a voice only too familiar. Harry, shouted Naruto. You're all right then? Asked Harry, concerned for his only family. Yeah, I'm good, I think. I met the dumb fox, said Naruto. So do you know what's happening then? My chakra system, right? Asked Naruto. Kyuubi and I made a deal. I learned to control my chakra again, and in 2 weeks he'll teach me something. Really? Asked Harry. You'll teach me too, won't you? Of course, said Naruto with a grin, but come on. We gotta hurry and get chakra under control again. Harry then quickly had the deal was with the hospital ward and everything that Harry had learned. Naruto nodded with each bit of information. So go get the old lady and old man and let's get out of here already, said Naruto to his cousin. Harry smiled and ran back towards the office to summon the healer. Things were about to get really interesting. Chapter 4. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Why are we doing this again? Asked an impatient Harry to Hagrid as they walked through the train station. Dumbledore told you already. He wants you two to ride the train together to Hogwarts, explained the exasperated half-giant. But we were already at Hogwarts, protested Naruto. Yeah, we're wasting valuable training time, said Harry. There'll be plenty of time for that later, said Hagrid, now off with ya. He then forcefully shoved them through the barrier wall. How rude. EXCL. Aimed Naruto as he tumbled end over end, having tripped over a cart that he didn't see because of the illusion. Harry then helped his cousin stand again. It was then the duo realized they were surrounded by a large group of redheads. Hi. Yo, said Naruto with a wave and a smile, sorry about that. Didn't see the cart. Think nothing of it, dears, said the plump female redhead, first time to Hogwarts then. Not exactly, said Naruto with a pout. But you were first years, yes? Asked the woman. Yeah, said Harry, not sure how to interact with this woman. Then he saw a young red-he-ad girl near his own age, and suddenly all thought and words left him. Suddenly he was jerked away from the most beautiful sight that had ever befallen his eyes by Naruto. Come on, Harry, let's get on the train and get a seat before they're all gone. Naruto then grabbed Harry's arm, and rather than try and navigate between the crowd of redhead, he lightly leapt up and over the entire group before landing a few meters away and then sprinting towards the train with his cousin in tow. How'd they do that? Asked a pair of twins. Arthur, did that boy say Harry? Asked Molly to her husband. He's the spitting image of his father, said Arthur with a smile. Wait, Harry, as in Harry Potter? Asked Fred. The Harry Potter? Asked George. Defeater of you-know-who, Harry Potter? Asked Fred. The nay and only boy who vanished the same night he defeated you-know-who? Asked George. Now you boys listen to me very carefully, said Molly in a very threatening voice. You don't bother that boy. I don't want to hear anything about you bothering him at school. Because so help me if I find out. She left the threat hanging, knowing that her boys would probably not listen anyway, but at least it would have its effect on Ron and Percy. Mum, could I go see him again? Asked the littlest redhead. Ginny dear, you'll see him next year at school, said Molly. Come now, the train is leaving, on you get. With that, 4 children were ushered on to the train with a tearful goodbye from their mother. Naruto and Harry though managed to secure a cabin to themselves. Harry sat down in kind of a daze as he thought of the redhead girl he just met. Naruto though was busy with preparations. If anyone wanted to sit with them, they would have to earn it the hard way. Namely the victim, heiress. Object would have to survive one of their pranks in good humor. Naruto was quickly making preparation, expecting Harry to be doing the same thing. When Naruto looked to see Harry's progress, he was surprised to see Harry sitting with a stupid expression on his face. Naruto waved a hand in front of Harry's face but received no response. Finally he pinched both of Harry's cheeks really hard, which seemed to snap him out of it instantly because he punched Naruto in the face. Hey, that hurt, yelled Naruto once he stood up. What did you pinch me for? Demanded Harry, shaking his fist at Naruto. You weren't paying attention. It's like you were dreaming while you were awake, said Naruto, angry with his cousin. Harry's eyes glazed over again. I think I just met my future wife. Did you see her? Shish. He was so pretty with that fiery red hair and that cute little nose. Naruto though just looked at his cousin in an odd way. What's the matter with you? Naruto finally screamed in frustration. Snap out of it, man. You can drool over her later. Right now we've got work to do. That seemed to snap Harry out of it. I was not drooling. Then not so subtly he wiped the drool from his chin. Naruto just smirked. Let's get to work already, said Harry, trying to save what little image and dignity he had left. Not much later they had their first victim, visitor. It was the red-headed twins they had seen earlier. Oi, we heard the blonde say your name was Harry, said one redhead. Yeah, you wouldn't be Harry Potter, would you? Asked the other. Naruto and Harry though were trying best not to laugh at the twins, who were now wear hot pink clothes. Finally one twin looked at the other and shrieked, pointing a finger at the other. The other twin then looked at what he was pointing at and saw his clothes all turned hot pink. Then they both finally noticed the laughing Naruto and Harry. "Fred, dear brother," said one twin. "George, I do believe we've just been pranked," said the twin now known as Fred. "It would seem so," said George. "Revenge?" asked Fred. "I wouldn't recommend that," said Harry, calming his laughing. "This was just our way of saying hello to anyone who might come to bother me about my stupid scar. Yeah, if we really wanted to prank you, you would never have known it was us that pulled the prank," said Naruto, also calming his laughing. "So would I be right," began Fred, "to assume that you two," continued George, "are pranksters?" asked Fred. The pair smiled, the signature smile of a prankster. "Of course," they answered in unison. "George, I think we have at last found partners in our so important life's work," said Fred. "Fred, I do believe you're right," said George, wiping away an imaginary tear. "So, are you suggesting that we would work with you?" asked Harry with a grin. "I was thinking more of a competition," said Fred with a grin. "Competition?" asked Naruto with a grin. "Do tell." "One prank per week on an agreed-upon target," said Fred. "Best prank wins?" asked Harry. "Rules?" asked Naruto. "You lose instantly if you're caught," said Fred. "No targeting innocents," said Harry. "Define innocence," said George. "People undeserving unless it is a school-wide prank," said Naruto. "Right, so pretty much fair game," said Fred. "Pretty much," said Naruto with a grin. "Judges?" asked George. "Poppy Pomfrey," said Harry with a grin. In the 2-week period that Naruto and Harry had spent at Hogwarts, they had gotten to know Poppy quite well after they pranked her just once. After that it became a prank war between them. At the end of the 2 weeks they ended up calling a truce. "Madam Pomfrey?" asked George. "Yep, trust us, we've gotten to know her this week. She'll be a great judge based on how long it takes her to reverse whatever we've done to the subject," said Harry with a grin. "Fair enough," said George with a serious nod. "Well then, gentlemen, I believe the only thing that remains for our little encounter is proper introductions," said Fred. "Harry Potter," Harry said, holding out his hand to shake theirs as Dumbledore had taught them. "Kazama Naruto," said Naruto, holding out his hand the same as Harry. "Naruto Kazama," Harry corrected him. "Oh, right, Naruto Kazama," said Naruto, trying again. "Gred Weasley," said Fred, offering his hand. "Forge Weasley," said George, offering his hand. "Pleased to meet you, S. Aid Naruto and Harry with a grin at their first friends rivals. "Well now, we need to go see some of our other friends," said Fred. "Do you want us to put your clothes back?" asked Harry before they left. "Are you kidding me?" asked George. "We're considering turning our robes the same color for the welcoming feast," said Fred. George then stepped into the hall. "Oi, Ron, stop fooling around in the hall and come sit in here." "What happened to your clothes?" asked the Ed to be around their age. "We made some new friends," said Fred, joining his brother in the hall. "Now you go do the same." He then forcefully shoved Ron into the room, turning his clothes pink. "Arg," complained Ron, seeing his new appearance before he saw the two boys laughing at his misfortune. "It's not funny." "Yes it is," said Harry through his laughter. "So how come they didn't get you too?" asked the Ron. "We got them," said Naruto before he moved his hands quickly in a way that wasn't familiar to Ron, causing his clothes to turn back to normal. "Have a seat with us," said Harry, motioning to the open seat. "Thanks," said Ron shyly. "I'm Ron Weasley. Naruto Kazama, and that's my cousin Harry Potter, and so help me if you stare at his scar you'll be receiving a prank every day for the rest of your life," said Naruto, defensive of his only family. "So you really are Harry Potter?" asked Ron, trying his hardest not to look at the scar. "Yeah, don't mind Naruto. He's just protective," said Harry, showing him the scar. "Do you remember it?" asked Ron. Naruto just looked at him pointedly. "Just a bright green light," said Harry. "I don't remember much else about it, not that I'd want to." "Right, sorry I asked," said Ron. "Sometimes I'm just stupid about that kind of thing." "Meh," said Naruto, waving it off. "Just don't bring it up again and we're cool." "Yeah, so tell us about your family, they look really interesting," said Harry excitedly. "Yeah, are they all wizards?" asked Naruto. Ron smiled. Yeah, they are. I think we have a cousin that is an accountant, but we don't talk about that. What about your other family members? Asked Harry, trying not to be obvious to Ron. He wants to know about your sister, said Naruto pointedly, earning him a glare from Harry. Ginny, asked Ron. Is that her name? Asked Harry, trying to hide his excitement. Yeah, she the youngest of us, said Ron. How young? Asked Naruto. Only a year younger than me, said Ron. Why do you want to know? Harry says she's going to be his future wife, said Naruto with a snicker, causing Harry to turn red with embarrassment and Ron to turn red with anger. Oi, that's my sister, said Ron hotly. You keep away from her, you hear me? Relax, Ron, said Naruto, putting a hand on his shoulder. She's not going to do much better than the famous Harry Potter. Ron seemed torn. Fine, but you'd better be nice to her. To any normal person this conversation would have been very amusing, but to those involved it was quite serious. Little did they know the consequences of that conversation that would come to pass in the future. Anyway, on to more important things, said Naruto. Yeah, do you like pranks? Asked Harry. They're okay, I guess, said Ron. My brothers always pull them on me. Well, would you like to turn the tables on them for a change? Asked Harry with a grin. You serious? Asked Ron, not daring to believe. Of course we are, said Naruto. We need some accomplices in our little competition with your brothers. Competition? Asked Ron. Naruto and Harry both grinned widely before launching into an explanation of the competition. Wicked, said Ron with a distant look in his eyes. So are we to believe that you'd be interested in joining in on the festivities? Asked Harry with a grin. I'm in, said Ron excitedly. Sadly or humorously, depending on how you look at it, someone decided that then was a good time to interrupt. A girl their age with bushy brown hair entered the cabin with a rather haughty expression on her face. Have any of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. The three shook their heads in the negative, trying not to laugh. The girl just turned and left the sea, Aben completely oblivious to her now hot pink robes. Naruto though just began counting down on his fingers from 3, 2, 1, shriek. At that all three began to laugh uncontrollably, just waiting for the girl to come storming back down the hall, demanding that they undo whatever they did. Like clockwork the door slammed open. What did you do to me? The three just smiled brightly, trying not to laugh. Sorry, said Naruto finally, just a little joke to break the ice with people we're meeting today. No worries, said Harry with a smile, running his hands really fast so the other couldn't see what he was doing. It's just a small illusion. Suddenly the color the girl vanished. Was that magic? Asked the girl curiously, completely forgetting the incident ever occurred in the first place. Maybe, said Naruto with an impish grin. Could you teach me? Asked the girl. Naruto and Harry both sighed, looking down. We're not supposed to teach it to anyone. Oh, well, I'm Hermione, said the girl, hopeful. Harry, said Naruto, pointing to his cousin. Naruto, said Harry, pointing to the other. Then they both pointed at Ron. Ron. Pleased to meet you, said Hermione with a small smile. Want to sit with us? Asked Naruto with a friendly smile. He was probably the only person to see the slight red tinge at the tips of Ron's ears when he first saw her. Oh, I would, but I must really try to help find that missing toad, said Hermione, slightly upset. Well, come back if you ever find it. If anyone annoys you, just tell they really should come say hello to us, said Harry. Yeah, and if they annoy us we won't undo the illusion, said Naruto. Oh, before I go, you really should change into school robes now, said Hermione before she bustled off on her search. Once the door shut, Naruto looked at Ron with a predatory look. So Ron, what did you think of the fair Hermione? Ron blushed slightly before recovering with a bit of an indignant look. She a bit of menace, don't you think? I don't know. I thought she was kind of cute, said Naruto. Give her a few years and she'll be a real knockout. I think you're right, Naruto, said Harry, catching on to his cousin's game. What are you talking about? Asked Ron, trying to feign ignorance. So do either of you play Quidditch? Huh? Asked the pair at the same time. Ron just looked at them incredulously before he started describing the game to them and all its little intricacies. Soon enough both Naruto and Harry were hooked and couldn't wait to start flying on brooms. Finally the train came to a halt and song Iwan went through the train telling students to get off. Harry and Naruto followed along with Ron. "Furs years over. Air," bellowed the familiar voice of Hagrid. "Hey, it's Blackbeard," said Naruto to Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron quickly turned to see Hagrid coming. "Hey Blackbeard," said Harry with a smile. "Hello, you two have a good trip I hope?" asked Hagrid, slightly exasperated with the pair. "Great," said Naruto. "Blackbeard. Meet Ron. Ron, meet Blackbeard." Ron just gaped at the man before him. "The name is Rubeus Hagrid," said Hagrid sternly. "Now come along you lot." Soon all the first years were put on their boats, 3 each. When Naruto stepped in the boat he noticed it sink slightly deeper than it probably should have. "Hey, Harry," whispered Naruto sharply, getting his cousin's attention. "Too much weight for the boats alone." Harry nodded in understanding as he stepped in and began channeling chakra into it to keep it at the same level. Once they were all in the boat they set off across the lake by magic. Soon enough the entire group of first years was standing before a rather stern-looking woman. "I am your deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall. In a few moments, you will enter through these doors and you will be sorted into houses. While you are here your houses will be like you family. Good behavior will earn your house points while any rule breaking will result in points being taken away," said the woman in a harsh voice. "She makes Iruka-sensei seem friendly," whispered Naruto to Harry, who snorted slightly, earning them both a very stern glare from the teacher. She vanished only for a minute before returning to escort them all inside. The halls were lined with students. At the front of the room stood a stool with an old worn hat. "When I call your name you will come up and place the hat on Youcher," with a small smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "There is a talking hat," said Naruto to Harry after the whole long speech. "I know," said Harry in an equal state of shock. "But it's a hat," said Naruto with a bit more emphasis. "I noticed," said Harry. "But a hat, I mean really," said Naruto. "Naruto, I know, it's a talking hat, but how is that any different from everything else we've seen here," said Harry. At that Naruto just shrugged. "Naruto Kazama," called the old lady. Naruto jumped to the front, literally right over top of the crowd blocking his path. "I really need to talk to him more about subtly," said Harry, shaking his head. "Ah, let's see," spoke a voice in Naruto's head. "Oh, this is just great, now I've more voices in my head," asked Naruto to himself. "More voices?" questioned the new voice. "He means me," said Kyuubi. Suddenly Naruto found himself standing in the halls of his mind outside the Kyuubi's cage. And more than that, there was someone else there. He was a tall man in long flowing robe of red and gold. "Who the hell are you and how did you get in here?" demanded Naruto upon seeing the intruder. I'm the sorting hat that is currently upon your head, though I can't say as I've ever manifest myself in such a way before," said the man. "Do you have a name at least? I feel kind of funny calling you Sorting Hat," said Naruto calmly. "You may call me G," said the man. "Okay G, what are you doing here exactly?" asked Naruto. "I am trying to look through your mind to find where you would best be suited," explained G. "Ah, well, what do you think?" asked Naruto. "You have a great amount of ambition in you," said G. "I would think Slytherin would be good for you. You put us in the house Ere the patron beast is the snake and I will defecate in that hat," said Kyuubi hotly from behind his bars. "Yeah," said Naruto awkwardly, "the fox doesn't really like snakes very much." "I can see that," said G, slightly fearful of being used as a toilet. "So, I guess anywhere but Slytherin will work," said Naruto. "Well, you don't have the mind for Ravenclaw though, you're not stupid. You are loyal to a fault, but your ambitions are too great for Hufflepuff. I think Gryffindor would suit you nicely," said G. "Great, now get the hell out of my head," screamed Naruto, causing him to return to the real world. Unfortunately his scream carried over to the real world, so everyone heard him yell. "Gryffindor," called out the hat, trying to break the uncomfortable silence of the room, which was met by an odd silence. Naruto laughed sheepishly before jumping from the stool and taking a quick seat at Gryffindor table next to the twins, who were still hot pink. McGonagall looked to Albus for only a mom. And before he nodded for her to continue. Eventually Harry went up and was sorted into Gryffindor after it looked like Harry was arguing with the hat for a good while. Finally the sorting came to an end and Harry sat next to his cousin. The nerve of that stupid hat trying to put me in a different house than you. The fox wasn't happy when the hat suggested I be put into Slytherin. I mean, could you imagine a fox bearing the symbol of a snake, said Naruto as though it was common sense. So what was that all about, Naruto? Asked one of the twins. Stupid hat pissed me off, said Naruto, and the nerve of him just entering into my head. Well, that's usually the way it's done, said Fred. Like I care, isn't it like invasion of privacy or something? Asked Naruto. Really? Added Harry for emphasis. The conversation was then interrupted by Dumbledore. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. I'll save the speech for later as I am sure you're all ready to eat. So, without further ado, enjoy. Dumbledore then raised his hands with a flourish, causing the food to grow right up out of the table. Naruto though was keenly eyeing the entire table. You'd think with all this variety they'd have ramen too. Just give it up, Naruto. This country is severely lacking in culinary arts, said Harry with a heavy sigh. Naruto finally settled on a chicken leg. It's so bland. What's with you people? Asked an annoyed Harry as he picked at the bland English food. Ron though didn't pay the slightest bit of attention as he devoured everything presented to him. Oi, you two, said Naruto pointing at the twins. Where's the damn kitchen? Do my ears deceive me or are you two already up to trouble? Asked George with a grin. Indeed, Forge, I think they are, said Fred. Just tell us where the damn kitchen is, said Harry. We need to have a discussion with the cooks. Well, said George with a pause looking towards the head table, quickly, follow us. Fred and George then quickly darted out of the great hall and into the passageways that made Hogwarts great. Naruto and Harry didn't hesitate to follow the pair through the winding halls, memorizing every detail of the layout. Now, through this door is the kitchen where the house elves are, said George. They love nothing more than to serve people. It makes them happy, said Fred. Now, don't go pissing them off or they might cut us off, said George rather seriously. Naruto and Harry just nodded before entering the kitchen. Oi, who is in charge in here? Yelled Naruto before the door even closed, causing Fred and George to cringe. Fred and George beat a hasty return to the great hall and reclaimed their seats. The strange thing was that suddenly all the food and silverware on the tables vanished without a trace, only to be replaced with bowls of the same exact soup and a pair of wooden sticks in front of everyone. They both suddenly had a very bad feeling that things were going to go very wrong at this point. The door to the hall banged open loudly to reveal Naruto and Harry walking in proudly with giant grins on their faces. They happily took their seats in front of their bowls, took up their wooden sticks and together said, "Itadakimasu," before ravenously devouring their soups one after another until they had both stacked up nearly 20 bowls each. Neither of them noticed nor cared about the looks they were receiving from every student and staff member. Oi, old man, yelled Naruto looking at Dumbledore, we've eaten, you can start your speech thingy now. With that everyone's jaws dropped noticeably. Hey, Naruto, said Harry as he looked around, they're not eating their ramen. What? Yelled Naruto looking around, what the hell is wrong with you people? Don't you know a culinary artwork when you see it? Eat up before it goes cold. Again the room was stunned by the audacity of these two youths. Dumbledore finally came out of his stupor. Well, it would seem there has been a slight change in the menu this evening. Everyone, please eat up and enjoy this foreign delight. If only he knew exactly what the pair had done in the kitchen he would never have said anything. Eventually La began eating the ramen slowly at first but then increasingly quickly as some fell in love with the divine food. Even Dumbledore stacked up a few bowls. Damn, I love it when we're right, said Harry with a cheeky grin to his cousin. I think I'm ready for another round of ramen. Do you even need to ask? Harry shrugged before digging into his second helping of 20 bowls of ramen noodles. Finally the meal came to an end with Dumbledore giving a predictable speech about what not to do and where not to go, which Naruto and Harry specifically made notes to pay a visit to, if not more than one. Naruto and Harry were up earlier than the rest of the dorm as they usually were and went outside for their normal workout. During the time they had spent at the castle retraining Naruto's KRA control, Dumbledore had resigned himself to creating an area for the pair to practice their art without being seen by anyone. So, what do you think of the others? Asked Harry as he ducked a party. Kularly nasty roundhouse kick to his head from Naruto. They seem alright, said Naruto as he continued his assault on Harry. Well, at least they aren't threats, said Harry launching into a counter-offensive. Yeah, Naruto dodging and countering as the pair circled each other. They both had studied Kazama Ka from the scroll for years now and were almost to a point where they had begun to make the art into their own style using the forms presented. Harry tended to favor a faster movement that was more defensive than offensive while Naruto favored power and attack over defense. As a result the pair would often work in tandem together against a large group of shadow clones perfecting their teamwork. After sparring each other for a solid hour they would turn to this tactic for at least one ho. Or more unless they had some specific skill they wanted to work on. Hey, we better get going if we're going to make it to class on time, said Naruto checking his pocket watch. Both Harry and Naruto decided to go with a pocket watch as it would be better protected if it was close to their body as opposed to their wrist and forearms that were constantly in use for defense and offense when fighting. Yeah, and we have to change into those crappy robes too, said Harry with a frown. I'm just going to wear my shinobi standard with the robe over top of it like Anbu do, said Naruto with a grin. Yeah, we can leave the front open too so we don't get too hot, added Harry nodding along with his cousin. Come on let's go, said Naruto as he began to run up the side of the castle towards their common room with Harry hot on his tail. They were just lucky that no one spotted them running up the wall or Dumbledore would have had a lot of trouble explaining how they came to know such abilities. Especially when the Ministry had outlawed the teaching of such due to their common application by thieves and assassins. Naruto and Harry raced happily along smiling and laughing as they scuffled a little along the way trying to get ahead of the other person. Finally Naruto won by getting through the window first much to the surprise of the only awake dorm mate, one Neville Longbottom. Where were you two? Asked the nervous boy. Wreaking havoc, said Naruto. Causing trouble, added Harry with a grin. You know, generally mayhem, said Naruto peeling off his sweaty shirt and weights dropping them to the floor with a loud thud. Neville though looked unsure of what to say or do as he watched the pair. He was stunned by how candid they were but even more so to see that they had the bodies of teenagers as opposed to 11-year-olds. And then there was the odd thud of the clothing when it hit the floor. Once Naruto and Harry were out of sight and in the showers Neville decided to investigate. He approached the clothing with a bit of trepidation. He grabbed hold of the shirt and it felt normal enough, then he tried to lift it up, it didn't happen. Neville then took hold with his other hand and tried to yank it up off the ground but once again was stopped and not by magic but by sheer weight. The clothes must have weighed more than 100 pounds. Naruto entered the dorm. He was only wearing his frog boxers and drying his hair. However, upon looking up, he saw Neville trying with all his might to lift the weights. Oi! What are you doing? Neville was startled and let go of the clothes only to tumble end over end backwards in his pajamas. Sorry, Neville mumbled sheepishly not looking at Naruto. You could hurt yourself, said Naruto checking over Neville not really caring about the weights. You're not trained to carry that kind of weight around. Why do you wear it? Asked Neville curiously. It helps you get stronger and faster, said Harry tearing the dorm with his towel around his waist with another scrubbing at his untamable hair. Really? Asked Neville, but why do you want that? Voldemort still wants to kill me, right? Asked Harry ignoring Neville's gasp. I have no intention of making it easy for him. In fact, if I ever get the chance I'll kill him myself. Neville was looking at Harry with wide eyes in shock at what he heard Harry say. Yeah, and I gotta make sure Harry stays alive long enough to do it, added Naruto picking up his discarded shirt and pants as though they were nothing at all. You want to kill him? Asked Neville. I thought he was already dead. It's questionable, said Harry as he collected his own clothing. The old dude Dumbledore says that Voldemort isn't really dead but he isn't really alive either. Really? Asked Neville looking down in concentration before looking at the pair cautiously. Do you think that maybe you could teach me? Teach you what? Asked Naruto. To wear weights like that? Asked Neville shyly. Sure, said Harry, but you can't just wear the weights, you gotta train too. Train? Asked Neville with a swallow. Yep, train, said Naruto with a grin. It's really tough too, But if you really want to, we'll teach you a bit, but if you start you can never quit. Never? Asked Neville nervously. Never, said Naruto and Harry together. Okay, I'll do it, said Neville, steeling himself for what was to come. Cool, said Naruto, but you have to promise, whatever we show you, you can never tell anyone else about it. Especially Dumbledore, said Harry. He'd be furious if he found out we were showing other people what we know. Yeah, said Naruto, do we have a deal? Neville nodded before standing up finally and offering his hand to them. Naruto and Harry each shook his hand and grinned. Poor Neville didn't know what he was getting himself into. Great, we start tomorrow at 4 a.m., said Harry, finally starting to dress himself. Naruto carefully extracted the chain mesh that was lining the shirt he wore earlier. Once it was out, Neville saw several paper tags pressed on it with a strange symbol printed on it that he didn't recognize. So, what are those? Asked Neville, pointing to the paper tags. Oh, these are weight tags, said Naruto. They are a bit expensive, but there is no better material for weight training. How do they work? Asked Neville curiously. Each tag has magic sewn into the writing to create the pull of gravity. It is set up so there is 100 pounds of extra raw weight in each tag, so your body has to work to compensate for it, explained Naruto as best he knew how. Mostly he was just quoting what the Kazama scroll said about them. Neville though lost concentration when Naruto said 100 pounds of extra weight. He then counted 6 tags just on Naruto's shirt and another 4 on the legs, 100 pounds. Yeah, but Harry only uses 50-pound tags, said Naruto. I think we'll start you with one of those. Yeah, I was going to replace one of mine later this week with a 100-pound tag. I guess I can just do it now, said Harry, forming a few quick seals and touching one of his tags, causing it to float lightly to the ground. Harry then replaced it with another tag from his trunk. Neville nodded nervously before slipping it over his head. It was a bit small on him, but it didn't prevent him from moving at all. I know it's a bit small, but you are bigger than us, said Naruto sheepishly. Besides, no one will see it with your clothes and once you get started with this you'll lose a lot of weight and it will start to fit you more comfortably, added Harry, trying to reassure Neville. Neville nodded. What about the tag? Brace yourself, said Harry before he slapped the weight on Neville's back, pumping in a bit of chakra to activate it. Neville instantly sagged forward with the extra weight. It'll be tough for the first week, said Naruto with a reassuring smile. But it will get easier, I promise. Yeah, and we never break our promises, said Harry with an equally reassuring smile. Now, get dressed and let's go to breakfast, said Naruto with a jovial smile as he slipped the rest of his gear on. He put on a simple black utility vest with a few pockets and orange shoulders. He put on his comfortable and loose black pants that allowed for full range of motion. After that he strapped his weapons pouch to his leg and slipped on his black sandals. He slung his forehead protector around his neck proudly. Fine school robes, but left them open in the front. Naruto's golden locks stuck up in all directions as it always did in his youth. He kept it trimmed short and out of his eyes. His eyes looked as amazing as Harry's do, the vibrant blue, however. The slit pupil gave him a slightly animalistic look that was only accentuated by the whisker-like scars on his face. Harry looked much the same, except that he wore a dark red vest with green pockets. He had his hair cropped short and sticking up in every which way. The scar on his head daring anyone to stare at, which his vibrant green eyes clearly commanded otherwise. Wait for me, said Neville, struggling slightly to keep up with them as they walked calmly through the halls towards the Great Hall for breakfast. Naruto and Harry sat down to 2 heaping plates of fruit and vegetables and ate them unhappily. Neville followed suit and ate the same as them. After all, they had to be doing something right to be as strong as they were. After a bit, McGonagall came along and passed out their class schedules. So we have potions first, said Neville, trying to create conversation. Cool, so we learn like poisons and antidotes and stuff, right? Asked Naruto with a mouthful of half-chewed apple. Not at first, said Neville. We learn simple things first and then get onto more complicated stuff in later years, like poisons. Oh man, do we learn anything interesting? Whined Harry as he surveyed his plate of fruit and vegetables for his next target for assassination. Well, I heard charms is really neat, said Neville sheepishly. Morning, said Ron with A yawn as he sat with the group and piled his plate high with bacon, eggs, and sausage before digging in heartily. "Morning, Ron," said the group in response. "What do we have first?" asked Ron with a full mouth much like Naruto did. "Potions," supplied Naruto helpfully. Ron suddenly turned pale and pushed his plate away. "What's wrong?" asked Harry, noticing this behavior. "Snape teaches potions," said Ron. "He hates all Gryffindors." "So what?" said Naruto. "Just deal with it and ignore him if he's such a prick." "Yeah, just concentrate on the work and then prank him later when you can't get in trouble for it," said Harry helpfully. Ron suddenly brightened up at that prospect. "Would you help me?" "Of course," said Naruto. "It's what we do." Ron pulled his plate back to him and began gorging himself again as when he'd first arrived. "Always remember, if you need to placate Ron, just feed him," said Naruto with a grin. "Always remember, if you need to placate Harry or Naruto, just feed them ramen," said a newcomer. "Morning, brains," said Naruto as the bushy-haired girl sat with them. Hermione just raised her eyebrow in question at Naruto. "Morning, brains," said Harry with a grin. "Welcome to breakfast." "Thank you," said Hermione with a grin. "Morning, brains," said Neville, joining in and smiling. "Help yourself, plenty to eat, you know." Hermione laughed this time. "Am I to belie that all of you will be calling me Brains from now on? We only give nicknames to people we like or hate. Luckily, we like you," said Naruto. "What about me?" Ron asked, hopeful for a cool nickname. "Me like Saber or some other such cool name. Haven't picked out a name yet, but don't worry, we will," said Harry with a devious grin. "Yeah, it'll just come to us," said Naruto. "What are you afraid of?" Naruto suddenly asked. Ron paled a bit. I don't like spiders," he whispered at the end. Naruto grinned. "Well then, we dub you Spider." "What?" yelled Ron. "Why, that's not fair." "Ron, think for a minute. If you can accept that which you fear the most, you'll never be afraid again," said Naruto. "Take me for instance, I am terrified of a very certain fox. A fox that took everything from me, but here I am. The kitsune among the leaves." "Kitsune means fox," said Hermione knowledgeably. "I read that a long time ago." "Exactly," said Naruto with a smile. "It is part of me now. I am kitsune to my friends." "So, you aren't afraid anymore?" asked Naruto. "Of course I'm still afraid," said Naruto. "If you lose your fear, you are doomed to make stupid mistakes that might cost you your life. You should never lose your fear. However, you should learn to act in the face of your fear." "He's right," said Harry with a smile at his cousin's speech. Harry and Naruto knew each other so well and would always know each other really well. Harry saw it so often where the natural leader in Naruto would shine through, where his words would inspire loyalty and courage to others. It was for that reason that Harry would always follow Naruto's lead. Harry was a leader in his own way, but he wasn't inspirational like Naruto was and would always be. Little did Harry know that Naruto always thought the same of him. "So, I'm Spider?" asked Ron with a bit of courage. "Only if you want to be," said Harry with a smile. "I am Spider," said Ron, however this time as wasn't a question. "So, Naruto is Kitsune. Ron is Spider. I'm Brains. What about you and Neville?" asked Hermione, taking out a notebook and writing down the information. Harry saw her writing and quickly burned the page. Never put information that you don't want other to have in writing. Written words can be stolen. Learn to memorize things the first time you hear or read them. It will help you in the future. As for my name, isn't it obvious?" He then pointed to his head. "Lightning?" asked Hermione. "Bolt?" asked Neville. "Ryu?" said Harry with a smirk. "What's that mean?" Neville asked. "Thunderstorm," said Harry. "Yeah, he kind of has this thing with electricity," said Naruto with a bit of a shiver. "And fire," said Harry. "Let's not forget fire." "And fire," said Naruto with another shiver. "Har. Why?" then snapped his fingers, causing a small flame to hover over his hand. "Cool," said Neville. "You've got to teach me that." "I don't really know how I do it," said Harry with a laugh. "I just sort of do." Naruto though was mumbling something about stupid gloves, while Harry laughed. Naruto had been the unfortunate victim of Harry's first use of the glove. "So what about me, do I get a name?" asked Neville excitedly. "Patience," said Harry. We haven't known you long enough to come up with a name for you yet. Oh, said Neville disappointed. Yeah, give us at least a few hours, said Naruto, we always come through. Oh no, we should go. Class starts in an hour and I don't want to get lost, said Hermione looking at the clock. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Neville all looked at Hermione in shock. Well, I guess we could go early, said Ron trying not to blush. This earned him a smile from Hermione and a glare from the other boys and a light elbow to the ribs from Naruto. Thank you, Ron, at least you are responsible, said Hermione standing and walking from the hall. Suck up, hissed Harry. You want a chance with my sister, you'd best back off, said Ron with equal venom. Both boys Jew. Saint glared for a moment before they blushed and turned away with thoughts running through their heads about certain girls. Naruto though just shook his head. He couldn't for the life of him fathom what would be so interesting about girls. They were weak, they smelled funny, and they never say what they mean. Naruto's musings were cut short when a certain ferret made an appearance. Well, what do we have here? A couple of Muggle lovers. What's the matter? Too afraid to go anywhere by yourselves? You people shouldn't even be allowed here, said Malfoy haughtily, laughing at his own jokes, which was echoed by his two cronies. Go away, ferret face, said Naruto, waving him off and walking past him. Malfoy didn't take to that too kindly. No one ignores a Malfoy, no one. He was quick to draw his wand and take aim. However, before he could even blink, his arm was bent backward at a painful angle with his own wand point at his head. I could kill you here, you know, whispered Naruto in Malfoy's ear. His cronies were too stunned by the sudden movement to even act. Now let this be a lesson to you. You should never mess with those who are better, and took the wand and snapped it with his thumb and a bit of chakra pressure. He then tossed the pieces back to the stunned boy, who was trying very hard not to cry. Good luck with classes today now that you've snapped your wand, said Harry with a smile as he continued moving with his equally stunned friends. How did you do that? Asked Hermione in a whisper to Naruto as they walked down the halls. Just speed, said Naruto. You can use magic to make your muscles and body move faster. Wouldn't that use a lot of magic though? Asked Hermione. That's why you have to train yourself to increase the magic inside yourself, explained Naruto in a whisper. Could you teach me? Asked Hermione. Hey, I want to learn too, interrupted Ron, who was listening carefully. Sure, why not? We already agreed to help Neville, why not you too? Harry said with a smile. Yeah, but whatever we show you or teach you can never be told to anyone or bragged about or anything, said Naruto. Wizard's oath, said Ron, touching his wand to his heart. What? Asked Naruto and Harry. Wizard's oath is old magic that makes you keep a promise or secret, said Ron. It's never used unless you really trust someone. Naruto and Harry smiled at Ron. Thank you for your trust and oath, said Naruto with a polite bow which Harry imitated. Hermione though looked at them oddly before shaking her head and clearing away whatever thoughts she had. You have my witch's oath, said Hermione, touching her wand to her heart. Neville quickly followed with his own. You have my wizard's oath that we will teach you as much as you were able to learn from us, said Naruto, touching his wand to his heart, which Harry repeated. Now, you have to know, you will never be able to reach the same levels as Harry and I have. You just too old, said Naruto. Too old? Questioned Hermione indignantly. Brains, how long do you think we've been training to develop this kind of strength? Asked Harry. I don't know, said Hermione honestly. We've been training since we were 4, said Naruto. That's 7 years of training every day without fail. In 7 years you will be 18 and your body's potential for growth will have slowed down extremely, said Harry. You just don't have enough youth left to catch up to us. Then what's the point? Ron asked unhappily. To get stronger and make the most of yourselves and the potential you have left, said Naruto with a smile. Just because you can't catch up to us doesn't mean you can't get to where we are now, or maybe even better than we are now, but don't expect to keep up with us all the time. It just won't happen. Just like in classes we'll all stay pretty much equal, said Harry, or far behind brains for most of us. Hermione smiled at that thought. Well, you know. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Neville all laughed at that and continued to laugh even as they entered the classroom. Hermione sat in the front row, which they all expected. Ron hastily took the seat next to her. Harry and Naruto took seats behind them to cover their backs from others who would distract them from their lessons. Neville took a seat next to Harry and Naruto. Soon enough the other students began to filter in and take their seats. A rather pretty girl with blonde hair sat next to Neville, causing him to blush a bit, which didn't go unnoticed by any of his friends. "I'm surrounded by love-struck morons," mumbled Naruto just before the professor entered. Naruto and Harry were instantly sizing him up. He gave off an air of superiority and confidence as well as a shrewd sense of dislike for his station in life. And then his speech began. Naruto and Harry listened closely to every word to glean what they could of the man. He obviously demanded respect without ever having earned it. He had zero tolerance for misbehavior due to the topic they would be learning in his lessons. In just those 10 minutes, Naruto and Harry knew very well how to deal with this man. They wouldn't trust him in the slightest, but neither would ever fail to show him the respect he expected. "Mr. Potter, our newest celebrity," said Snape with a loathing glare which added something else to the boy's characterization of Snape. He bore some manner of grudge towards Harry. "Tell me, what would happen if you add an infusion of wormwood to powdered root of asphodel?" Harry considered for a moment the textbook required for this course. As habit, Naruto and Harry had been trained to read any required materials pertinent to their mission and memorize every last detail. Unfortunately, glitches in the system did occur. "Forgive me, but the information you have requested is not located within the required reading for this course," said Harry respectfully, though not breaking eye contact. "Very well, then let us test your knowledge of the required material for this course," said Snape maliciously as he opened a random student's textbook. "Tell me, why must we stir clockwise 3 times then once counterclockwise when making the brew of cool?" "Sir, stirring clockwise accelerates the ingredients to a dangerous state. If excited too far by stirring too many times in the clockwise direction could not only cause the potion to be completely ruined but also to combust. By stirring once counterclockwise, it slows the motion of the potion's ingredients but also allows the potion to be properly mixed," explained Harry nearly verbatim, much to Snape's irritation. "Very well, then let us see all of you put this knowledge to work. Today we will be brewing this very potion," said Snape with a cool sneer. Unfortunately he could not find anything to fault the boy for as of yet. Harry and Naruto worked diligently as their orders for the mission required when attending classes. In the end they managed to brew the potion perfectly, or at least nearly so, with little or no mishap. Ron and Hermione were equally successful, no thanks to Ron. Neville did well enough, even when Snape was looming over his shoulder. He simply took Harry and Naruto's words to heart and ignored the man while planning to get revenge later. "Well, that wasn't so bad," said Harry once they stepped out. "Yeah, but he doesn't seem to like you too much," said Naruto with a light laugh. "You read the man the same as me," said Harry. "You know he's not to be trusted." Yeah, I know the drill. Don't trust him but show him the respect he wants," said Naruto. "Respect him?" asked Ron incredulously. "Snape is a pretty wretched old man spider," said Naruto. "Yeah, he's lonely and lives in his potions. Probably spent his entire life being ostracized for it, and now as a master of his art he feels that he deserves for others to bow down at his intelligence and supremacy of the art. In other words," Harry then looked at Naruto to finish it. Quote, "He wants respect without having to earn it from his peers, or in our case, students," said Naruto. "So, how do we use this information to our advantage?" Naruto then looked at Ron for the answer. Show him respect but don't trust him," guessed Ron. "And why do we do that?" asked Harry. "So he'll leave us alone," said Ron as though he'd just had an epiphany. "Precisely, my dear Spider," said Naruto, with a smile as he continued down the hall to their next class. "How the hell does he do that?" asked Hermione, much to the shock of the other in the group that she cursed. "You're the brains of the operation, you figure it out," said Harry, joining his cousin, happily walking and making spectacles of themselves. "I think maybe," began Neville, "that they aren't just book smart, but maybe they just know how to read people." "Whoa," said Ron as though he'd just been struck by brilliance again. "They can read people like books or something." "It's an expression, Spider," said Hermione poignantly. "I don't think he's too far off though," said Neville before he ran laboriously to catch up to them. These guys are great, said Ron before he too ran to catch up. Boys, complain. Hermione before she hurried along to join them. The next class of the day was History of Magic, which quickly turned into nap time. A professor droned on about goblins and giants in a horrible monotone voice and a very one-sided point of view of the history involved. Needless to say, it was a bit skewed from what was taught in the Leaf Village, not that Naruto and Harry ever paid too much attention to it anyway. Finally nap time ended and the group was off to their first transfiguration lesson. Welcome to Transfiguration. For those of you who don't know, transfiguration is the art of changing one thing. She paused to motion to her desk, into something else. She then waved her wand once, changing her desk into a pig and back again. Naruto and Harry though were again analyzing the magic tree, to determine if that was an illusion or a true change. Naruto couldn't wait to find out and raised a hand. Yes, Mr. Kazama, said McGonagall, trying to be kind to the loud boy. Was that real or an illusion? Asked Naruto seriously, not hiding the interest in his eyes. That was a true change. Illusion is an art you'll develop in charms, said McGonagall with a smile at the boy's interest. Now is of course advanced transfiguration. Like all things, one must start at the bottom and work themselves up. So today we'll be working on changing matchsticks into needles. But old lady, said Naruto excitedly, not holding back to raise his hand, what are the principles? Can you change anything into anything else, or are you limited by size and shape as well as what it's made of? For example, change something into an animal. Does the material have to have been living in some way prior to the change, or would any material work? McGonagall let go the old lady comment and answered her interested student. You are very wise to ask. It is true that you cannot just change any old material into something else. They must have some similarity between them. Also, you must note that no change is permanent, no matter how much magic you put into it. Once the magic is used up, the spell will break and the item will return to its original composition. This is why wizards simply can't transfigure things into gold. It is one of the most serious magical crimes out there. There is only one item known that can create a true transfiguration, and that is the Philosopher's Stone, sometimes called the Sorcerer's Stone. Where can I get one of those? Asked Naruto excitedly with his eyes filled with gold. McGonagall smiled. Only one has ever been created, made by Nicholas Flamel. It is currently under heavy guard. Can't I just make one? It is far beyond your skill at the moment. Besides, I don't believe that Mr. Flamel will just tell you the recipe, said McGonagall with a slight smirk. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to figure a way of getting his hands on the stone in question. After that, the lesson finally began, with Naruto and Harry focusing on changing their matchsticks into needles. They got the hang of it over time. First they both had to figure out how much magic to channel into the wand, and then they had to get the wand movement just so. In the end they found it was easier to channel too much magic using their wands, and that the wand movement shaped the magic for spells in much the same way that hand seals shaped chakra for jutsu. The difference was that the magic wand be used to push the made spell at a target far away before it activated the effect, where jutsu simply couldn't. It was then that Naruto and Harry noticed something about their friends. They channeled magic relied entirely on their wand. They had zero experience bringing their magic out under their own control. This time Harry raised his hand to get the attention of the teacher. Prof. McGonagall had been pleased with the progress of some of her students while others just didn't get it. She then saw Harry with his arm in the air waiting patiently for her. Yes, Mr. Potter. Professor, began Harry. This might be a stupid question, but doesn't anyone teach them to channel air magic? He then nodded to the other students. What do you mean channel magic? Asked McGonagall curiously. Like feel the magic inside them and learn to bring it out to the surface to use, supplied Naruto helpfully. Boys, that is a skill that most wizards don't learn to develop until much later in their education. To do so at such a young age would be reckless and lead to many accidents that would follow with the unleashing of such wild and uncontrolled magic, explained McGonagall, not liking in the least what these two boys were implying. She knew full well how Harry and Naruto were raised among those horrible people. But that's just stupid and reckless, said Harry in shock at what she just suggested. I'm sorry, asked McGonagall in shock by the boy's outburst. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is for the human body? Asked Harry in outrage. The human body develops the most from birth to the age of 25 before it begins to decline. You have to learn to bring out the magic in your body as a young child or you will severely diminish the mag. I see they will be able to control later in life as well as stunting the power they have over their magic. Well, Mr. Potter, that is simply dangerous. If children were to learn such a thing they could easily exhaust their magical reserves and die, said McGonagall. That's why you teach them, said Naruto. If they don't know their limits they could do it by accident before you've had a chance to ACH them, and then what have you prevented? I'll tell you what, nothing. They won't have gained in power. They won't have learned to control and focus their magic properly without their wands, and even then it won't help them much. McGonagall was not enjoying being lectured by two first-year students. She liked even less that she saw the point in what they were saying. Boys, it is not my decision as to when such skills are taught to students. If you feel so strongly about this, then go explain it to Professor Dumbledore. Fine, said Harry, gathering his things into his bag. We will, said Naruto, doing the same. McGonagall was flabbergasted watching the boys pick up their things and just leave. It was only after the door closed that she noticed the audience provided by the students. Back to work all of you, said McGonagall a bit too harshly. Meanwhile, Naruto and Harry found a ghost to guide them to Professor Dumbledore's office. Hey, old man, open the door, yelled Naruto at the statue. Yelling will not help, Mr. Kazama, said a calm voice from just slightly down the hall. Hey, old man, what the hell is wrong with you? Demanded Harry, pointing a finger at him. It would help if you first explained the problem, said Dumbledore, waving aside the gargoyle and proceeding into his office, followed by the two boys motioning for them to sit. Lemon drop, offered Dumbledore to the pair, which they happily accepted. Now, please explain to me exactly what the problem is. Naruto and Harry then both launched into a long tirade that they had received from Ebisu more than once when he taught them chakra control and why it was so important. In the end, Dumbledore found himself nodding his head along with the boys. So you'll change the classes to require the learning of focusing, bring out air magic, and learning to control it right away? Asked Harry while he still had the headmaster nodding his head. Dumbledore nodded without thinking it through very carefully. Glad we agree, said Naruto with a grin. Our work here is done, Harry, let's go. Righto, said Harry with the same grin. What just happened? Asked Dumbledore after the duo left the room. If I had to guess, I'd say they just worked you, said one of the paintings before the subject simply wandered off. That night at dinner, Dumbledore called for the attention of all those present. It has come to my attention by some of our students that certain knowledge would be helpful to our students in general. As such, I have decided to introduce a new course of study open to all years every Wednesday evening and Sunday afternoon. The goal of said course is to teach students to focus and control their oars. Be an optional subject, but it is highly recommended for all our students. Naruto and Harry just smiled and toasted their ramen bowls, which for some unknown reason found its way onto the table in front of every student. I've got to hand it to you too, said Fred. Yeah, we don't know why. Oh, you said to those house elves to get them to serve this stuff again, said George. Or the first time for that matter, added Fred. But we must congratulate you, said George. Thanks, guys. Now eat up, said Naruto, pausing between his fifth and sixth bowl of ramen. Harry just grinned before he started into his sixth bowl. Right away, sir, said Fred, taking up his own bowl and digging in. George saluted before he began eating his own bowl. Chapter 5. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Opening parenthesis. Wednesday night came on soon enough, and Harry, Naruto and company all happily went to Dumbledore's new class on focusing magic. Well, Harry and Naruto went happily. Ron, Hermione and Neville could barely stay standing after 2 morning workouts with the duo. Welcome, students, began Dumbledore. I am very pleased to see that so many of you have decided to join us this evening. Now, it has been past precedent that learning to properly focus and regulate the use of your own magic has been taught only to 7th-year students and only in the vaguest of senses. For the most part, we have worked under the assumption that by the time you have reached your 7th year of education you should have enough control of your magic that you would need very little coaching on focusing your magic. However, new research done by foreign wizards has revealed that this practice may be detrimental to developing wizards' magical core and control. As such, we will be introducing this optional course as a test to see if it helps students in learning to use magic. As you can see, all of the SSORs have chosen to join us to witness and learn along with you. Now, if I might, I would like to introduce a friend of mine. This is Master Sarutobi. With that, an elderly man with a pipe entered. He seemed a bit frail to the appearance, but he seemed to radiate with as much power as Dumbledore did. Thank you for the kind words of welcome, Professor Dumbledore. Oja-san, yelled Naruto and Harry with grins rushing up to him. Hello boys, said Sarutobi, giving them both a warm smile. How did he con you into doing this? Asked Harry. Yeah, and who's protecting everyone if you're here? Asked Naruto. Sarutobi just laughed lightly. I'm only going to help this one time to teach a few exercises. I shall only be here for a few hours. Sweet, shouted Harry. What are teaching us this time? Asked Naruto, excited to learn something new and cool. It's nothing you two haven't already been taught, said Sarutobi before he turned to the class. Now, everyone, if you would, wands away. This RNED him a questioning look from all those present. Now, please join me sitting in a circle. Sarutobi then sat down on the open with his legs crossed. Naruto and Harry were the first to sit on either side of their grandfather figure. The others slowly joined them, with the teachers finally sitting last across from the elderly man. Now then, began Sarutobi, I want you all to relax and close your eyes. Forget everything around you. There is no one in this room but you and my voice. There is nothing here but you and my voice. Feel the power sleeping dormant within you. Think back on all the times you've done magic by accident without your wands. Think about the feeling you had coursing through your veins. Feel for that power. Now, feel the slight pull at your very center and pull at it. It out of your bodies for the world to see. Now keep that feeling and open your eyes and look about you. Sarutobi then opened his eyes and smiled. Most of the students had at least some flecks of chakra coming from them. Others like Naruto and Harry were emitting enough to use Junin level jutsu or higher in Naruto's case. Sarutobi had been fully apprised by Dumbledore of the change Naruto went through, so he wasn't that shocked at seeing it. Do you all see and feel the magic that permeates your body now? Do you feel it burning through your bodies, wanting to escape? Asked Sarutobi. Don't let it go, pull it back in. Control it, for it is yours to control and manipulate. It is your power to use on your paths to becoming great wizards. Reign in your magic. Bring it back inside your body, but only just. Feel the magic flowing at the surface and don't let it escape. Slowly the magic was drawn back in by the students, while there were some that just lost it altogether. This was the first exercise in focusing your magic. Until you can call upon your magic and control it perfectly in an instant, you must practice this every day for at least 15 minutes. This will give access to greater amounts of magic when you need it. Eventually you will reach a point where the magic is constantly flowing just under the surface, but always at your disposal. However, one must always maintain control on this power or bad things may happen. Naruto, would you please demonstrate what can happen when you allow your magic to erupt wildly? Naruto nodded reluctantly before standing and walking to the center of the ring. Naruto began only as a whisper and getting louder as his chakra began to escape wildly in all directions, cutting through the stone floor and throwing wind and dust in all directions. That is enough, Naruto, said Sarutobi with a smile, interested to see how much control Naruto had of his new chakra system. The chakra came instantly under his control, though a few wisps of chakra still permeated the air around them all. Naruto hurried back to his seat slightly embarrassed. Now, as you can all see by the state of what used to be the floor of the Great Hall, how dangerous wild and uncontrolled magic can be, said Sarutobi rather severely to the surprised and slightly worried students. That is why it is very important, if you intend to learn to focus your magic, you must always maintain control. Sarutobi then noticed a boy a bit older than Naruto and Harry raise his hand. Yes, sir. What if we can't control it? You will control it, said Sarutobi, leaving no room for argument. Now, before you worry too much, there are ways to enhance your Control. He then held out a small wooden box which he then opened to reveal several gold-pressed leaves. Please, if everyone would take one. One by one all the students took a leaf including Naruto and Harry. I am about to teach the best technique ever created to learn to control magic, said Sarutobi with a smile as the students puzzled over the leaves. Sarutobi took one of his own and placed it lightly against his head. However, when he removed his hand the leaf didn't move. Everyone in the room was puzzled, including the teachers before one of the students shouted out, "It's just a sticking charm." However, he was cut silent in an instant when the leaf seemed to spin around slowly as though caught on a breeze. I assure you no charm has been used, only my raw magical energy without a wand for a focus, explained Sarutobi calmly. Now then, this requires you be able to focus only on the leaf on your forehead and nothing else. If you use too much magic, the leaf will cut your head if only a little, too little, and it will blow away like a leaf on the wind. Slowly one by one the students and teachers began putting the leaves to their heads and focusing on controlling their magic to keep the leaf in place. It was at that point that Sarutobi began to help the students who struggled through all of the exercises to find and use their magic without their wands. That was so cool, said Ron to Neville. Did you feel it just burn through your body like that? Yeah, it hurt but it felt good too, said Neville. That's normal when you first begin to learn, said an elderly voice they all recognized as the teacher. Hello children, that burning feeling is normal the first time you bring you magi. See up to the surface and try to hold it there. Once you get used to it, it'll always be at your disposal, and more than that you'll not feel any burn from it unless you let it all fly like Naruto showed you. Did it hurt Naruto then? Asked the bushy-haired girl. Not at all, he is used to expelling much more magic than that at one time, said Sarutobi with a smile at the concern she held for Naruto. It was then he decided that sending both Naruto and Harry here was a good idea. But it was so much more than even the older students could make. Protested the girl. Indeed, that should tell you how powerful Naruto is, said Sarutobi. And if you train and work hard practicing the skills you've learned tonight you could become quite powerful as well. Really? Asked all three together. Indeed, but I do believe it is time for the final lesson for this evening, said Sarutobi. Returned to the front of the room. Now students, it is time for the last lesson this evening, magical exhaustion. That seemed to catch the entire room's attention. We are going to drain almost every last drop of magic in all of you. You might be asking, why? So I'll just tell you why. You must know the limits of your magic. At any time you should never use more magic than you have within you. But how will you know how much magic you have in you if you don't use it all at least once in your life under controlled conditions? For that your school medic will be supervising to find out how far you can go without endangering your lives. I still can't believe you gave permission for this, headmaster, chided Poppy from near the door. Albus simply shrugged, leaving it to Sarutobi to deal with. Now, please line up from oldest to youngest. We will go through this one at a time to ensure there are no mishaps, said Sarutobi calmly. Now I want you to remember earlier when you pulled your magic out. This time I want you to pull it out and let it go. We have put up barriers to make it safe so you don't have to worry about damaging anything. One by one the students entered a drawn circle and released all the magic they could until they dropped to the ground, only to be resuscitated with the minimal amount of energy put into a simple enervate. This was of course done intentionally. Remember this feeling. When you get to this point you will know your magic is just about used up and you need to stop using it or suffer the consequences that may include death, said Sarutobi severely. And I think with that we will end for the evening, said Albus. Let us all thank Master Sarutobi for his assistance today. There were a few weak claps but all the students were simply exhausted. Sarutobi bowed politely to the students and staff before he followed Albus back to his office. Now off to bed with all of you, said Poppy, ushering the exhausted children out of the hall and back to their dorms. Thank you again for your assistance, Sarutobi. I was not sure myself where to begin, said Albus. I wanted the opportunity to see how Naruto and Harry have been coming along. It seems they have already made some friends here, said Sarutobi with a smile. Both of those boys have a unique trait in that the Y are both natural leaders and tend to draw people to them, said Albus. I am looking forward to see how well they grow in the years to come. I am looking forward to it as well, said Sarutobi, but I believe it was time I was on my way. Quote, thank you again for coming, said Albus, handing him an old shoe and tapping it with his wand, causing Sarutobi to vanish, leaving him to his thoughts and concerns. In just that short time, the students had learned something both terrible and wonderful all at once. Those students knew how to focus and call up their magic without becoming overly emotional. He had to hope and pray that the students would use this knowledge wisely. Meanwhile, up in the dorm, Naruto was sleeping soundly and Harry was well on his way to joining him. Harry, said a soft Ron. What is it, Ron? Asked Harry, trying to focus on his friend. Why did you say that about my sister? Asked Ron. I don't know, said Harry. I just saw something when I met her eyes, like there was a fire or something in my stomach. Oh, said Ron. Why? Asked Harry. Well, I have this friend, said Ron stupidly, and he likes this girl. Ron, are you talking about you and Hermione? What? No, of course not, said Ron, feeling lucky it was dark or Harry would be laughing at his blush. Do you think Hermione is pretty? Asked Harry. I don't know, I just feel different, said Ron, unsure of what to say. That's the same way I felt when I first saw your sister, said Harry. Oh, well, night then, said Ron, rolling over to deal with his own thoughts. Not much later, Harry was asleep as well. The next morning all five were up and outside by the lake, sitting in a meditative state as Sarutobi had shown them the night before. Harry and Naruto knew that they could only show their furry NDS a little bit of what they knew or they would be in huge trouble with Konoha, and they were already on the council's shit list. Harry and Naruto decided they would help them with chakra control and manipulation as well as physical training. They would not teach them any jutsu. Alright, now let's move on to the leaf exercise, said Harry, putting the leaf to his forehead, which the other all imitated. Naruto struggled a bit with this because his chakra control was still out of whack but getting better rapidly. Hermione seemed to get it right away, but then she didn't have much chakra to manipulate. Neville did okay with it, but poor Ron struggled horribly with it. After they practiced the leaf exercise, they all went for a nice run around the lake, twice. That was followed up with push-ups and sit-ups until they dropped. That was followed up by classes and of course ramen dinner. No matter what Dumbledore tried with the house elves, he could not get them to serve anything but raw men to all students and staff for dinner. It was beginning to get on his nerves as well as the rest of the schools. Finally, it is time to fly, shouted Naruto excitedly. This is going to be so awesome. I can't wait to show this everyone back home, said Harry. Can you imagine the pranks we'll be able to pull off once we learn to fly? Asked Naruto dreamily. This is going to kick ass, shouted Harry once more. I've read all about this, said Hermione. I shouldn't have any problems with this at all. You can't learn to fly by reading a book, said Ron incredulously. I most certainly can, said Hermione with a bit of humph, before she stormed ahead to the courtyard where they would be learning at. Poor Neville though looked white as a ghost at the prospect of leaving the ground. I don't like heights. Why not? Asked Naruto. My uncle Algie, he was worried I was a squib so he pushed me out of a window, said Neville, broke my arm too. But then, he did it again a few months later, only that time I bounced all the way down the street. Naruto and Harry tried not to laugh, but after Ron snorted they couldn't hold it in any longer. It's not funny, said Neville slightly hurt that he friends would laugh at him so. You have to admit, it is kind of funny, said Harry, wiping away a tear. Imagine if it was Naruto or I that did that. At that thought Neville laughed too. I guess it was pretty funny. Yeah, and don't worry about flying anyway, said Harry, it's not that important. Gather round, children. Come on now, hurry up, said the flying instructor, Madam Hooch. I decided to try flying lessons a bit differently this year than most, said Madam Hooch to begin. After Wednesday night's lesson on magic control and focus, I've decided to build upon that. Now, wands are simply a tool to focus your magic more easily, but you still need to have control of. A broom is much the same, however, it requires power more than focus or control just to fly. So let us focus on that first. Now, everyone step up to a broom and put your right hand over it. Everyone did as she instructed. Now, I want you all to feel the magic in you and push it out, but direct it toward DS the broom, and then with conviction order Harry barely whispered and the broom shot up to his hand. Up, Naruto said clearly, causing his broom to rise slowly but steadily up to his hand. Hermione gave the order several times but the broom didn't so much as budge. Ron's broom shot up to his hand on his third try. Neville though was the greatest surprise. His came up to his hand almost as quickly as Harry's did. Well done students, said Madam Hooch. It had taken on average 5 minutes less than when she taught this in previous years. After that she took the students through several basic exercises, always reminding them to feel out their magic and apply only as much as they need. The results spoke for themselves. Now, let's go flying, said Madam Hooch as she took flight through the courtyard followed by the students. It's amazing, said Malfoy snidely. The fat lump and the twerp got off the ground. Naruto instantly glared at Malfoy, trying to keep the need to impale the boy at bay and ignore the Cubies howling for the boy's blood. Better than you, said Neville with a bit of confidence. As if, said Malfoy. Prove it then, said Neville with a nervous swallow. Fine, see if you can keep up, said Malfoy, racing ahead as fast as he could, followed by Neville. Malfoy didn't go far, just towards a tree which purposely clipped a branch, causing it to knock Neville off his broom rather harshly. All the students had to land immediately. Madam Hooch escorted Neville to the hospital wing. Malfoy then saw a little glass ball lying in the dirt where Neville had landed. Maybe, if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he would have remembered to land on his fat ass. Give it, said Naruto fiercely. Now, added Harry, coming up to within an inch of Malfoy's face. Malfoy though just hopped on his broom. You want it, come and get it. Harry, you heard Madam Hooch, said Hermione protectively. No worries, said Naruto, distracting Hermione while Harry hopped on his broom and went after Malfoy. Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off your broom, said Harry as he charged at the blonde asshole. I think I'll leave it somewhere for him to find. How about on the roof then? Malfoy then chucked the little orb as far as he could. Harry though lowered his body to his broom and shot past Malfoy at top speed, but not without viciously kicking Malfoy in the head on the way, knocking him clean off his broom. Harry meanwhile raced towards the ball at top speed, catching it only a mere inch or two from the castle wall. He failed to notice the teacher peering out the window at that exact moment. Harry landed to the cheers of his classmates, only to laugh as he saw Malfoy cradling his own arm in pain. It seemed the bastard broke his arm in the fall. Harry Potter, called a rather severe voice. Naruto swallowed nervously on the behalf of his cousin. He knew he was in deep shit. Come with me, said McGonagall, turning and leaving. I warned him not to, said Hermione in huff. Hermione, you're my friend but you are really starting to get on my nerves, said Naruto before he chased after Harry, hoping to find out what happened. I'm getting on his nerves, questioned Hermione. What could I have possibly done to do that? If anyone is getting on anyone's nerves, it's him. I just can't understand why. Hermione, you are really annoying, said Ron before he went after Naruto. As it turned out, their fears for Harry were unnecessary. McGonagall had actually been impressed with Harry and put him on the Quidditch team. The best part of it was that Malfoy was really pissed off about the whole thing. Hermione, however, was rather sour that Harry was permitted to break the rules so easily and not get into any trouble at all. It was throwing off her entire world where everything was in black and white. Even so, the routine day in and day out for the 5 friends for the next few months changed very little, with the exception of Harry's Quidditch practice. Break. Hey, wanna explore the 3rd floor corridor today? Asked Naruto of his exhausted friends. But you know that's out of bounds, said Hermione. When has that ever stopped us? Asked Harry, joining Naruto by the portrait. Besides, it'll be fun, said Naruto. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you, said Hermione, turning back to her book. Ron, Neville, you guys coming? Harry asked with a large grin. Sure, said Neville, standing slowly. Ron, too tired, must sleep, said Ron, not moving an inch. He still wasn't used to the exercising, or he was just too lazy. Naruto and Harry weren't too sure which it was. Suit yourselves, said Naruto with a grin before Harry and Neville all went off on their adventure. I just don't get those two, said Hermione after they were gone. They can be oh smart and wise almost, and then they go and do something so unbelievably stupid and childish. Ron though just snored loudly, having missed everything she just said. Hermione shook her head and smirked at the boy before returning to the library book on wizarding societies around the world. She was so absorbed in her book that she only looked up when she saw the three boys return, looking a little worse for the wear. "What happened to you three?" "Big dog," said Neville, white as a ghost. "Oh, it wasn't that big," said Naruto, brushing it off. Hermione couldn't help laughing when she saw Naruto's froggy boxer shorts through the gaping hole in the back of his robes and pants. "I just want to know what the old man was thinking in keeping a giant three-headed dog in a castle full of students," said Harry. "Did you see?" asked Neville, swallowing. It was obvious that he was still shaken up. "See what?" asked Harry and Naruto together. "It was standing on a trap door," said Neville. "So it's guarding something," said Naruto, looking to Harry. "I bet it's the thing Blackbeard picked up in Diagon Alley," said Harry. "We'll have to ask him about it," said Naruto. "Tomorrow," said Harry, looking out at the setting sun. "Fine, tomorrow," said Naruto, slightly disappointed. Once they were all back in their dorm room, Naruto and Harry faked sleep so they could go out into the grounds to practice night maneuvers and stealth. Plus, the Forbidden Forest was quite entertaining. It was also something they had taken to doing regularly. The next day found the troop enjoying a brisk walk across the wind-swept land that surrounded Hogwarts as they made their way to meet Hagrid for afternoon tea. Naruto and Harry had not found a taste for British tea and instead took to bringing green tea with them when they went to visit him. The tea came with the compliments of the house elves. "Hello there," said Hagrid in his normal booming voice as he ushered them all into his cozy little hut. "So Blackbeard," began Naruto without any preamble, "what was that thing from the day in Diagon Alley?" Hagrid just about sprayed his tea all over the children. "Now why would ye be wantin' to know a thing like that?" "Well, we were wandering without any destination in mind when we somehow found ourselves standing before a rather large three-headed dog," explained Harry, doing his best to act innocent. "It wasn't until after we had run for our lives that we noticed that the dog was standing on a trapdoor," added Naruto, following Harry's innocent act. "We figure the dog must be guarding whatever that TTLE package we found was, and since we did rescue it, we thought it would be nice to know what it was," finished Harry, doing his best to guilt Hagrid into it. "I'm sorry lads, but that's top secret information, that it," said Hagrid with a bit of a guilty look in his eyes. "Oh, come now, it couldn't be too important if they are keeping locked up in a school full of children," said Naruto, working his magic. "I'll have you know that this school is the safest place on the planet. Mr. Flammel should be honored that Dumbledore agreed to guard it for him," said Hagrid defensively before he realized what he'd just said. "I shouldn't have said that, I should not. Avenue said that." "Flammel?" asked Naruto, keying in on the lecture from Transfiguration class, as in Nicholas Flamel. "As in Philoso what's it stone Nicholas Flammel," to correct him before Ron covered her mouth. "Now, you don't be needin' to be knowin' nothin' about any o' that," said Hagrid. "No," shouted Naruto, "I have it my hand and I gave it to him." "But you didn't know what it was," said Harry, trying to comfort Naruto before the boy suddenly perked up with a devious little gleam in his eyes. "Oh well, no big loss I guess," said Naruto nonchalantly, only managing to fool Hagrid. "Anyway, we should be going now." The group then left, and once they were a safe distance from Hagrid's, Hermione couldn't hold it in any longer. "What are you up to? You let that go way too easily," said Hermione. Naruto just grinned, which was mimicked by Harry. "What are you two planning?" asked Ron, recognizing the grin, for as often as they had seen it they knew by now that it definitely meant trouble. "Ask us no questions," said Naruto. "And we'll tell you no lies," finished Harry. "You plan to go after it yourselves," said Neville in an unusual moment of clarity. "Hey, who told you?" pouted Naruto. "No, you mustn't do that," said Hermione. "We could get killed, or worse, expelled." That caused the group to look at her in confusion. Only Naruto voiced his opinion. "Since when is expulsion worse than death?" "Because I said so," said Hermione angrily before stomping off ahead of them. "She needs to get her priorities sorted," said Ron with a bit of blush. Naruto, having picked up on the blush, capitalized. "You like that fiery temper, do you? Get you all hot and bothered." With that, even Neville blushed horribly, but poor Ron got so red, it appeared he was going to faint from all the blood rushing to his head. Break. Hey, wake your ass up, said Harry roughly shaking a happily sleeping Naruto. Go away, said Naruto rolling over. Wake up, said Harry half tempted to use his wand to spray Naruto with a jet of water. It's my birthday, let me sleep in, mumbled Naruto pulling the pillow over his head. Che, lazy ass, said Harry leaving his cousin to sleep in. Harry went down to the common room by himself to meet up with his friend. Morning Harry, where's Naruto? Asked Neville. Sleeping in, said Harry with a sour look. What, why does he get to sleep in today? Demanded a more than annoyed Ron. It's his birthday, said Harry. Really? Asked Hermione, but you never said anything about it. If we'd known we would have had a party for him. He doesn't like to talk about it, said Harry with a slight glance back to the room. What, why not? Asked Ron. Because he and I both actually mourn on this day, said Harry sadly. Mourn? Who died? Asked Ron stupidly before Hermione hit the back of his head. Oh, right, said Ron, sorry, mouth thing again. Don't worry about, we probably won't see Naruto at all today, said Harry. We should just get going without him. Harry, why is Naruto so upset about your parents dying today? Asked Ron as stupidly as ever. His parents both died the same night he was born, said Har. Why not? Looking back at his friends as they continued out of the castle. Look, let's not talk about it. As soon as they were out of the castle, Harry was off running towards the lake, pushing himself and his friends harder in their run than ever before. Meanwhile, Naruto was just waiting for them to leave before he went to his own destination. As soon as Naruto saw them all out on the lawn running, Naruto grabbed his family scroll and went for the place the house elves had told him about. He found the painting and walked past the same stretch of wall 3 times, waiting and hoping that the ELVs hadn't lied to him when a door suddenly appeared. Naruto entered the very small but very cozy room. He'd been putting this off for far too long, and now he simply had to see to it properly. He and Ari had talked about this for a while, and it was nearly impossible for Naruto to get the private time he needed to complete his task with their friends constantly with them. Granted, their time training together was away from the friends, but that time didn't give either of them much chance to work on new techniques, and Naruto didn't want to make Harry feel left out either. So Naruto finally just had to do it without their knowledge. Luckily, Harry ran interference for him as well. Naruto rolled out the scroll on the tatami floor the room had created for him. Shunshin no Jutsu, the Flash Step. The Kazama clan's pinnacle of speed and movement, as well as the first and most important technique of the Kazama Ka's true fighting style. It is only possible with the awakening of the bloodline. It is neither genjutsu nor ninjutsu, but a hybrid of both. It allows for the user to move instantaneously to any location within range of the user's chakra limitations. Upon activating the bloodline, WN by the golden yellow glow of the whites of the eyes and the slight glow of the hair, the user emits a bright, temporarily blinding flash of yellow light through which the user travels instantly to anywhere the light reaches. Naruto was shocked after he finished reading the little bit of information. Things were definitely starting to get interesting. Naruto decided to spend his time working Tawa RDS, the activation of the Shunshin, though his hopes were not very high at the moment. Sadly too, this was Kyuubi's objective for Naruto as well. He had to learn to control and use Shunshin without within the next month if he wanted to learn anything else from the fox. Naruto spent the remainder of the day and a good portion of the early evening hidden away studying. Finally, Naruto decided it was time to get out for a bit and sneak back to the common room away from prying eyes. He wasn't expecting to watch a giant thing walk into the girls' bathroom followed by a loud shriek. Then he saw Harry rushing inside to deal with the thing. I suppose I should help, said Naruto as he lazily walked into the bathroom to see the giant thing riddled with shuriken and kunai, as well a few burnt spots but no real damage. Naruto, help me with this thing, shouted Harry as he dodged another swing of the club. You look like you've got it covered, said Naruto, taking a bite out of the apple he nicked from the kitchen. Where's the girl that screamed? It was Hermione. She caught the tail end of that club and got knocked right out, said Harry as he dodged again. And Ron and Neville? Asked Naruto, expecting them to be right next to him. Hospital wing, said Harry as he tried to slide in close only to be forced back out again. Would you just stop moving around for a minute and tell me the whole story? Demanded Naruto. I'm kind of busy. Help me with this thing and I'll explain everything, said Harry, exasperated by his cousin. Fine, said Naruto, throwing his apple core perfectly inside the brute's mouth. Any suggestions? Yeah, kill it fast, said Harry with an excited grin, only to have it wiped off his face as the giant caught him with a glancing blow in his moment of distraction. Idiot, said Naruto as he watched his cousin sail through the air and into one of the stalls. Now, how do I kill you? It was then he remembered the dueling feathers he and Harry played with in class yesterday. A giant grin crossed his face. He raised his wand and took aim, claiming the club from the monster's hand. Naruto then began humming as he mercilessly beat the troll to death with its own club. When it was all said and done, there wasn't much recognizable remaining. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, said Naruto, spewing flames from his mouth, incinerating the monster and mess all at the same time. After that he sprayed some water from his wand, dousing Harry in the face, waking him up. What? Shouted Harry as he came to. Huh? What happened to the troll? Oh, is that what it was? Asked Naruto with a grin. What did you do? Remember the dueling feathers yesterday in charms? Harry soon had a grin to match. Now why didn't I think of that? 'Cause I'm smarter than you are, said Naruto boastfully. Hardly, said Harry with a grin, but you are more surprising than me. Naturally, said Naruto. Never forget, I am Kitsune. Well, Mr. Kitsune, do you care to ask? A rather severe-looking head of house. No idea what you're talking about. I came in to find it like this already, and Harry and Hermione both out cold. I just woke them up, said Naruto with a completely straight face. It was then Snape and Dumbledore entered. What is the meaning of this? Demanded Snape, looking sharply at Naruto. Naruto suddenly felt a tremendous pressure incoming from the seal and inside his head. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Naruto began screaming as he clutched his head. Suddenly an earthly roar came from Naruto as he charged forward faster than anyone could blink. Beef. Or anyone could register what was happening. Snape was pressed soundly against the ceiling, held by a giant paw of red chakra that was slowly trying to strangle him, while Naruto crouched next to the suspended Snape on the ceiling. Vermin! Raged a voice from another world. How dare you enter into my presence? How dare you violate me in such a way? Harry knew what was happening, he just couldn't figure out why it was happening. What did Snape do to call out QB and in such a supremely pissed off state? What did Professor Snape do? Asked Dumbledore, doing his best to defuse the situation. Before it became some very violent and quite deadly. This worm tried to force his way into my mind. He tried to force his way beyond the barriers to learn what he could from me. This will not be tolerated. And now I will kill him for it. Please desist. Killing him will solve nothing, said Albus, very worried. He had no control here. His best hope would be to reach out to Naruto. Of course it won't, boomed Naruto. But it will make me feel much better. He isn't worth it, said Albus. You're better than this. Maybe, maybe not, said Naruto coldly. Fine, I will let this flesh bag live for now, but first, I think a little punishment is in order. Let's see how he likes having someone tear through his mind and memories. Let's see what is really inside. A little tendril of chakra began to seep its way into Snape's terrified face. Oh, yes, do resist, it makes the pain so much more lasting. This was not Naruto, that much was certain. Well, what is this? Asked Naruto as he surfed through Snape's mind. So, Harry's father bullied you, but then, you did deserve it, didn't you? Raping all those young girls and then erasing their memories at the encouragement of Lucius Malfoy. Ah, and you are still loyal to him, even in your supposed role as a spy. How very interesting, the things to be found hidden in the mind. Isn't that right, Prince, or should I say, the half-blood prince? It seems, old man, that you are a greater fool than I thought you to be. Trusting this disgusting traitor whose only purpose in being a spy for you was to get close enough to kill you in a moment of weakness. Don't you just feel horrible now knowing that I will allow this filth to continue living? Lies, Snape tried to gasp out. Oh yes, they must be lies, snickered Naruto sarcastically. Your mind can hide nothing from me, Snivellus. You are but a disgusting, wretched, worthless piece of trash, just as your father always told you. You've earned your spot in hell and trust me when I say that my minions will enjoy their time with you. Suddenly his eyes narrowed even further when he found another memory. Naruto then violently threw Snape from the ceiling and into the wall, damaging the masonry in the process. I've changed my mind, I will kill him. Naruto then threw one massive fist of pure chakra, hitting Snape further into the wall, shattering nearly every bone in his body, and yet somehow he lived. It was then Naruto noticed Dumbledore and smiled evilly. On second though, I'll leave the rest to you. Dumbledore had never felt such a horrid fear well up eyed him as Naruto tore through his teacher's mind, spewing out all of Snape's darkest secrets. He feared that Snape's mind would be destroyed by it. But then he heard of Snape's secrets and his fear was replaced by such a righteous anger as he had ever felt. After everything Albus had done to protect Snape, this was his reward, a snake hiding in the grass waiting for his time to strike. Naruto dropped Ed lightly to the floor, landing on all fours with his 9 tails of chakra swaying behind him before vanishing altogether and Naruto collapsing to the floor unconscious. Albus, what on earth was that? How did that boy do that? What is going on here? Demanded Minerva. We will discuss this later in private. For now, I find that I must see to a certain traitor, said Albus, hardly containing his fury towards his potions master and spy. It was true that the QB could have lied, but the beast really had no reason. So, said Harry, we were right not to trust him. Shinobi 1, Wizards 0 inches. Mr. Potter, please see to your friend and cousin, you do not need to be here to witness this, said Albus. Harry couldn't help but smirk. I could do it for you if you want me to. That will not be necessary, Harry. I can see to my own dirty work. Minerva, forgive me. Albus then shot Minerva with a minor memory charm. Minerva, hurry and help the children, I'll see to Severus, said Albus, issuing directions. Minerva nodded and immediately helped the children to the hospital wing. Severus, you disappoint me greatly, said Albus, you could have been great but instead chose to betray us all. First that boy's parents, and now a scheme to kill me. But fear not, soon you will never have to worry about such things again. Albus then sent a simple bone-breaking curse at Severus' neck, killing him instantly. He then doctored the scene as needed to make it look as though Severus died fighting the troll. Albus hated doing such things. It truly repulsed him to be involved in all the deceit and espionage. And now he'd even been forced to alter the memory of one of his teachers. However, if it kept his students safe, then so be it. True, Albus Dumbledore always showed the world his clandestine side. The truth was much darker than even Albus Dumbledore would care to admit. Still, all of that aside, he was still a leader to the light and quite a good man even with his past sins, which he was prepared to face when the time came. Albus' walk back to his office had been rather subdued. Not so much because of the death of Severus Snape, but because of the fact that he now needed to locate a new potions master. Preferably one that wasn't going to betray him. It also became very apparent that even with his amazing powers he could not spend all of his time chasing after Naruto and Harry. He needed help to deal with them. Upon entering his office, he picked up a shoelace and tapped it with his wand, causing it to glow blue for an instant before it whisked him away. Break. Sarutobi had quite the headache at the moment. One of his Junin was in rather bad shape after running into her old teacher. Physically she was fine, if not completely exhausted to the point of near death. However, it was he mental trauma of the experience that left her in such a state. She had always been quirky, but it was now clear that she'd not be able to return to Anbu for a very long time to come, and she wouldn't be able to deal with anything dangerous for a while, or she might just lose it complete and kill her own team and herself. It was quite the headache indeed. If it were possible he would have ignited her a genin team, but academy graduation wasn't for several months and there weren't any recently deceased Junin instructors that he could replace with her. Thankfully, or unluckily depending on how you look at it, he was disrupted by the arrival of a new friend. Good evening, Albus, said Sarutobi congenially. Good evening, Sarutobi, how are you? I am well, thank you, said Sarutobi. What can I do for you this evening? There was an incident this evening involving a troll and the death of my potions master, explained Albus mirthlessly. Most unfortunate. I'm guessing Harry and Naruto were involved for you to come so far? Asked Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe unhappily. Albus sighed and explained everything that transpired that evening. Things turned out for the best in the end. Then, said Sarutobi, pleased to hear of Naruto and Harry's progress. He was also starting to see a solution to his own dilemma. So it is I have come to you to ask for your assistance, with the death of my potions master. I am in need of a replacement. While I realize your people may not know much about wizard's potions, you would certainly be able to keep tabs on Naruto and Harry and perhaps keep them out of too much trouble. Said Albus hopefully. It would seem we are once again able to assist each other. One of my Junin was recently attacked by her former sensei, an ex-student of mine. This has left her a bit disturbed. However, she will be perfect for this job. She is an accomplished poisons master. She will be able to teach your students well enough to brew poisons and antidotes to poisons as well as the most basic of medical creams and solutions. I am sure that with some time to study she would be able to learn to brew your wizard's potions. It seems that would be acceptable, but only if she is willing, said Albus. Oh, it's not about willing. It's about duty. She had been a Junin for a long time now and has yet to take on her own team. I've decided to appoint her to Naruto and Harry. It will resolve a lot of problems on both sides, explained Sarutobi. Very well then, I will send Hagrid to collect her in a week. It will give the students time to grieve for their lost professor. Said Albus with only a hint of sarcasm. Until then. Albus then stood and took his portkey back to his office. Things were about to get a lot more interesting indeed. Chapter 6. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto. Damn the rotten luck. She was pissed. No, pissed wasn't a strong enough word for what she was feeling. Livid was even a bit weak to describe how angry she truly was. She'd had her ass handed to her by her traitorous teacher. She'd been tied to a hospital bed for 3 days and the damn shrinks wouldn't leave her alone. And when she'd finally been released from their clutches, and feeling ready and more than willing to kick some ass, she finds out that she'd been pulled from the active duty roster. Let me see the old bastard, she shouted at the poor secretary. He's been expecting you, said the secretary with a slight quiver to her voice. The woman narrowed her eyes. She knew then that she was walking into a trap and that the old man was about to weave some web of lies and deceit to convince her that this was all for the best and that he had something more important to do, which would inevitably end up pissing her off even more. Worse than all of this, was that she'd fall for it every time. Ah, welcome, welcome, Sarutobi repeated with a warm smile, beckoning the young woman to enter his office and have seat. Why did you pull me off active duty? She demanded hotly. Now, calm yourself, said Sarutobi passively. I have a very important assignment for you that requires me to remove you from active duty for now. Bullshit, you just think I'm going to crack, she said angrily. Now put me back on active duty so I can kick a little ass and relieve a bit of stress. I understand that you've never before instructed a genin team, said Sarutobi, ignoring her. Ha, who would be stupid enough to give me a genin team? Does the council want a team as fucked up as I am? Then I must be quite stupid, said Sarutobi, sliding 2 folders across the desk to her. Meet your students. Oh hell no, shouted the woman. I will not be babysitting any stupid little gaki just because you tell me to. Don't I have a right to test them anyway because I already fail them? This time it is a bit more complicated, said Sarutobi, puffing lightly on his pipe. You will be joining your students in an extended mission. There will be prolonged contact with an outside group and other duty-bound responsibilities. The mission length is unknown. You've got to be shitting me. What happened to their Junin instructor that you would assign me now? They never had one. They were assigned this mission for personal reason. If you would just look at the files you will fully understand, said Sarutobi with a nod towards the files on his desk. Reluctantly she picked them up and started browsing through. By now you realize that this mission will rank SS class. The only people who will know of your origin will be Dumbledore and your 2 charges. Train them well, said Sarutobi. I never said that I agreed, she shouted back at him. And yet you're still sitting here looking through their files, said Sarutobi with a smirk. Damn you, old man, she said, more angry with herself than him. Simply for the fact that she fell for it. Don't worry so much, said Sarutobi with a chuckle. Study the profiles of your new students thoroughly. He then handed her another file and a rather thick book. These will prepare you for the world you're about to enter. I have provided lesson plans to assist you in the beginning, but it will be up to develop your new role. Naruto and Harry will assist you in getting acclimated to your new environment. Report back here in 3 days. Your transport will arrive then. She wanted to scream in protest, but then again this did sound unique. And truth be told, she could do with a bit of a vacation. Instead of commenting further, she claimed the materials and left. Break. It didn't take long for the story of Snape's death to circulate the school. Unsurprisingly, this was met with a few shouts of joy and very little sadness. Even the Slytherins weren't all too broken up by it, but they sure did milk it for all it was worth. Naruto woke up the day after with absolutely no memory from the time QB had taken control. It was quite frustrating for himself and Dumbledore, who wanted to know more of what QB had learned from inside Snape's head. When Naruto tried to ask, the damn fox's response was to roll over and snore louder. With the formalities out of the way, Naruto drilled Harry for the answers about Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Needless to say, he couldn't stop laughing afterward. So, let me get this right. Ron mouthed off to Hermione and she decked him. He fell backward into Neville, causing them both to fall down a flight of stairs, laughed Naruto. Oh, but I felt just awful about it, protested Hermione. Why do you think I was in that bathroom? Well, I think it's going to take a bit more to convince Ron and Neville of that, said Harry, looking over at the glowering pair. Whether they were glowering from Naruto's laughter or at Hermione was difficult to say. Oh, but I really am sorry, said Hermione, trying not to cry. Finally Ron sighed heavily. Listen Hermione, I'm sorry for the way I mouthed off to you again. I probably deserve to get decked, but sometimes you are just so frustrating. You know everything, and sometimes it is just too much. Anyway, what happened? Asked Neville of Harry and Naruto after Ron's apology. Snape arrived and yelled at us for being out of bounds during the crisis. He completely failed to notice the troll. It clubbed him once or twice that we saw before Dumbledore arrived, explained Harry. Dumbledore was awesome, said Naruto. He just waved his wand and okay, the club from the beast and then beat it with its own club. It was so cool. And then he just burned the troll's body, said Harry. What about Snape? Was he taken to St. Mungo's? Asked a concerned Hermione. No, Dumbledore said it was too late by then. Snape had already died, said Harry without remorse. Doesn't it bother you that you saw him die like that? Asked Hermione. Harry and Naruto shrugged with indifference. The way I see it, he got what was coming to him, said Harry, savagely remembering some of what QB had told him. Harry and Naruto both ignored the looks from their friends, continuing on to a new subject of conversation. Anyway, they say the new teacher should be here at the end of the week. Me and Harry have to show him around, said Naruto, some kind of punishment for being out of bounds. Oh, but you shouldn't be punished. You were both just trying to find me, said Hermione, trying her and Harry's reactions to Snape's death. That's what I said, shouted Naruto. But Dumbledore thinks we should take responsibility for our actions or some such garbage. It sucks too. I guess this new teacher would be the new head of house for the Slytherins, said Harry. But why not send a Slytherin student to show her around? Asked Neville, also doing his best to move past his friend's odd reaction to death. Maybe Dumbledore thinks the Slytherin students are too stupid to show the new teacher around, joked Naruto. Or maybe he just doesn't trust the Slytherin students, added Ron. Either way, we're stuck with it. We have to meet this guy in Dumbledore's ice on Saturday after the feast welcoming the new teacher, complained Naruto. Yeah, so you'll have to do your workout without us, said Harry sadly before he looked at Ron, and no skipping on the laps. I would never, defend Ron, earning a look from all of his friends. Break. She didn't like this at all, and she certainly didn't have to like it. This. Magic was not something she liked the sound of. It sounded cheap and non-lethal, nothing fun about it at all. However, she had to admit that some of the potions listed in the text did sound entertaining. Finally she arrived to the office to await her transport. Glad you've made it on time, said Sarutobi. Your transport should arrive in a moment. And just like that there was a giant of a man standing in his office. Hello again, sir, said the giant of a man. Hello again, Hagrid, said Sarutobi. Wish we had more time and all, but I really got to get back with the new teacher. Where is he? That would me Blackbeard, said the woman. Right then, grab hold. He held out a shoe to her. She grimaced at the foul object but took hold only to feel a great pull behind her navel. Suddenly she appeared before the giant doors of a castle. We've got to hurry. The feast is about to start and Dumbledore wanted to introduce you, said Hagrid leading the way inside. The woman was still quite disoriented from the trip but alert. The same bristling with weapons in attack position. Yep, just like them boys, same landing and everything, said Hagrid as he pushed open the giant doors to the great hall. Ah, welcome, welcome, said Dumbledore greeting the newest addition to his staff. If I might have word with you before I introduce you to the students. She nodded and followed him into an anteroom just off the great hall. First let me welcome you here. I trust you have been well prepared by Sarutobi prior to your departure. I would just like a moment to ask you of your plans with regards to Naruto and Harry. I am to be their Junin instructor. It is my job to keep them alive and train them to become Chunin and one Junin themselves, she answered. I understand, as long as you don't allow it to affect you. Our ability to teach the students, then we shall have no problems. Now, I believe we should introduce you to the students before the rumors fly too far, said Albus motioning her to lead the way to the great hall. Well now students, began Dumbledore, I know that it is sad lose such a fine potions master and mentor, but alas, we must all move on. It is to my great pleasure to introduce you all to Miss. He then looked at her. Through all of this he realized that he never asked her name. Anko Mitarashi Brats, she answered with a grin to match Naruto's. She was going to have such fun messing with these brats, minds. Break. Naruto and Harry were instantly on guard when they saw her enter. She was dressed like a shinobi, carried a weapons pouch like an shinobi, and she observed the room exactly as a shinobi would upon entering. She wasn't very tall, she had light brown hair and eyes to match. She also seemed to radiate an aura that said mess with me and I'll castrate you. She wore a long beige coat with a chain mesh shirt that barely covered up the important bits. He wore simple black pants and black sandals. The only thing missing was her Hitai-8. Naruto was carefully fingering his weapons under the table, completely ignoring the ramen noodles waiting to be eaten. Anko sat down and ate nearly as much ramen as Naruto usually did. However, Naruto and Harry were both studying how she moved. Soon enough the dishes vanished. Up at the head table Anko was patting her full stomach. Well, at least you guys know how to make a good meal here. Now, how about some dango for dessert? I'm afraid that since the arrival of Naruto and Harry, we've not been able to get the house elves to serve anything but ramen for lunch and dinner and only fruit for breakfast, explained Dumbledore with a sigh. Where's the kitchen? Asked Anko standing up. She could sense the two brats itching to confront her. Albus smiled and gave her brief directions. As she left, he gave her a quick, good luck. Anko left the hall and as she expected, Naruto and Harry followed her right out of the great hall. Anko wanted to test their abilities a bit and as such was purposely loud about her destination. Naruto and Harry followed her cautiously into what they knew was a trap. Once in the hall they watch Anko stretch before walking towards the kitchens with a purpose. Naruto and Harry went into high-GH stealth, blending in completely with the walls. Anko was slightly impressed that the pair had learned a camouflage technique. She'd sent her clone ahead so that she could observe the pair in secret. She had tracked their chakra signatures through the halls. She only became slightly worried when they deviated course from the path of her clone. It was then that she was surrounded by several loud P-ops of smoke, each giving birth to a clone of either Harry or Naruto. Not bad brats, said Anko, only slightly impressed. Tell me, what gave it away? Naruto sniffed the air. You smell like a snake. Anko giggled. Oh, you are interesting ones, aren't you? Suddenly several snakes shot from her sleeves, each destroying a clone. What do you want from us? Asked Naruto from an unseen location. Yeah, why are you here? Who sent you? Asked Harry from another location. Anko suddenly drove both her elbows straight back, connecting with Naruto and Harry's stomach, causing their camouflage to drop. Yo, you'll have to try harder than that if you hope to beat me. Naruto and Harry both smiled before bursting into a plume of smoke. Before Anko could finish turning back, she took two fists to her stomach. Both boys smirked at their success before Anko smiled and burst into smoke. Shit, said Naruto just before he took an open-handed strike to the side of his face, slamming him bodily into the ground. He distinctly heard Kyuubi laughing at Naruto's bad luck. Harry jumped away and created several clones in an attempt to create confusion long enough for him to use the camouflage technique again. Interesting idea, whispered a sickeningly sweet voice in his ear before he saw blackness. They'll do, I suppose, she said to herself as he tied them up and dragged them behind her to the kitchens. Once, in the kitchen, she hung them both from the ceiling, making the house elves very nervous. She then doused them both with some freezing cold water. Hello boys, she said with a grin, that was a lot of fun. I honestly thought you'd be down in under a minute. Turns out you lasted a whole 3 minutes. That's not bad for little genin like you. Torture us all you want, you won't get anything out of us, said Naruto defiantly. We'll see about that, said Anko with a grin that sent shivers down their spines. Let's start with getting these elves to add dango to every meal and then we'll go from there. That seemed to have puzzled the both of them greatly. Huh. You heard me, now talk or I'll start taking important bits off and making a nice tea with them. With that she prodded each of their nether regions with a kunai. The pair paled at that thought but didn't say anything. Again, how do I get the house elves to add dango to every meal? She asked icily. Never, said Harry. Anko just laughed at them. Oh. You've got some nerve boys. I've clearly beaten you and yet you still insist. Don't we try this then? You ask a question and I'll answer it, but then you owe me the same. What are you here for? I'm here to teach potions to a school full of pampered children who know nothing of the real world, yourselves included, said Anko. Now my turn, how do I get these elves to add dango to every meal? Naruto and Harry looked at each other, having an entire conversation without talking. Dimples, a rather large elf, approached. Yes sirs. Ramen is the greatest food in the world, said Naruto. Oh thank you sirs, said the elf Dimples, now we can be serving good foods again. Oh no you can't, said Anko, you are to keep the menu the same but add dango to every meal. Dango ma'am, asked the elf, earning him a look of disbelief from Anko, who was soon explaining exactly what dango was and how it was made. Now, the new password is, ramen is the greatest food in the world. But dango is the greatest dessert in the world, said Anko with a great big grin. You know, if you weren't here to kill us, you'd actually be pretty cool, said Naruto. Who said I was here to kill you? She said as she took her hitai from her pocket and put it around her forehead, proudly displaying the leaf symbol. You're from Konoha? Asked Harry in disbelief. I'm from Konoha, said Anko with a grin. But why are you here? Asked Naruto. That Oja-san asked Oja-san to send someone to teach potions and keep an eye on you two. Oja-san felt that you two had been given too much free rein and sent me to remedy the problem. He's also appointed me as your team leader. Does that mean you're Arjunin-sensei? Asked Harry in shock. Unfortunately, yes, said Anko before she sliced roped binding them, allowing them to drop to the floor. That wasn't bad teamwork by you two back there, but there is definitely some room for improvement. First and foremost, you're really fucking slow. And don't give me any bullshit about wearing extra weights because I watched you disable the weight seals. Second, you used all of 2 jutsu the whole time. While you may have used them well, you could have used a few more techniques to have attacked before you resorted to taijutsu, and from my understanding of your file, you should have had more than a few techniques at your disposal, including a few rather nasty fucking kaiden jutsu. We'll have more to discuss once I've had a better chance to evaluate you two. For now, let's go and enjoy some dango. Anko then grabbed each of them by the ear and marched them back to the Great Hall. Once entering the Great Hall, she marched Harry and Naruto right back to their seats and sat them down. We'll talk again after dessert. Naruto and Harry could only nod in embarrassment. What did you two do? Asked Hermione in disbelief. She seemed odd, so we followed her, said Harry, making something up on the fly. And she caught us, said Naruto sheepishly. Meanwhile, up at the head table, Anko was happily enjoying her dango with a smile and her feet perched up on the table. How exactly did you convince the elves to change the menu exactly? Asked Dumbledore. You just have to know how to talk to them, said Anko as she began on another of her, oh so delicious, dango. As ordered, Naruto and Harry showed up to Dumbledore's office after the meal finished. You could have warned us, yelled Naruto as he entered the office. Yeah, no shit, what the hell was that? Asked an angry Harry. Do you have any idea how close we came to killing her? Asked Naruto. Ha! Laughed Anko out loud. You weren't even in the ballpark, brat. You just don't know, said Naruto. I was seconds from letting Kyuubi out to play with you. I thought you said Kyuubi was laughing at us, said Harry stupidly before Naruto glared at him. Anko just laughed even harder. In my defense, I did not know who Sarutobi was sending, said Dumbledore. Yeah, but you knew he was sending someone to watch over us. Defend Naruto, pointing an accusing finger at him. Indeed, said Harry with a huff and crossing his arms stubbornly. I am sorry that you are feeling neglected in this instance, however. It was not my decision to tell you, said Dumbledore. That's right, it was Old Man Hokage's choice not to tell you. He wanted me to test you for myself, said Anko, finally coming out of her laughter. Well now, let's move on to more important things, said Dumbledore, leaning back in his chair. Boys, I expect you to help Miss Mitarashi become acclimated to this world. As such, I have arranged for you to take her to Diagon Alley tomorrow. And please, do be careful. Fine, fine, said Naruto and Harry, waving off the old man. Get some sleep, brats, said Anko. I'll be waking you tomorrow at 4. Naruto and Harry both blanched at that thought. They were used to waking up early, but that was crazy. Nonetheless, they did as they were told and marched back to their dorms to sleep. As promised, Anko woke them up at 4 a.m. by dousing them with cold water. Hurry and get ready, you're already late. Naruto and Harry grumbled a bit as they dressed themselves for the day. It was already starting off bad and was about to get worse. Anko smiled brightly as the boys exited the tower at long last. Let's start off with a brisk jog. She then brandished several Senbon needles, each one is poisoned. It won't kill you, but it will slow you down a lot, even you Kyuubi brat. Naruto and Harry just swallowed nervously before they started running as fast as they were able to. Dodging flying needles at the same time. Anko kept this up for at least an hour, not that the boys had time to check how long they had been at it. And things were just getting started. Following She began tactical simulations out the Forbidden Forest. They were given an example of a situation and had to come up with a solution and then prove that it worked by using it against her. It was surprising to both of them how difficult it really was. They had trained their teamwork in a fight forever and as such always worked together smoothly. This, however, was something they hadn't experienced. Sure, the academy would briefly cover situations like this in which you would have to devise a strategy, but they never actually got to try to put them into practice. They quickly learned that most of what the academy suggested hardly worked, if at all. Anko for her part always filled the roles of the situation perfectly, dumbing down her abilities where necessary. Well, not bad for our first day, said Anko with a smile as she snacked on her dango. Naruto and Harry, however, were on their back panting for air. So, go and get cleaned up and don't even think about being late to my first class or I just might castrate you after all, said Anko. Oh, and before I forget, I want you both to double your weights tomorrow. With that said, Anko vanished in a whirl of leaves. She's crazy, hinted Naruto as he plucked a Senbon out of his shoulder and another from his neck. Just kill me now, said Harry, not bothering with the Senbon scattered about his body, it will hurt less. Come on Harry, let's just get back before the other notice we're gone without them, said Naruto, crawling back towards the castle. The Kyuubi was being rather stubborn about helping him this time. Harry soon joined him in his excruciatingly slow crawl back to the castle and common room. Naruto and Harry entered only to see Ron, Neville, and Hermione waiting for them. Where have you been? We've been waiting for nearly 15 minutes. Asked Hermione, tapping her foot impatiently. Harry looked at the clock and said only one word, Kuso. He then slowly turned around and started back out of the common room and towards the grounds for their training with their friends. Harry and Naruto were so tired on the run that even Neville, the slowest of all of them, beat them around the lake by a long shot. What's with you two? Asked Ron, seeing Naruto and Harry almost forced to crawl that last few feet of the run. Anko-sensei, said Naruto, falling to the ground. Professor Mitarashi, asked Hermione. What about her? Detention, said Harry, joining Naruto. 4 a.m., said Rai just grunted. Oh my, said Hermione, no wonder you're so tired. Is this for last night at the feast? Asked Ron. Naruto grunted. What did she make you do? Asked Neville, who was confused as to how a detention could have drained them so much. Training, Naruto answered as he tried to push himself off the ground to no avail. He did however manage to turn himself over. Training for what exactly? Asked Hermione, just now noticing the state of their clothing and all of the little holes scattered about them. Voldemort, said Harry, not really caring at this point if he got into trouble. Are you saying that Professor Mitarashi was brought here specifically to train you to fight against VV, you know who? Asked Hermione. Harry, who had now rolled over, nodded to her. Oh my, she exclaimed in surprise. And that is as much as you three need to know, said an authoritative voice from behind Hermione, startling her and the other quite a bit. Hermione turned and quickly backed away from the teacher. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. Good, said Anko with a smile, that means I'm doing my job. Now, I expect that you three will keep this a secret. Of course, said Hermione quickly. Good girl, now I won't have to kill you, said Anko with a smile that told them she wasn't kidding about killing them. Now then, boys and girl, stop lazing about and get back to work, or I'll make you triple your weight tomorrow. That managed to get Naruto and Harry up very quickly and back to their workout. Unfortunately, Anko wasn't about to leave them unsupervised now that she knew what they were up to. Secrecy had to be maintained even if it meant killing them all. Now, don't be late for my lesson, said Anko sweetly as she departed. The group collectively shivered at the sound of her voice now. Just that little bit of time with her supervising their training had left a powerful impression on them. Break. Welcome to potions. You will call me Anko-sensei and nothing else. If you piss me off, I just might remove an appendage. While Dumbledore has forbidden me to kill you, don't think for an instant that I won't inflict some pain on you if you fuck with my world. Now, we're going to start today's lesson a bit differently. I've already gotten permission to make this first lesson last the first half of the day. So, to begin, we're going outside for a little run. She smiled ruefully at the looks on the faces of her students. She managed to convince Dumbledore to give her all the houses at once for their first lesson. It just happened that first years were her first lesson. Naruto and Harry looked as if they were about to drop from exhaustion, as it was an Anko's idea of a little run was to run around the Quidditch pitch for an hour. If you fell, she made damn sure you stood up again. If you slowed down too much, she ensured you would find the motivation to pick up the pace again. Now that we're all nice and awake, let's go inside for a nice cool drink, said Anko sinisterly as she guided her impressionable students into the safety of her classroom. It was an oxymoron if there ever was one, but most of them didn't know that yet. Sitting in front of each chair was a nice glass of cool and refreshing water waiting for them. Like locusts, the students fell upon the water without thinking, including Naruto and Harry. Once the water had been demolished, she spoke. Congratulations. You've all just ingested a poison that will kill you 2 hours if you don't brew the antidote. At that, all of the students paled considerably. A few of the girls even fainted. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Poison is often invisible, tasteless, and odorless, otherwise it is completely worthless. This particular variety will show no symptoms of any kind other than killing you instantly 2 hours after ingestion. There is only one antidote for it. I would suggest you get to work, or this school will MISSING its entire first year due to sudden death. Anko then turned over one of the chalkboards, revealing a very complicated potion formula that would take exactly 1 hour and 40 minutes to brew. If even a single mistake was made, then it would be completely ruined. Now pair off and get to work. Anko then sat on top of her desk and began to eat dango. With each dango she finished, she would out the remaining toothpick at either Naruto or Harry, who were expected to dodge, block, or catch it. The students were already exhausted from the run. Their minds were cloudy with sleep and tiredness. It was exactly as Anko had planned. Slowly, one by one, a student would realize they made a mistake in their potion and broke into tears, and one by one Anko escorted them out of the room, offering her condolences so that the entire class could hear her. Once in the hall, the students began to queue in defeat, waiting for their time to die. Neville's failure was met horribly by Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Naruto. Their friend failed to brew a potion and now he was going to die for it. Hermione began to hyperventilate and completely messed up her and Ron's potion as a result, which made her feel even worse. Harry and Naruto though redoubled their efforts to brew the potion to perfection in the hopes of saving the others. Soon the class was whittled down rapidly. In the end only Malfoy and Zabini remained along with Naruto and Harry. You should be finished in exactly 3, 2, 1. If you haven't finished then you've failed and your potions are ruined because they took too long to brew, said Anko harshly before she opened the door and ordered all of the students back into the room. As they all entered they noticed that not only was Anko very pissed off but there was also a look of disappointment behind her eyes. Once all of the students entered, crying or otherwise, she spoke again. I suppose I should congratulate you all once again. You're all dead, or you would be if I actually gave you poison. You stupidly took what was offered to you and assumed it was safe simply because I gave it to you. You can't always trust teachers. Sometimes we'll betray you to serve our own purposes. If that had been a real situation you would have failed miserably. Sometimes you will be in situations that demand you keep your heads, stay calm and act to save your life and the lives of others. I hope you all learn from this experience. Now get the fuck out of my sight, you all make me sick to my stomach. Anko then vanished in a whirl of dust and leaves that should not have been there. Most of the class was relieved to still be alive and completely disregarded her warnings. However, some of the students truly took to heart what she had told them. But no one took it as bad or as hard as Naruto and Harry did. They had failed their teacher completely, and worse, they had failed their friends. It was as if a light had illuminated the world for Naruto and Harry. They suddenly understood what Anko expected of them and hoped that they would learn from her. I'll not fail again, said Naruto under his breath, and then he shouted for the world to hear, I will never again fail to protect my friends. Never. With that Naruto stormed out of the room to blow off some steam. He was angrier with himself than anything. While Harry didn't say anything he stormed out of the room as W.L. looking to blow off some steam of his own. Hermione, Ron, and Neville all went their own ways as well. They had a lot to think about. Once the classroom cleared, Anko released her camouflage technique and smiled to herself. There is hope for them yet. I hope you mean what you say, Naruto. I truly do. Chapter 7. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Crazy, homicidal, psycho biatch, screamed Naruto at the top of his lungs. It was Christmas break and Harry and Naruto were made to stay behind by Anko despite an invitation from Hermione and Ron. As it was now, the castle was beautiful. There was snow everywhere covering everything. Most of the lake had iced over except for near the center where the water was content to just be freezing cold. It was also in this center that Naruto and Harry could be found on their water with Anko watching gleefully in her nice warm coat. She had literally begun the morning by marching them out to the center of the lake and stripping them down before plunging them into the freezing water unceremoniously. What's wrong? Asked Anko in a sickly sweet voice. Are you little babies cold? Well, too damn bad. You're going to stay there until you collapse of chakra exhaustion from trying to keep yourselves warm. Naruto and Harry learned very quickly with Anko that she had some unusual ways of training. They learned how to ignore heat and prevent burning by using chakra. Of course, the fact that they had to lay on hot beds of coal for weeks on end only encouraged them to learn the skill quickly. Now they were learning how to stay warm in the coldest of climates, and it really didn't get much colder than Hogwarts Lake in the dead of winter. Bitch, chattered through their teeth Naruto and Harry simultaneously. Thank you, said Anko, but if you think I'm bad now. They never liked it when she said that to them. It never ended well for either of them. Watch my hands and repeat, said Anko moving rapidly through hand seals, Mizuhai no Jutsu. Naruto and Harry did as she instructed. Anko smiled. I would advise you get underwater now. She then started another set of hand seals before taking a very deep breath. Kori, Bakuhatsu no Jutsu. She then breathed out, releasing a silvery mist that froze over the top of the lake completely. Now, enjoy yourselves, boys. She then left them to find their own way out. Underwater, Naruto and Harry were both struck with a simple and utter disbelief. They were now trapped under a frozen lake, trying not to freeze to death by using chakra and using even more chakra to keep the water lung technique working to allow them to breathe. Well, this sucks, said Naruto, though only bubbles could be seen. Harry though got the gist of it and agreed wholeheartedly. Naruto tried punching the ice above him, but that only served to hurt his hand and make him more frustrated because he had willing given up his weapons to Anko. Willing might not have been the right word for it, more like didn't resist as much as usual. Meanwhile, Anko was enjoying her walk back to the castle for some nice warm hot chocolate. Other than Dango, that was now her absolute favorite thing in the world, especially LLY in this frozen hell known as Britain. Anko entered the castle with a bounce in her step as she happily made her way to the Great Hall for some of the aforementioned beverage. Good morning, Professor, greeted Dumbledore with a smile and twinkle in his eye. Damn old men and their tricks, thought Anko as she took up her seat at the head table, just waiting for Dumbledore to trap her in some way. What do you want? She asked rather harshly. I was merely curious as to the state of your usually troublesome shadows, said Dumbledore. They are studying, said Anko. I see, said Dumbledore. ND, what exactly are they studying this time? Not heat resistance, I should think, with this cold. Nope, said Anko, sipping on her cocoa happily. Then Dumbledore noticed the open bag sitting on the floor next to her. That wouldn't be their clothes, would it? Might be, said Anko as she grabbed a Dango, trying her best to ignore the old man. Would it be safe to assume they are now naked somewhere? Asked Dumbledore. I wouldn't leave them naked somewhere, said Anko, looking the man straight in the eyes. Not naked, they still have their underwear. Oh, then where are they? Asked Dumbledore. I told you, they are studying, said Anko. If Ibiki couldn't get her to crack, she'd be damned if she ever cracked for this soft-hearted old man. Where are they studying so diligently on winter holiday? Asked Dumbledore with a friendly smile. I'm not exactly sure where they are studying it now, said Anko with a smile. It was true, they were probably moving by now and well on their way to escaping her little training exercise. Miss Mitarashi, said Dumbledore, should I be worried about the repercussion they will deliver upon us all in an ill-conceived plot for revenge? There is nothing to be revenged upon, said Anko with a grin that told otherwise. Dumbledore finally decided this was getting him nowhere fast and decided to sit back and enjoy his breakfast. It was almost another H.R. before a nearly blue pair of students charged into the Great Hall in only their underwear. Anko-sensei, chattered Harry. We will kill you, chattered Naruto, straining to point a finger at her before both he and Harry stormed out to find warmth. Faster than I thought, said Anko, checking her watch with a grin, completely ignoring the look of disbelief she was getting from Dumbledore and the other staff members. But I still think they can do better. I guess we'll have to try again tomorrow. Dumbledore sighed in defeat. He may not have approved of her methods, but they were certainly effective. He was also learning very quickly that the less he knew of her training methods, the better he slept at night. Things had definitely gotten far more interesting in Hogwarts than he would have thought possible. Break. She's completely nuts, added Harry for good measure before he tossed a few more logs onto the already roaring fire. This can't be safe, said Naruto bitterly before adding another blanket to his growing pile. I don't think anything she does is safe, said Harry. How can she get away with this? She's our Junin-sensei, said Naruto, answering the question. I not have known much about the team structure, but they were well aware of the fact that once placed on a team, the Junin instructor was pretty much free to do anything they wanted to their students, including, but not limited to, just shy of death. They were therefore stuck, and it wasn't going to change until they at least made it to Chunin, and even then, if she chose to, they would continue to train under her until they made it to Junin. Suddenly the bell tolled, signaling the need to leave for afternoon training. The pair met Anko out on the grounds in their usual spot, only for her not to be there. Did she forget? Asked Harry as he surveyed the sea of white, when suddenly he felt a knife against his throat. Then again, maybe not. Harry then saw Naruto in a similar situation. Anko released her hold on the boys and dismissed her clone. In real combat you'd already be dead, again. Snow is one of the shinobi's greatest tools, but it is also one of a shinobi's greatest enemies. Snow naturally muffles any sound you make, hence it is harder for you to be heard, but also for you to hear anyone coming for you. So today, we're going to work on our listening skills. She then tossed each of them a blindfold. Put it on. You have 2 hours to find me. Once the blindfolds were on, she took to walking silently around the pair. There was no crunch of snow as she walked, no clothes flapping in the wind, and no scent to lead them to her. She studied them both carefully, watching to see who would pick her up first. She thought that Harry would, as he had better control of his chakra. On the other hand, Naruto had a much higher developed sense of hearing thanks to the fox, but he was much less patient. Only time would tell. Naruto was indeed getting impatient, trying to seek the Psycho Biatch, or more commonly known as Anko-sensei, to no avail. He knew he should have listened to Kyuubi's speeches about mastering his fox senses, but then Kyuubi never set that as a skill necessary for him to learn something else from the bastard. Now he was regretting it for the simple fact that if he and Harry didn't find Anko inside of 2 hours, she would do something horrible to both of them. Focus, brat. Stop thinking about her and your cousin and every other little thing that is constantly speeding through your mind and focus on hearing. Listen to the wind, she will speak to you. You are now fox. Listen to the mother's words that are carried on the wind. She will tell you what you need to know. Now Naruto was really confused. Kyuubi sounded almost poetic and soulful. There was no sarcasm and calm. Having nothing to lose, he forced himself to calm down and listen, not for Anko but for the wind. It was everywhere around him, constantly moving. And then he heard it bend to move around things. He heard the wind bend around the castle harshly as it pounding against the stones before moving in all directions along the surface. He heard the wind move through the trees in soft turns and bends. And then he heard something different. Something that sounded eerie and yet powerful. This way. Naruto turned sharply towards the voice, but it was gone as soon as he moved. His heart was suddenly thundering with excitement and even a little fear. He'd heard a voice, but it didn't belong to anyone present, and yet it was there all the same. Naruto strained to hear it again, but there was nothing. Then he noticed that he didn't hear the wind against the castle or going through the trees, but he didn't know why. Anko was surprised when Naruto suddenly turned to look right at her. But then he looked almost fearful, and then excited followed closely. By confused. She had an inkling that he was learning something new and important, but she honestly had no idea what it was. Calm yourself, brat. You cannot listen when you are so damn excited. Calm. Naruto shared a few choice words with the Kyuubi for distracting him before he listened to Kyuubi's advice and forced himself to calm down again. Soon his ears were filled again with the wind and her movements. She is here. Naruto tried to remain calm this time. After hearing the voice, he turned towards the voice and followed it as the voice moved. This way. Over here. Danger. Coming fast. With the last warning, Naruto ducked only to feel a few of his hairs cut free. Behind. Naruto quickly turned to his rear. To block, only to find that his blindfold was removed, to see Anko nod at him approvingly before motioning for him to be silent. And then, using the hand code she'd made them memorize, instructed him to sit and be silent, or else she would break his fingers one by one, joint by painful joint. Naruto knew better than to piss her off and sat without question in the freezing snow. This, however, did give him a chance to think on the mysterious voice. He really only had one source of answers, but he wasn't sure as to how forthcoming the source would be. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on the familiar dreary halls that lined his own consciousness. Within moments he was standing within those familiar water-filled halls. He began his trek to find the Kyuubi in hopes of getting his questions answered. Soon enough he was before the cage. It seemed that Kyuubi was waiting for him. The fox was sitting on its haunches with all 9 tails spread out behind it. It seemed much calmer than when Naruto usually saw him. This actually made him more fearful of the fox than when he was in a rage of anger. She is magnificent, is she not? Said Kyuubi with what looked like a fond smile. I don't understand. What was that? How could I hear that voice? She is the mother of all. Her voice is carried on the wind to speak to all her children and help them as they need. She has been very angry with me, however, for the last millennia or two. Said Kyuubi with a bit of a chuckle at the end. Okay. I still don't get it. What do you mean, mother? Your mother? Asked Naruto, slightly fearful of another Kyuubi. Insolent brat. Do you not listen to her words? Do you not understand what she is the mother of? Think. I could hear her, but the words were broken. Said Naruto. I don't understand at all how it's even possible. She is mother of all of nature. She speaks to all creatures and helps to guide them in their lives. When she has stopped speaking, you know your time has come. She stopped speaking to me nearly 2 millennia ago, but I fought against her will and became the great demon you hear of in stories. Since I have joined with you so completely now, she has once more begun to speak, but not to me. She speaks to you, and if you would learn to listen properly you would know all this, said Kyubi almost bitterly but somewhat regretfully. Can others hear her then? Asked Naruto, still not completely certain of what was really happening. No, only you and those of nature, the animals and spirits that roam our world can hear her voice and understand, lectured Kyubi, WH. Why else would I have stressed for you to learn to use your senses properly beyond the obvious benefits? You are but a foolish child still. Naruto didn't like what he was about to say, but he knew it was necessary. Can you help to learn then? Can you teach me to listen? No, brat, I cannot. This is something you must learn on your own. I would suggest you ask that cat to help you. She would understand better than you think. Naruto was suddenly forcefully ejected from Kyubi's presence and back to reality to see Harry bleeding a bit from a few cuts and scratches from Anko's kunai and shuriken that she threw at him, but he had removed his blindfold and was smiling at his success until he noticed that Naruto didn't have a scratch on him. What the hell, how come you're not cut up? Asked Harry, a bit annoyed. I just figured it out faster, said Naruto cheekily. Shut up, brats, this is only the beginning, an introduction if you will to the things to come. I want you two to think about what you did to find me, and then I want you to improve upon it. From now on, every time I get the drop on either of you, it will result in both pain and training, probably at the same time. Now, get lost and get to work. What did you do, Naruto? Asked Harry once they were clear of Anko. It's hard to explain, said Naruto thoughtfully. I guess I just learned a new way to listen that Kyubi taught me. But he says I have to get a lot better at it. Can you teach me? Asked Harry. No, said Naruto sadly, it has to do with my fox senses. Oh, said Harry. This was yet one more thing that Naruto could do that Harry couldn't, to the continually expanding list. For the most part Harry didn't let it get him down too much because he seemed to be taking to magic much more easily than Naruto was. Nko was also teaching him several new techniques that she couldn't teach Naruto because the fox wouldn't have anything to do with it. Anko had a thing for snakes and Harry didn't really mind snakes, so he didn't mind learning from her. Naruto and the fox though were both adamant about not learning anything to do with snake magic. It was actually approaching a divergence point for both of them, as far as the direction their techniques would take them. Anko was quite adamant that Harry could not be a copy of Naruto and his techniques without Naruto's bloodline to work with him. She was becoming more forceful every day that Harry needed to be his own person with his own techniques, just as Naruto needed to be his own person with his own techniques. While they both had the same base of skills to work from was a great thing. They were now both ready to move in their own directions. Harry called Anko as the pair continued on silently. I just remembered something, you and I are going to have some private lessons. Naruto would have been disappointed if it wasn't for the fact that he had his own path to follow in becoming the kind of ninja he wanted to be. I'll catch up with you later, Harry. I've got some other things in the works right now anyway. Right then, catch you up later, said Harry before he ran back to Anko. Okay, brat, said Anko once Harry returned. I've been thinking about this for a while and I've decided that you can no longer use the same taijutsu as Naruto. It just won't work for you as you get older because you cannot use his bloodline. Now before you argue or complain about all the hard work you've already put into it, just shut up and let me explain. Even now when you use that style you tend to rely on your speed and accuracy, but you put no power into your attacks. That is the fatal flaw for you in that style. Small attacks will never allow you to win against Naruto with that style, nor anyone of Chunin level or higher. So what, Shoy not liking what she said but still seeing the truth of her statement. While I despise the person that taught me, I will teach you the style I use. It is a form of kung fu based on the movements of snakes. We call it Hubby-do. It relies on quick and sudden strikes with your fingers to major pressure points, delivering intense pain, sometimes even crippling pain. For your size and agility it will be perfect for you, however. I must warn you that if you learn this style you will not be well received in most villages nor even Konoha. I am a pariah to the village for my knowledge of it, and you will be too if you choose to listen to me. I also realize that you may not like snakes very well, as that Voldemort character is often associated with them, but if will help me to kill him, then I don't care, said Harry, steeling himself as soon as she mentioned Voldemort. As far as I'm concerned, he gives snakes a bad name. Anko smirked at that. Good, then let's begin. Break. Naruto only had one thought on his mind as he separated from Harry. He needed to sort out this hearing thing and all his other senses. So, his first stop was the cat lady, as Kyuubi called her. Naruto knocked on her office door. Come in, called a voice from inside the office. Naruto entered. She smiled at him as he entered. Can I help you with something, Mr. Kazama? This might sound a bit strange, said Naruto as a prelude. I have no doubt that it will, said McGonagall with a small smile. First I have to ask you to promise me you'll keep this a secret, said Naruto. He couldn't very well ask her to help him if she didn't know exactly what the problem was. McGonagall observed him for a moment before she waved her wand, sealing her office door. I promise you that whatever we discuss in here will remain in here and between us. Thank you, said Naruto, taking a seat. Well, I'm not really sure how to start, but here it goes. I am part fox. McGonagall gave him a look that said in no uncertain terms that she wasn't happy with what he said. Mr. Kazama, I thought you came here to talk with me seriously, not play another of your pranks or jokes. Now if you'll excuse me, I am quite busy preparing for the term to begin. But I'm not playing, said Naruto forcefully, I really am. Look at my eyes and you'll see it. Naruto then released the small genjutsu that made his eyes look normal. McGonagall gasped in shock. But how is this possible? I can't tell you that. It's secret, but the fact is that I am, said Naruto, lowering his eyes away from her. McGonagall seemed torn between wanting the truth and wanting to help her student. What can I do to help you? Naruto looked up, suddenly surprised that she was willing to help him. Well, it's my senses. Today, I was doing a listening exercise outside when I heard. You heard her voice then, did you? Asked McGonagall with a small but very fond smile. Yeah, how did you know? Asked Naruto. All animagus eventually learn to hear her voice. We may not always understand what she says to us, but we do hear her, said McGonagall. So are you worried you're going crazy then? Because you're not. You're very lucky to be able to hear her without being an animal or an animagus. But how can I control it? Asked Naruto, now slightly less worried. My boy, you cannot control her, you simply need to listen to her, hear her voice. I didn't mean to control her, I just meant, how can I control my hearing to hear her properly? I only hear a word or two of what she says, but I never hear the entire message. I need to get better at this to understand what she's telling me. You mean you can actually hear the words? You can understand her? Asked McGonagall in shock and surprise. Oh my, this is wonderful. You must tell me about it. You mean you don't hear her words? Asked Naruto. Oh my, no. Sometimes you can almost hear the words she is saying to you. Sometimes you just feel her presence comforting you, said McGonagall, but to act. You ally understand the voice and what she is telling you is something entirely new. No animagus to date has ever understood what she is actually saying. Oh, so I can't get better at this then? Will it always be garbled and incomplete? Asked Naruto. Naruto, do not feel down about this at all. You are only just beginning to hear her voice. With time and practice you will hear more of what she is saying to you. You will find it easier to hear her as well. You won't need to focus on it so much, and in time her voice will become a constant to you, said McGonagall with tears of pride welling up in her eyes. Can you help me then? Asked Naruto, hopeful. I really want to learn this as fast as possible. Well, the fastest way to hear the voice would be to embrace the fox side of yourself. Even better would be to change into the fox within, said McGonagall before she saw the look of horror spread across his face at the suggestion that he embrace the fox. No, I could never do that. The fox must stay contained, said Naruto. If I let it out like that, it is enough to know that it is there, but to embrace it, no, never. Mr. Uzumaki, I assure you that it would be completely safe. You wouldn't be letting anything out. Just changing your physical body into that of a fox, you would still be you up here, she said reassuringly as she pointed to his head. I don't know, said Naruto, still unsure of what would happen if he did such a thing. The Kyuubi was supposed to be safely locked in its cage, sealed behind an impenetrable wall allowing only his chakra to seep out. But then, they were one now, weren't they, and that wasn't supposed to happen. Naruto wasn't sure what to think, but if it allowed him to understand sooner than he would. It was a huge risk, but it was one he was willing to take. After all, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Okay, we'll do it, said Naruto, but I want you to be prepared to kill me if anything goes wrong. McGonagall seemed surprised that Naruto would be so blunt as to have her promise to kill him if something went wrong. Nothing will go wrong, Naruto. I have supervised many students that have passed through these halls into becoming animagus themselves. I am certainly capable of helping you as well. When can we start? Asked Naruto. How about now? Asked McGonagall. Now, this transformation usually requires you to brew a potion to reveal your animal side, however. You are already aware of your animal side. You just need to call it forward. How do we do that? Asked Naruto. Slowly over the next year we will build up to it, said McGonagall with a smile, to which Naruto pouted. But that's so long, he whined. Mr. Kazama, I understand how you feel about being patient, however, I must insist that this time you trust me. If you rush this, there could be terrible and permanent damage to your body. For every step you make in this process you must be able to control 100% of your actions in the change process. That means being able to change and change back without struggling, otherwise you may become trapped in such a form forever, lectured McGonagall, causing Naruto to swallow nervously. Now, let's begin. Break. Okay, ready? Asked Naruto as he checked his supplies once more. You better believe it, said Harry with a nod. This would be their last chance to get to that stone before they had to return to Konoha for the summer, and after that they may not get another chance. This was the perfect opportunity. Dumbledore was away on business, something they found out thanks to a slip-up by Professor McGonagall. Anko-sensei was buried in grading her exams, most of which she would probably use as a pillow to sleep on. Let's go then while the others are asleep, said Naruto as he led the way out of the dorm and stealthily through the halls towards the third-floor corridor. They were surprised when they found Fluffy sleeping soundly to a playing harp. Someone got here before us, said Naruto unhappily. Harry though scowled in a righteous anger. Voldemort. He then moved quickly and opened the trapdoor and jumped in without a second thought with Devil's snare, said Harry. Let's burn it. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Harry and Naruto both set loose a powerful stream of flames, burning away the vines. Harry was a man possessed to get to Voldemort and kill him once and for all. The next room was filled with keys. A quick shuriken toss knocking the right key out of the air and they were through. The next room was a giant chessboard. They were both too impatient to play their way across, and instead used the mass confusion that can only be caused by shadow clones to slip past the pieces and into the next room. Stupid word games, said Naruto, reading the little note on the table with several vials that would lead into the next room. Have you ever seen black fire before? Asked Naruto, observing the wall of flames awaiting them. Good point, said Harry. Do you think you'd survive testing them? Probably, said Naruto, but it would probably knock me out of it for a while at least. Said Harry, again studying the word game. So, the ones that look the same should kill us, right? Asked Harry, tossing the identical vials away carelessly. That leaves us with 3, said Naruto, grabbing one of the vials, observing it. I think this one will get us back through to the other side. How do you know? Asked Harry. The fox said so, said Naruto with a grin. Did the stupid bastard solve the puzzle then? Asked Harry. Yeah, take this one to go through to the other side, said Naruto, handing him a different vial. About time the fox was good for something, said Harry. But what about you? I'll wait here for you, said Naruto. Just hurry up, would you? Harry nodded before downing the potion and walking purposefully through the flames. Naruto meanwhile decided to spend time working on his hearing as long as he was going to be waiting. He was interrupted a while later with the arrival of Dumbledore. Good evening, Mr. Kazama, said Dumbledore. Shit, mumbled Naruto as he opened his eyes. Now they would never be able to steal the stone. Now, Now, such language is unnecessary," said Dumbledore, barely concealing his anger. "Now, where is Harry?" "Dealing with Voldemort, I'd imagine," said Naruto. "I would have helped him, but there wasn't enough of the potion to join him." Dumbledore frowned severely before he moved forward and dismissed the flames with a wave of his hand. He stormed into the room just as a specter of Voldemort fled, but not without attacking Harry first. Naruto turned to chase after Spectre before Dumbledore stopped. "Let him go, we must see to Harry now." "He's fine, we have to catch him before he escapes," said Naruto, resisting Dumbledore's grip. "And how would you catch him? How would you hold him in such a state, Mr. Kazama?" asked Dumbledore rhetorically, knowing that Naruto didn't have an answer. "I don't know, but it is better than just letting him escape," said Naruto emotionally. "How can you ever expect to beat him if you just let him go like that? Are you really so foolish to think that you will have such an opportunity to imprison him again as you do right now?" "I have made my decision," said Dumbledore, ending the discussion before scooping up Harry and leaving in a hurry towards the hospital ward. "You are a fool," said Naruto before following after him. This was not the way shinobi were supposed to act. Harry was fine. The voice told him as much. He had a mission to see to, but Dumbledore's orders took precedence as this was his facility. Break. Harry woke up a few days later in the hospital wing to be surrounded by cards and candy and a sleeping Naruto. Naruto looked rather uncomfortable in the air he was in, but Harry knew that he wouldn't leave his side unless absolutely necessary. "Hey, Naruto, wake up," said Harry, nudging his cousin. "Go away, Anko-sensei. Just 5 more minutes," Naruto mumbled in his sleep, allowing a long line of drool to slide down his chin and pool on his shirt. "Wake up, you lazy ass," shouted Harry, causing Naruto shoot up out of his seat with kunai in hand. "Harry, you bastard, you're going to pay for that," said Naruto, glaring at his cousin. "Did you go after Voldemort?" asked Harry, stopping his laughing and turning serious. "Negative, permission denied by Dumbledore," said Naruto unhappily. "Damn it," said Harry, pounding the cot. "Did you get the stone?" asked Naruto, hopeful that something good would have come out of this. "No, damn it," said Harry, "I never had a chance. I barely got through the other side and started attacking Quirrell. It was gross, he had Voldemort growing out the back of his head." Harry shuddered for effect, which was mimicked by Naruto. "That's just wrong," said Naruto with an additional shudder. Not much later, after a stiff talking to from Dumbledore and Anko, the boys returned to their dorms to pack their bags for the trip home. "Hey guys," said Neville as they entered, "how's it going?" "Damn Dumbledore," mumbled Naruto while Harry added Anko instead. "Didn't go over very well, did it?" asked Hermione in her normal voice. "Obviously. Do you know how many school rule they broke?" said Ron. "Why didn't you ask me to come?" Naruto and Harry couldn't help cracking a smile at Ron. He was definitely loyal and good friend. "Hey, we took a big chance and failed," said Naruto. "Don't worry, there will be other times to come." "Yeah, but this time would have been cooler," Ron pouted. "I heard about the chessboard. I could have won for you." "He has a point," said Harry. "You're all crazy," shouted Hermione, finally having enough. "Have a nice summer, see you on the train next September." She then hugged Naruto and Harry before she left them behind. "Just make sure you keep training this summer," shouted Naruto after her. "Yeah, that goes for you too also," said Harry, "and Ron, try to get Ginny to join you. I'll write her a letter making sure she keeps on your case just to make sure." Ron paled. That was a bit below the belt, mate. "If it works then so be it," said Harry with a shrug before he happily started dumping all of his wizarding clothes and book into an empty trunk compartment, content with the knowledge that he would have to deal with them for 3 months. Naruto was soon doing likewise with a happy smile. The only thing he didn't pack away that came from the wizarding world was his fox glove, which for one reason or another he couldn't seem to remove. Not much later he and Harry were waiting for Anko so they could return to Konoha. Dumbledore walked slowly towards the entry hall to bid his young students and potions mistress farewell. He contemplated the boys' attitudes and ways of thinking, and of how their thoughts were constantly looking for the next move or angle. They were always up to one prank or another in an attempt to outdo the Weasley twins, and generally succeeding, much to his displeasure. He was also slightly startled by how prepared they were to deal with any threat that approached them. He'd lost count of the times that Mr. Malfoy or one of his associates would end up in the hospital wing in any number of broken bones, cuts or knife wounds. Those especially bothered him as he had to cover it up from the Board of Governors. Even knowing all of this, he could see the good in both of them. They would die to protect their friends and family, maybe even kill to protect it. They were an inspiration to their friends to never quit or give up despite the odds as exhib. Ited by the exercise routine they had created. They were quite the enigma no matter how he looked at it. Well now, he greeted the three, I do hope you all enjoyed your stay. Naruto and Harry nodded politely. They enjoyed most of their time in the castle, but they felt as though they weren't being challenged like they would have been back in Konoha. On the other hand, Anko made up for any possible challenges they could have faced. I see, then you are excited to be returning home? Asked Dumbledore with a smile. Are you kidding? Shouted Naruto. I can't wait to show off all the cool shit Anko-sensei taught us. Dumbledore chuckled. And you, Harry? Of course, we finally get to do missions, said Harry. Fight people, stealing secret things, it's gonna be great. Dumbledore didn't necessarily like the idea of the savior of Wizarding World conducting himself in such a way, but the end justifies the means at this point. Well, I will look forward to seeing all of you at the end of summer. Not if I can help it, said Anko adamantly. Oh, but my dear, you signed a magical contract binding you to a teaching post within this school until such time as I deem to release you of it, said Dumbledore smirking. Damn you old men and your damn tricks, yelled Anko, ready to skewer the old man where he stood. Farewell, said Dumbledore before she had a chance to act. He then tossed a length of rope at the group, which they all caught only to feel a massive jerk behind the navel signaling the start of their journey home. Chapter 8. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Konoha had nearly a year of absolute peace and quiet within the village walls. Everything was calm, only the occasional gate disturbance or missing nin capture disturbed it. It was as if a soft and soothing record was playing some classical tune that spoke volumes of the peace they had enjoyed. And then without warning the record was scratched loudly and abruptly, completely destroying the peace they had so enjoyed. Sandaime Hokage was enjoying the latest printing of a much acclaimed piece of literature written by his very own student when his piece was completely thrown off by the sudden arrival of three people in his office. Yo, Oja-san, said an all too familiar voice. Welcome home, said Sandaime. I trust things went well. Fine, said all three at the same time with the same gree. And that told him blatantly that things didn't. Anko, I expect you to show them how to write up a mission report and have all three of your reports turned into me in 4 days, said the old man, lighting his pipe again. He'd forgotten to relight it while he was reading as he was so engrossed. Why do I have to do that? Demanded Anko. Shouldn't they have learned that in the academy? You have a very good point, said Sarutobi with a slight smirk. You're damn right I have a good point, said Anko before recognizing the look on his face. Seeing as you've made such a point of this, you can handle teaching it to all of the academy students who are in their final year, said Sarutobi with a smile. Hell no, I just spent a year teaching all manner of spoiled rotten broths and I'm not going to do it again, said Anko, knowing that she had already lost but resisting all the same. You will do it and you will take those two with you, said Sarutobi. Think of it as a way to scout out your third member before he or she graduates. Oh hell no, said Anko. 2 brats is enough, I will not be taking a third brat, just not happening. You will do it, Anko, and you will not complain about it, is that clear? Said Sarutobi, finally having enough of the game they usually played. Anko suddenly stiffened and stood at attention, knowing that her argument was over. Yes, Hokage-sama. She had to down the slight bit of pride she felt when she noticed that neither Naruto nor Harry left her side and even stood at attention as soon as she did. They were quite the pair, no doubt about it. Report at 7:30 hours to Yumino Iruka, said Sarutobi. He will assist you in preparing for your class. Dismissed. Anko, Harry, and Naruto all bowed before vanishing silently. They seemed to have learned a lot, said Sarutobi, stroking his chin with a slight grin. Anko and her brats, subordinates reappeared outside the office building without notice. Rotten old man, said Anko. How can he expect us to go back to the academy? Asked Harry. We worked our asses off to get out of there, pouted Naruto. This just sucks, complained Anko. It was bad enough we had to graduate with that stiff-ass prick Neji. Complained Naruto. But now we have to deal with Sasuke and he's even more of a stuck-up prick, added Harry for good measure. I wonder if the old man would notice if I poisoned all of them. Anko thought out loud. That could work, said Naruto thoughtfully. Yeah, but I think the old man would notice when all of this year's students died, said Harry sadly destroying that option. Damn, said Anko unhappy. I guess we'll just have to do it and get it over with. And like he said, it will give you two a chance to scout for a third team member. Just what is going to happen to this team member then when we have to, and we will have to, go back to Hogwarts? Asked Harry pointedly. How the hell should I know? Asked Anko. He or she will probably have to come with us. What? Yelled Naruto and Harry loudly. They knew that just wasn't safe, it wasn't smart either. It risked exposing their world to the wizards and that was something strictly forbidden. I know, said Anko answering their looks. We'll just have to be very careful about who we choose. I got the impression that we've been given the freedom to choose anyone we want. So if we are careful, we should be fine. Shit, said Naruto and Harry unhappily. Go home, get some sleep and report to the academy as instructed, ordered Anko with a sigh before leaving the pair to themselves. Ramen? Asked Naruto with a grin. Of course, said Harry leaping up to the first rooftop and racing along the familiar haunts of their home. They arrived in record time to the, oh so familiar, shop that brought them so many hours of joy. They nearly dropped dead upon arrival for out front was a sign that stated, going out of business, final day. No, screamed Naruto and Harry before rushing inside. Say it ain't so ramen man, said Naruto. It just can't be true, said Harry pleadingly, you just can't give up. The old ramen cook behind the counter had to rub his eyes. He never would have believed that they would ever come back. Ayame. Yes father, she answered smiling hopefully at the pair. Take that damn sign down, we're saved, said the old man with a grin and tear in his eye. Ayame gave the pair a quick hug before rushing out to remove the sign. Their business was saved. Money in the last year they had saved quite a bit up. The old man had never been happier. Just remember, Harry warned the old man. We'll only be back for a few months so be sure to save what we spend and use it slowly over the next year until we come back again. The old man just nodded before he began to prepare ingredients for the next day. Naruto and Harry slept very contentedly that evening. They woke up as usual and did the regular morning exercise routine though not before increasing the number of weight tags they were each wearing. They followed it up with a moving spar as they made their way to the academy building. Oh, you're getting pretty good with that hubby-do shit, complained Naruto as he ubbed his slightly numb shoulder from a well place hit by Harry. Yeah, well, just shut up, said Harry rubbing his now thoroughly bruised ribs. I can't believe you were always holding back on me before. Well, it wouldn't have been fair for me to use Shunshin before when you couldn't, said Naruto. That still doesn't explain why your hits are harder, said Harry unhappily as they approached the familiar door. Okay, so maybe I held back a little bit but I can't do it anymore, now can I? Naruto pointed out before opening the door to the classroom, your hits do more damage than they used to. Oh stop your whining before Anko-sensei hears, said Harry walking into the class only to take evasive action to dodge and or block a barrage of shuriken or kunai. At least Naruto's reception was equally pleasant. It seemed that Anko-sensei decided they were late. As such she distributed weapons to the students and told them to throw them on her mark. Her mark happened to coincide with the arrival of Naruto and Harry. When the barrage finally ended, Naruto and Harry didn't look very happy. Naruto looked downright pissed off. Damn you. Shut up Kazama and sit your ass down before I glue to you the ceiling again, said Anko irritably. Same goes for you Potter. Naruto and Harry placative that they knew they would pay for later but for now it just felt good to release a little of the tension. Naruto, said Harry, you've got a shuriken stuck in your arm. Naruto checked both of his arms before seeing the offending star sticking out the back of his arm. It wasn't deep at all and just barely penetrated the chain mesh armor but it did cut his clothes and that was a big no. Anko-sensei, you're replacing this shirt damn it, said Naruto showing her the hold and slight blood stain. Shut up Naruto before I decide to just incinerate all you clothes right now, she replied with a look that said she'd do it. Naruto? Questioned one of the students. You mean Uzumaki Naruto? I heard of him. I thought you died, man. It's actually Kazama Naruto. And no, I didn't die. I was on a long-term mission with my team, thank you very much, replied Naruto. You changed your name? Asked another student arrogantly. What's wrong? Your parents' name not good enough for you? Naruto didn't take to that very well at all, as could be seen when there was a yellow flash and Naruto suddenly appeared behind the arrogant student with a kunai to his throat. I will warn you only once, don't piss me off. Naruto, sit your ass back in your seat, said Anko with a slight grin. There was a suddenly flash of yellow light and Naruto was back in his seat with a bit of a smile at the stunned faces of the students, even some of envy, and one particularly satisfying look of absolute hatred. Now then, anyone else want to piss off my team? Said Anko, because if you haven't noticed, they both already have their forehead protects while all of you don't. The status of Naruto's clan name is none of your damn business. So unless you want me to kill you myself, just try and test my patience. Now, I'm not here because I want to be. I'm here because I was ordered to cover the lessons on filing mission reports. I'm also here because one of you very luck bastards will get the chance to fill the open spot on my team. Now before we get started, any questions that won't get you killed? What happened to the person that used to be in your team? Asked a pink-haired girl nervously while stealing glances to see as the boy next to her was even looking her way. Never was one, answered Anko. Succinctly eliminating her from the list, she'd no doubt crack under the pressure. So why add another member now? Asked a loud brash boy with a dog on his head. Orders are orders, said Anko, instantly crossing him off the list. Anything else? Why are you wasting our time with this useless crap? Asked the arrogant boy next to the pink-haired girl. Anko narrowed her eyes at the boy. Missio. Reports are vital to the survival of the village. They are the sole judge for determining the rank and cost of future mission of similar background or location. Then she smiled. Here is a situation. There is a C rank mission that was completely successfully and the Chunin that filed the report skimped on the details. He didn't include the fact that he had to avoid several stone shinobi patrols to deliver a package to a village near the border. Now imagine that we send another team on a mission of equal rank to the same place only a few days later. That new Chunin doesn't know to be careful of ambush or the possibility of crossing their path. So now, we have a mission that would have been better suited to 2 or 3 Chunin, maybe even a Junin being completed by one single, solitary Chunin. That Chunin may have just died because of a bad mission report that was used to determine the needs of a similar mission. The boy just snorted. Any Chunin stupid enough to get caught deserves to die. What's your name, brat? Asked Anko with a slight smirk. Uchiha Sasuke, he answered coolly. Well, I must say, you are more like your father than I thought, said Anko, causing the boy to smile. He too was a great fool, and his arrogance brought down the wrath of your brother and got his entire clan, save you, killed. Sasuke leapt from his seat intent on killing her, only to find himself pinned to the wall by Naruto and Harry, both with an intense amount of pain shooting through his chest and shoulders. Don't even think of messing with our sensei, hissed Harry at the arrogant boy. It would seem that in the year they had been gone, Sasuke had become even more arrogant. Nice hit, Harry, said Naruto with a grin to his cousin despite the fact that he was still pinning Sasuke to the wall. Harry looked at Naruto and smiled. I missed the right point by an inch though. You'll get it next time, said Naruto before he looked to the smirking Anko. What do you want us to do with him? Let him go, she said, turning her back to the boy. Naruto and Harry let Sasuke drop to the floor and cradle his chest in pain. The numbness should wear off in a few hours, said Harry. Maybe next time you won't let your arrogance cloud your judgment. The entire class was stunned. The boy who would without a doubt become Rookie of the Year was just taken out in less than a few seconds. Uchiha Sasuke, said Anko coldly. For now you are just like your father, too blinded by ambition to ever succeed. Do you know why your brother became such a powerful shinobi? Do you want to know his secrets? Well, I'll tell you, and I hope you take this to heart. He became great because he was willing to acknowledge his weaknesses. You should learn to do the same. I'm not weak, coughed Sasuke as he forced himself to stand. Yes you are, said Anko, I've seen many shinobi the same as you, prodigies, but the truth is they nothing but wet blankets. Mentally weak and too stubborn to realize it. Now sit your ass back in your seat. Sasuke looked deflated, but instead of sitting in his seat he chose to leave the class entirely among the whispers of the other students. As soon as the door closed, Anko took him off of her list of possible candidates. With him gone, Anko continued on with her lecture on mission logs and reports. Most of the students were too afraid not to pay attention. All in all, it was a pretty informative lesson despite the occasion kunai or shuriken thrown at a random student to test their reflexes. Only 3 had the wherewithal to pay attention to her instead of furiously writing notes. Consequently, they were the only 3 to dodge or block the thrown weapon. The rest were rewarded with a cut on the cheek and a scowl. The 3 that dodged were Kiba because he never bothered to take notes anyway. Shikamaru and Hinata, but she was more staring at Naruto than listening to the lecture. "Alright brats, get out of my face. See you tomorrow," said Anko sitting up on the desk. "But sensei," said the pink-haired girl a bit strongly, "it's only noon." "That's the great thing about being a guest teacher. I can end class whenever I want. Now get out," she yelled, at the end causing the students to scatter. Naruto and Harry stayed behind as ordered and waited until Anko was ready to talk. Anko meanwhile had produced a bottle of sake and another bottle of fire whiskey. She mixed a shot of each together before downing it quickly. "Hoey, if nothing else them wizards can brew a fine drink. You gonna share or what?" asked Naruto, curious about the stuff. "Hell no. This is a rare commodity here and it's all mine," said Anko, hugging the bottle of fire whiskey protectively. "Anyway," said Harry, prompting her to start. "Well, if I had to choose today, it would be either that lazy brat Shikamaru or the shy girl Hinata," said Anko, "but that is just from one damn day." "Yeah, but he might be too lazy," said Harry. "Yeah, besides, he looks like he only stayed awake today so he didn't get cut. I doubt he'd want to spend most of his year with stuck-up prep school brats," said Naruto with a chuckle. "Hey, you were one of those stuck-up prep school brats, or did you forget Kazama-sama?" said Anko teasingly. She knew his history now and loved to tease him for being the Hokage's son. "Hinata would probably keep her mouth shut pretty good," said Harry. "I don't think we'd have to worry about her revealing too much about those eyes," said Naruto. "Birth defect," volunteered Anko. "It would work, I suppose. She has purple hair," said Naruto. "Another birth defect," volunteered Anko again before downing another mixed shot. "What was she even doing here? I thought she graduated last year with us," said Naruto to Harry. "She passed the graduate Ion exam for the academy but failed her Junin sensei's test. She ended up with Kakashi and he has to date never passed a group of genin. Not to mention that the Uchiha brat has been hand-picked to be his first student regardless of his decision to pass a group of genin. She only took the test in the first place because her father made her take it," explained Anko before she hiccuped once. "How the hell do you know?" asked Naruto. "I had to read the student profiles last night," said Anko. "Liar," said Harry. "Okay, so the Hokage made me read the 10 most promising profiles," said Anko before she took another shot. "Fine, well, we'll see what happens the rest of this week," said Naruto before leaving. "What's bugging him?" asked Anko. "I don't know, but I intend to find out," said Harry, with a snicker before running off to tease his cousin about it. Harry found Naruto up top of the Hokage's monument meditating. "So what's up?" asked Harry, joining him, not receiving an answer. "Fine, talk to me when you're ready." Harry then folded his leg up into the lotus position and calmed his mind, wiping away all the excess crap that was bothering him. Harry and Naruto sat there for hours organizing their minds and processing the recent changes they had been made to deal with. Things were much different in the village than Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, people spoke in hushed whispers when they saw Naruto and Harry because of Harry's legend and past, but always with admiration or respect, most of the time. In Konoha, people did the same thing but more to ridicule and insult Naruto without breaking the third's law. Even still, they were happy to be home again. Naruto finally let out a relaxed sigh, signaling to Harry that he was ready to speak. "So what's the deal? Don't like Hinata? Or maybe you do?" asked Harry with a wink and a nudge to his cousin's ribs. "No," said Naruto, giving Harry a look that plainly said he had no interest in girls yet. I like Hinata just fine, but I don't like any of those people to become our teammates. They are all weak and will put both of us and the entire shinobi world at risk if they have to come with us. You've seen Dumbledore's attitude about the way we do things. What do you think he'd do with another of us there? The more of us that venture into that world, the greater the risk of one of us exposing the threat shinobi pose to them. Next thing you know, we'll be in a war greater than the last great shinobi war, and it will be village against wizards. Naruto, it can't be helped, said Harry, it isn't our decision. At least we have a chance to select someone who isn't as likely to expose our world. And if we are lucky, we can choose someone with enough skill and ability to keep us out of trouble if Anko-sensei ever gets too far out of line. He said the last part with a light laugh that got Naruto to laugh a bit. Yeah, I guess she is a bit of a handful for just the two of us, said Naruto with his own chuckle. So, let's just observe the students and see who we think would do the job well, said Harry, acting the more mature part. He agreed with most of Naruto's doubts about the decision to add another member to their team, but then again, it could be a good thing. Fine, but don't say later that I didn't warn you that this will be a colossal mistake, said Naruto before standing and stretching his stiff muscles. Come on. Let's get some ramen and head home to get started on our mission reports. Break. Team 9 attended the academy 3 more days with Anko giving the students example situations and making them write up mission reports. Sometimes in teams, sometimes alone. Not much had changed with Anko's opinion of who their third team member should be. It was either going to be Shikamaru or Hinata. Shikamaru had proven himself to be made of tougher stuff mentally. Then Hinata, but he was still lazy as hell and not a very capable fighter. Hinata was the more capable of the two but much weaker mentally. She was easily frightened and scared and definitely shy. Alright you brats, get the hell out of my sight. Naruto, Harry, we'll meet up later as planned, yelled Anko before she narrowed her eyes. Hyuga, Hinata and Nara, Shikamaru, you two stay. So troublesome, mumbled Shikamaru before lazily sitting down again. Hinata jumped in surprise a bit before reseating herself, fidgeting nervously. Once the room was empty, Anko began. So, Shikamaru, you always this damn lazy. It's too troublesome otherwise, said Shikamaru with a yawn, only to dodge quickly to avoid a thrown kunai. Anko smiled. Do you ever train? Only when my mom makes me. Troublesome woman, complained Shikamaru, not liking where this was going. And what about when you get put onto a team of genin? What then? Asked Anko. I only plan to make it to Chunin, marry a regular woman that isn't too troublesome and have 2 kids before I retire to a life of playing shogi on my front porch until I die, said Shikamaru, rather rehearsed with a yawn. That seemed to pacify Anko for the moment before she turned on Hinata. What's your story, little girl? Anyo, said Hinata, tapping her index fingers together nervously. I. What the hell is wrong with you? Yelled Anko at the girl. Speak up and clearly or I'll just kill you now and be done with it. Hinata's eyes widened, knowing there was doubt that Anko would do exactly that. What do you want to know? She said without the slightest stutter. Better, said Anko. Now what the hell are you always so shy, girly? I am a disgrace to my clan. My father says I should hide in shame, said Hinata, still terrified that this woman would end her life. Some deep part of her wanted Anko-sensei to do just that, but then she remembered Naruto, her inspiration. Bah, your father's an asshole, said Anko plainly. I've dealt with him plenty of times to know that. Anything that comes out of his mouth is worth shit to me, and it should be the same for you. Or are you too stupid to realize that? Hinata shied away at that comment. Hey, don't you look away from me, you look me in the eyes now or I will kill you, yelled Anko threateningly. Hinata immediately looked her in the eyes, terrified of what she'd see. Now answer me, are you stupid? Father says, but she was cut off immediately. I don't give a flying fuck what your bastard father has to say. I asked if you were stupid. Quote, no, she answered hesitantly, only to find a kunai held against her throat. Are you stupid? Hissed Anko in the girl's ear. No, she said a bit more forcefully, only her fear of death prompting her to speak up. Good answer, said Anko, I'll come back to you in a minute. She then walked over to Shikamaru and decked him, knocking him clean out of his seat and through a few of the desk chairs. Get up, you whiny little bitch, she said as she kicked him in the ribs, knocking the wind out of him. I said get up. Shikamaru stood up shakily. He'd never calculated the possibility that she would actually strike him. It just didn't make sense for any teacher or instructor to beat the tar out of a student, not even a genin. Fight me, you little pussy of a man, said Anko tauntingly before she moved to strike him again. He blocked this time, but the punch still got through and knocked him back into the wall. Come on, is this all you got? I thought you were smart. She then sent another kick at him, which he moved to dodge only to get a kunai in the shoulder. Suddenly, at the sight of his own blood, it became all too real. She intended to kill him if he didn't start to really defend himself. This was the meaning of life as a shinobi, and it was suddenly all too real. Anko moved to stab his other arm and make him immobile, but found her kunai blocked by another. Shikamaru had actually pulled his own shoulder to block her. So, you're not entire. Useless, she said with smirk before she brought her knee up swiftly, only to be knocked aside by his own knee. Before his own foot came up to attack her. Shikamaru didn't smirk at her surprise because he knew if he didn't fight he would die. Suddenly he was regretting not taking his mother's prodding to train more seriously. He thought he could get her to back off a bit if he kicked her. His leg moved cleanly, though a bit slowly. She didn't do anything but smile. Suddenly she grabbed his arm that was straining to hold back her kunai with her free arm. Before drove the kunai she was holding straight down into his leg, effectively ending the fight. Shikamaru crumpled to the floor in pain but still tried to back away, holding the kunai in a defensive position. It seems there is a bit of fight in you after all. Good, you'll need that if I take you into my team, said Anko with a smirk before sheathing her kunai. A test. Shikamaru gasped slightly, but more than a little pissed off. You've stabbed me twice and it was just a test. Life is a test, brat. Besides, I missed any major arteries. You'll be healed fast enough once the medics get through with you, said Anko before she turned her attention to Hinata, who was looking horrified. Shikamaru is down. Can't defend himself. Finish him, she instructed the terrified Hyuga girl. Go on. Close a few of his tenketsu around the heart. Do it or I'll kill you. Hinata was scared to death, but not more so that Shikamaru was. He'd passed his side of test and now he was being offered up as a sacrifice to see if Hinata had any potential. Hinata swallowed before she approached Shikamaru with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Shikamaru. Don't apologize to him. It's his fault for being so weak and not being able to defend himself. You've known him for years, you know that he would be a risk to any team if can't defend himself properly. You'd be doing the village a favor by killing him. I'll even make it easier for you, said Anko before she made a few hand seals, causing snakes to shoot out of her sleeves and wrapped Shikamaru up, holding him in place. Hinata approached Shikamaru slowly and painfully. She didn't want to do this. She had known Shikamaru for a long time. She started making the seals to activate her Byakugan to see the tenketsu. She wouldn't miss. She didn't want him to suffer. Shikamaru closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable end of his short life. But it never came. He opened his eyes to see that Hinata's hand was stopped just centimeters from his chest. He hand held in place by Anko, who looked sorely disappointed. You've failed, Hyuga, said Anko, pushing her arm down, again. It was salt in an open wound, but she needed to say it. Any Konoha shinobi would know that we never turn on our own. We protect each other with our lives. You should have attacked me for ordering you to do that. You have great potential, Hyuga, don't ever forget that. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have potential. But always remember, now and forever, that a leaf is only one part of a tree, only together can we help the tree of Konoha grow. Hinata let the tears slip down her cheeks for her failure to see the truth, to see underneath the underneath. But she also focused on the fact that Anko-sensei said that she had great potential. She made a vow to herself in that moment that she would never again forget where the tree of Konoha gets its life from. Now, wipe those tears away, you are far stronger than that, said Anko in an almost motherly way, handing the girl a few tissues. Hinata took the tissues gratefully and wiped her face clean. Grow stronger, Hinata, and I promise you he will notice you, said Anko with a wink to the girl, who turned cherry red. Now, for you, Nara, congrats, Anko said, slapping his shoulder that she happened to have stabbed earlier. let's get you cleaned up and get a Hittite on your head and go meet up with your new team. So troublesome, said Shikamaru before following his psychotic sensei to the hospital limping all the way. The medics cleaned him up but not without harassing Anko for her testing methods. Not much later Anko took him to the Hokage's tower, got him registered with Team 9, and informed the Hokage. Was stabbing him really necessary, Anko? Asked the Hokage as soon as they entered the room. Yes, said Anko honestly, now he knows and will be better motivated to see to it that it never happens again. The Hokage just shook his head, have a seat with your subordinates. He motioned to the waiting Naruto and Harry. Yo, said Naruto and Harry with a slight wave to the genius. She's crazy, said Shikamaru before he sat with his new teammates. You have no idea, said Naruto. Or did you forget that she had the entire class throw kunai and shuriken at Harry and me on the first day we're there? Or that she would purposely throw weapons at students during lecture to make sure they were paying attention, added Harry with a grin. How are you two still alive? Asked Shikamaru in slight awe of the pair. You will learn really fast or you'll end up hurt, said Naruto dead seriously. She won't hold back much, so you'd better be ready to train, said Harry with a slight shudder at the memory of their last year of training. Well now Nara-san, said the Hokage. I hope that test didn't bother you too badly. I'll have nightmares for weeks, answered Shikamaru lazily. That's good, said Sandaime not really paying attention to his answer. Now, on to the more important thing. Sarutobi then explained all the details of the mission that he would be joining as a first-year student at Hogwarts. So, the question is, can you handle this? Shikamaru was left in stunned silence. These kind of long-term deep-cover missions were never given to genin. It was almost a guaranteed rank promotion upon completion. It was almost a guaranteed ticket to his dream. But then again, the risks were also high. It will be at least 6 years of your life and there will be times of considerable danger. However, you are being given an opportunity that no shinobi has ever been afforded before. You will have an enormous amount of time to train and learn. Naruto and Harry have told me that Hogwarts can be quite enjoyable at times as well. And, he paused to smile deviously. You won't have to listen to your mother complain for the majority of the year. That sealed it right there. I'm in, he said without a second thought with just that one incentive. You will return here each summer to report and to be evaluated on your progress as a shinobi. It will also give you the chance to visit with friends and family as well as complete some missions to earn some pocket money and the like. Any other questions will be answered by Naruto and Harry. You leave in 2 months. I suggest you spend that time getting to know your teammates and working to catch up to their progress. Dismissed. The old man finished with a smile. Oh, and Anko, before I forget, escort Nara-san home and give his parents the good news. Damn you old man, complained Anko before she grabbed Shikamaru's still tender but healed shoulder and vanished. You two watch out for Shikamaru and make sure he catches up to you too, said Sandaime catching Naruto and Harry just before they were out the door. Sarutobi couldn't help but smile at the thought of how much fun it would be to be able to watch Alba's reaction to the coming years. Break. Anko and Shikamaru were both grumbling as they approached his home. Anko pounded roughly on the door. Shikamaru's mother answered the door. She saw Anko and got a slightly fearful look in her eyes before she noticed that she holding on to her son's shoulder and looked rather annoyed. Oh Mitarashi-san, I'm so sorry. I don't know what you did Shikamaru, but don't ever plan on being able to watch clouds again. You'd better apologize now and be polite about it. Shikamaru's mother continued to rant for a while before Anko finally just covered her mouth. That brat ain't in trouble, said Anko, causing Shikamaru's mother to look confused. I understand then, she said to point out the obvious. Finally Shikado came to the door. What's all this racket? Something wrong Anko? Depends on your definition of wrong, said Anko, being made Junin instructor and being expected to babysit 3 brats would definitely fit in my description. Why don't we talk about his inside? Offered Shikamaru's mother, noticing all the people staring now. Fine, said Anko, walking in but not before shoving Shikamaru ahead of her. Would you like some tea? Shikado offered, motioning to his wife to make some. Sure, said Anko, sitting the table and putting her feet up on it rudely. Shikado was used to Anko's personality, so shrugged and took his own seat to wait for the explanation. After the tea was served and everyone was seated including an annoyed Shikamaru. Shikado opened the conversation. I didn't know you'd taken on a team of genin, said Shikado. Last I heard you were on some long-term deep cover deal. Yeah, well, it's not done yet, said Anko with a frown. Part of it though involves my genin team. Up until now it has only been 2 genin and myself. Up until now, asked Shikado slightly fearful for his son. Shikamaru was selected to fill the open spot, said Anko still annoyed with the situation. But Shikamaru is still in the academy, protested Shikamaru's mother. Not anymore, he was given an early graduation examination and placed on my team, said Anko. So now he will be joining my team and I when we resume our deep cover work in 2 months. Hokage-sama says this is a real honor for Shikamaru and a fast track to making Junin. Shikamaru's mother looked torn between the opportunities that Shikamaru was being given and the idea of her son being the student of Anko who was once the student of Orochimaru. In the end, the opportunity won out. Congratulations Shikamaru-kun, now don't waste this opportunity by watching clouds the entire time. Where exactly is this deep cover mission that genin are allowed to participate? Asked Shikado curiously. Classified, said Anko, you know the rules same as all the other Junin. Shikado. Shikado sighed in defeat. Will he be able to continue training? It'll be about the only thing he will be doing. He's got a long way to go if he ever expects to catch up to his teammates, said Anko. And who are his teammates? Asked Shikamaru's mother. Anko cringed slightly. She knew this part wasn't going to go very well at all. Shikamaru though answered before she could. Naruto and Harry. What? Screamed Shikamaru's mother. I absolutely refuse to allow my son to be on a team with that thing. The room suddenly got much colder. That thing, as you put it, is more than you seem to think he is. Of course he is more than he appears, he's a. But her words stopped short noticing the presence of her now very interested son. Dear, I think you'd best sit down now, you're in for a very big surprise, said Shikado knowing full well what she was about to learn. He only knew the secret because of his position and even then he couldn't even share it with the people who did know. I will not sit down and just allow my only son to be subjected to that. Once again she stopped short only to be forcefully sat in her chair by Shikado much to her great consternation. About a year ago, Naruto was finally told his family name, said Anko. Just before he began this deep cover mission. It was kept secret up until then to protect him from forces outside the village that would seek retribution against his clan for the actions of his father. But in doing so, it totally alienated him from this village because of his burden. Do you have any idea who his father is? Shikamaru's mother shook her head angrily. It doesn't matter. He's evil now. His family name is Kazama, said Anko before completely silencing herself to let that sink in. Shikamaru's mother gasped and brought her hand to her mouth in horror. It shouldn't have been possible. It just wasn't right. She shook her head again trying to forget what she had just heard. Do you honestly think he would use his only son, minutes after his wife died in childbirth? If there was even the slightest chance that it would corrupt the boy. Have you so little faith? Asked Anko coolly. Why weren't we ever told? Why did no one say anything? She asked in horror as she thought back on the horrible way that boy had been treated, even by her. Think of his father's reputation, said Shikado. He was in more danger from other villages than he was from the hatred he received here. At least here there were some who would protect him that knew the truth. You knew? She asked. I knew because I was there, said Shikado. Okay, I realize that I'm just own kid here to you, but could someone tell me what hell difference does it make if Naruto's family name is Kazama? Shikamaru finally asked in annoyance. The Kazama clan is the same clan that Yondaime Hokage was from, said his mother. That means that Naruto was Yondaime's son, said Shikamaru in a moment of clarity and shock. Chapter 9. I don't Harry Potter or Naruto, damn the rotten luck. Right you brats, shut up, said Anko as she approached her now complete and waiting team of genin. Today we're going to spend a bit of time with teamwork exercises, but first we're going to push Shikamaru here to the brink of exhaustion to catch him up to the both of you as fast as possible. Anko then tossed a bag at Shikamaru. Put that light body armor on and then start sticking tags on. She then smiled gleefully. It was a bit beyond excessive, but it did the trick and then some. This is so troublesome, complained Shikamaru as he shed his shirt, put on the light chain mesh body armor. He then started putting on the little notes of paper. Make sure they stay out of sight now, added Anko with a pleased smirk. Once Shikamaru had added about 15 tags, Anko stopped him. The rest are for Harry and Naruto. Can't let you boys slack off now, can we? Naruto and Harry sighed before they started adding the remaining tags to their already numerous tags. Anko made a few quick and seals to activate all of the seals at once. Shikamaru dropped straight to the ground with a painful whiff of air leaving his lungs rapidly. Get your ass up, Shikamaru, or I'll castrate you, said Nko with a demonic and yet gleeful grin at the prospect of making her own eunuch. Shikamaru struggled first to his knees, panting heavily, thinking his body would give out at any moment. Yo, said Naru, offering his hand to help Shikamaru up. Shikamaru looked up in surprise at Naruto. He now knew Naruto and Harry's full story. He thought that under the same conditions he would have become that which the village feared. But one look into the eyes of either of them and he knew that simply wasn't so. They wanted to prove themselves and help the friends. He suddenly felt very lucky to be counted among the friend group. Shikamaru took the hand offered to him and struggled to stand, even with Naruto helping a bit. Thanks, said Shikamaru, finally standing bent over, holding himself up with his hands on his knees. Use your chakra, said Harry with a smile. It takes a bit to get used to and you'll drain your chakra fast, but at least you'll be able to move. Yeah, and you'll get used to it eventually, added Naruto with a smile. He may have worried greatly under the surface about the risk of adding Shikamaru to the team, but he'd be damned if he didn't at least try. Shikamaru appreciated help and tried to use his chakra to help him move. It's damn hard. How the hell can you two stay standing? We've been doing this since the academy days, said Naruto. Just stick with it and you'll build up an enormous amount of chakra and strength. He acts tough, said Harry, punching Naruto in the arm, but he's probably struggling more than you are. Shut up. I am not, yelled Naruto angrily. That seemed to relax the atmosphere a bit because Shikamaru chuckled. All right, you brats, said Anko. Take the little weenie here and run him through the warm-up and the batch, yelled Naruto at Anko as he way of saying, yes ma'am. Soon enough the three genin were stretching and loosening up their bodies, followed closely by push-ups, sit-up, handstand push-up, and pull-ups. Good, now that we're all warmed up, start running, said Anko, brandishing two hands of Senbon. Naruto and Harry's eyes both widened with fear. Together they grabbed Shikamaru roughly and took of it a fast sprint, anging directions regularly, with Anko right on the tails, violently throwing her poisoned needles, the hopes of getting her brats. What's with the needles? Asked Shikamaru as he dodged yet another one. Nerve agent, said Naruto before he yelped. She got him. It'll just slow you down, said Harry, makes you an easier target. Harry was moving quickly to dodge a particularly nasty barrage of Senbon. Psychotic woman, complained Shikamaru as he moved to dodge sluggishly. His chakra was starting to wane and his muscles were having trouble supporting the weight on their own. They kept this up until all three boys were little better than pin cushions. All three stood as Anko counted the needles stuck in each boy. Not bad. Harry wins with Naruto a close second. The only problem with that is, if I had used a real poison you'd have died a long time ago. You're going to have to get a lot faster, and no Naruto, you cannot use your shunshin. Now, get the hell out of my sight, report back here tomorrow. Naruto and Harry both limped off, nursing their various wounds and trying to work the nerve agent out of their muscles. Shikamaru though just fell back on the grass to watch the clouds above. And breathe heavily, wishing he could be one of those clouds. Enjoy your first day as genin? Asked a familiar voice. Chusen, this is so troublesome, said Shikamaru tiredly. Shikamaru heard the NDS of someone lying down next to him in the grass. You're going to have to get stronger faster if you plan to make this work, said Shikado to Sun. Weight training is so troublesome, I can hardly move, said Shikamaru. His father was one of the few people that really understood him. Is this really what it is like? You've seen my scars, you've heard the stories, said Shikado. I admit, I've always worried about you becoming a shinobi. You've never had much drive for it. I think Anko-san has shown you a world that you weren't prepared for. I hope you now know what you're getting yourself into. She stabbed me several times and threatened to kill me. I don't think anyone is ever ready for that, said Shikamaru. I was, so are most of the shinobi that come out of the academy, said Shikado. You've spent too much looking at the clouds and not enough time thinking about what it truly means to be a shinobi. I don't need the lecture Tusen, said Shikamaru, don't you think I've realized that? Don't you think I've realized exactly what will be expected of me? I hope you have realized it by now, said Shikado. So, are you ready to learn the true secrets of our family's Haijutsu? Yeah, I think I'm finally ready to go beyond Kajimane and Kage Kubashibari, said Shikamaru with a heavy sigh. Good, said Shikado, we'll start in 2 weeks. That ought to give you a chance to get used to those weights. Shikado then stood and left his son to continue his reflection. So troublesome, Shikamaru said to himself now that he was alone. The only thing he needed to figure out now was how to stand up again. Break. Come on, concentrate Harry, said Shikamaru waiting for Harry to make his move on the shogi board. He knew that Harry was going to lose but he hoped that he would last a bit longer this time. At Anko-sensei's instruction, Shikamaru had been taking time every day to teach them both the game. It was a very daunting task for Shikamaru in addition to everything else he had to do. Every day, the team would train at sunrise. Then they would do a D-rank mission. After that they would eat lunch followed closely by more training. After afternoon training, Shikamaru Tao, GHT Harry and Naruto to play shogi for an hour before he would go home to train with his father. Shikado had taken guard duty for the next 2 months until Shikamaru was scheduled to depart so as he would have enough time to train Shikamaru properly. Kage Uruku no Jutsu was damn difficult. Walking from one shadow to another was nearly impossible and used up such an ungodly amount of chakra it hardly seemed worthwhile. But then again, if successful you could appear anywhere there was a shadow. It was truly an assassin's technique. Meanwhile, Harry and Naruto were buried in textbooks completing their summer homework. Harry took to this much more easily than Naruto did but then again, Harry had a much more vested interest in it. He wanted to make his parents, who were a witch and wizard, proud of him. Naruto found himself more times than not annoyed with the wizard's magic as most of it was useless nonsense to a ninja. Just as most ninja arts were useless to a wizard. However, he had to add, MIT that he did appreciate the cleaning spells enormously. Naruto would generally do the minimum requirements and then run off to work on his family scroll and delve further into his heritage. He'd simply become more and more interested in seals and sealing techniques. This led him to the library more often than not. If he was lucky, he'd find what he needed, read it, and return the book where he came from before the librarian noticed he was there. If he was unlucky, the librarian would spot him and chase him out with her broomstick of doom. After Naruto left Harry to his own devices, Harry would find Anko to learn more of the Hubby-do and Hubby-jutsu. Harry was getting quite good with this by now and Anko couldn't have been prouder, not that she'd ever let him know. Hey brat, said Anko, entering the apartment without a care for knocking, ready to go. Yeah, just let me finish this paragraph, said Harry dipping his quill in the well again and scratching a few more words on the piece of parchment. There, all finished. So what have you got for me today Anko-sensei? You're going to love it, said Anko with a devious grin. Harry followed Anko a safe distance from the village to practice so as not to raise more concerns from the villages. I think you're ready to learn Senei Jishu, said Anko with a gleeful smile. It was such a useful technique, it was a real pity that more shinobi didn't use it. On the other hand, that could also be deemed a good thing as it often meant that the enemy wouldn't know the technique. Sweet, said Harry with a grin, bring it on. Anko and Harry spent the rest of the afternoon working on the technique and well into the evening. By the time they rested, Harry had successfully summoned one snake to shoot from his sleeve which then turned on him when it smelt fear from him. Anko got a good laugh out of it seeing him struggle with the python and trying to reason with it in the snake language. That was something Anko was very pleased to learn about Harry early in his training. He naturally spoke the snake language. It was a rare quality that didn't show up very often in shinobi. It was the very reason that she was chosen by Orochimaru to become his apprentice. But in the end, it wasn't such a good thing. Even still, she did learn a lot from the traitorous bastard. It felt good to her to be passing on the techniques to someone who would put them to good use in service of the village. Naruto meanwhile, wasn't so fortunate. The librarian had called several Anbu to deal with him this time. "What do you think you're doing?" demanded one of the Anbu with a cat mask. "Trying to learn, what the hell does it look like?" asked Naruto sarcastically. He was just plain pissed off with the situation. He wasn't bothering anyone, just trying to learn from books that it didn't look as though it had been touched in years, and he was getting scolded for it. "Don't take that tone with me, boy. You should be well aware that this library is restricted to shinobi only," said Anbu threateningly. "What the hell does this look like?" he asked, pointing to his forehead protector. I good forging his arms. "Damn it, fine, arrest me, take me to the Hokage," said Naruto, giving up his struggle with the bigot. He'd just deal with the old man directly. "Oh, we don't need to bother him with scum like you. I think Ibiki has been rather lonely lately without anyone to interrogate," said the Anbu, "assuming you live long enough to meet him." Naruto didn't like the sound of this at all. He suddenly found himself praying for a small miracle. Someone just happened to be listening to his pleas. "Ah, Naruto-kun, what seems to be the problem?" asked the kindly voice of the old man known better as Hokage-sama. Naruto was presented with a unique opportunity. In the past he would have ousted the Anbu for his actions. Today though, he knew that he'd have better luck putting the Anbu in his debt. "Nothing going on, old man. This Anbu was just helping explain something to me," said Naruto, cutting off the Anbu. "Well, that's good," said Sarutobi before looked at the Anbu. "Please report to my office when your shift ends." Anbu stood rigid and saluted before leaving. "Now then," said Sarutobi, smiling at Naruto, "what is your latest endeavor?" "Sealing," said Naruto, not entirely sure how the old man would react to it. "Really now?" asked Sarutobi. "And why would you want to learn something as boring as sealing?" "It's not that boring. I mean, come on, you can do all kinds of cool stuff with seals," said Naruto before he launched into a long-winded explanation of the pranks he could accomplish with the right seals and several other troublemaking plans. Everything he learned seemed to revolve around the next great prank or his path to becoming the next Hokage. Sarutobi chuckled. "Well then, let's see if we can't find you a few books to help with that." Sarutobi looked through the stacks for a moment before he thought of something he had stashed back in his office. "You know, I think I have a few scrolls on the topic back in my office that may interest you." "Really?" asked Naruto excitedly. Not much later they were both in Sarutobi's personal library. Naruto stood patiently as he was able to while Sarutobi dug through several stacks of scrolls. Finally he re-emerged with 3 scrolls. "Now, your father wasn't Hokage for very long, but in that time he managed to write a few scrolls, several of which deal specifically with sealing techniques. Now, within these 3, there is 1 scroll for each level of skills from beginning to novice to intermediate. There are a few more scrolls, but I think it would be best for you to start with these 3. I'm sure they'll keep you plenty busy for now. I just ask that you take good care of them. After all, we don't have much of your father's works. They must be cared for and protected. I'm sure you understand." "Of course I understand," said Naruto. "I'll take great care of them. I'll be sure to learn them perfectly too, just you wait. When I come back next year you'll be giving me the rest of those scrolls." "I hope so, Naruto," said Sarutobi, knowing that he was placing the knowledge in good hands. "Now, you'd best head home and get to work." "I'm already gone," said Naruto as he ran for home to get to work. "Good luck, my boy, you're starting down a very difficult path," said Sarutobi. There were very few shinobi who bothered to learn beyond the most basic of sealing techniques. Those that did easily became Junin, and those that truly mastered the art became Sennin or Kages. It was indeed a very difficult path, and he hoped that Naruto would see it through to the end. Weeks seemed to blur together with the amount of work the team was always doing. They were always training or doing some menial D-rank mission. Even Anko was getting bored watching the brats chase the same damn cat 6 days a week. It became quite annoying for the team to find Naruto using scrolls to create all kinds of havoc during sparring sessions. The more of sealing Naruto learned, the more fun he had with it. Shikamaru and Harry quickly learned to work together to take Naruto out before he had a chance to cause too much havoc. He was simply too unpredictable to find any pattern or method to his use of various scrolls. Harry though had grown even closer to the snake mistress Anko, almost like a brother-sister relationship. His Senei Jishu now could compete with Anko's for speed and quantity, but his chakra still couldn't keep up with her. Harry's hubby-do was becoming right vicious as his speed continued to increase with the accuracy of his hits. He wasn't very strong, but he was so damn fast it didn't really matter. The only way Naruto could ever keep up with high M now was by using Shunshin, and that would drain away chakra fast. Shikamaru made the biggest strides in his improvement though. Anko knew that his improvement was due to the fact that he had to push so hard to catch up to Naruto and Harry, as she took every chance she got to compare his progress to theirs. It was cruel, but very effective, especially when she would put down Naruto and Harry's abilities rather harshly first. Shikamaru's improvement in his family's Haijutsu was far beyond impressive. Once he'd grasped several layers of chakra control training that had been forced upon him, he'd become great friends with shadows. They were his gateway to the world. He learned to become nothing but a shadow, to hide in plain sight and erase his presence entirely. He learned to turn his shadows into weapons that could pierce almost anything or knock away any weapon. He still had a long way to go, but he was making beyond impressive strides in his abilities and strengths. Anko was very pleased with her team. She never imagined that she would ever enjoy bossing around a bunch of brats, but it really wasn't that bad. On the other hand, she had some rather unique brats. Naruto and Harry's attitudes were very much like hers, and she knew exactly how to motivate herself and thus them. Shikamaru was a bit more difficult, but he was still making great progress and responding well to her training methods. A few trips to the hospital for stab wounds and poisoning were extremely effective motivators. "Well, I hope you've all had a very enjoyable break," said Sarutobi to the assembled team before him. "As you know, your mission will resume in a week's time. However, Professor Dumbledore felt it would be best for you to return a week early to obtain materials for the new term and to better prepare Shikamaru to begin his first year of lessons. He has made arrangement for you boys to stay with the Weasley family." "Sweet, Ron is finally gonna lose at chess," said Harry with a big smile. "Shikamaru would kick his ass. So troublesome," complained Shikamaru verbally, but inside he was kind of excited to meet Ron and play a game against him. He'd heard so much about their friends at Hogwarts he felt as though he now knew them. He was very excited to say the least. "Anyway," interrupted Sarutobi before the boys could get too excited, "you'll be leaving tomorrow. Hagrid will come with a portic as usual, and that will take you to the Weasley home. From there, Mrs. Weasley will be taking you to Diagon Alley. Anko, Hagrid will take you to Hogwarts to prepare for your term of classes." "Damn," said Anko, "do I really have to?" "Yes Anko, you really have to," answered Sarutobi. "Unless you have any other questions, you are dismissed until tomorrow, 8 o'clock hours." "Hi," the group responded before vanishing. Sarutobi was happy to see such a strong team formed already. He hoped they would be ready for the Chunin exams when they returned next year. It was Konoha's turn to host, and he really hoped they would be ready for it. As scheduled, the group arrived. The only one that appeared to have any luggage was Shikamaru, much to his dismay, until the boys showed him their shrunken trunks. His only response was, "I have to get one of those." "Hello again boys," said Hagrid with a big booming voice. "Hope we're ready for another exciting year." "Let's just get a move on, Blackbeard," said Anko, more than a little annoyed to have to deal with yet another of these stupid portkeys. Right then, everyone grabbed hold, Shem a teapot. With the, oh so familiar, jerk behind the navel, the group of traveler vanished for yet one more year. The group reappeared in a field facing a rather interesting home. Interesting was a nice way to put it. The house looked ready to completely fall over or cave in on itself. Shikamaru was quickly calculating the structural integrity of the building while Naruto and Harry were thinking about all the fun they could have. "That building can't possibly stay standing," said Shikamaru finally. "Oh course it can," said Hagrid, "magic is holding it together just fine." "Right," said Shikamaru. He heard that magic was much more versatile for everyday things, but neural Why useless in combat but to actually see it at work redefined his opinion of how useful or useless it could actually be. Well, just go on and knock on the door there, said Hagrid. Professor Anko and I have to be getting on, said Hagrid. Anko-sensei, said Anko in a deadly hiss, how many damn times do I have to remind you to call me Anko-sensei? I'm no goddamn professor. She's downright scary, said Shikamaru. Sometimes, said Naruto thoughtfully. Yeah, but that's why we love her, said Harry with a grin that was soon matched by Naruto. Even Shikamaru smirked a bit. Prank Plan Alpha 3 Zeta 7? Asked Naruto with a grin. How about we try to make a good impression? Asked Shikamaru flatly, walking ahead of Naruto and Harry towards the front door. He's no fun, said Naruto with a pout. Well, he does have a point, said Harry, trying to look inconspicuous and failing miserably. Bullshit, said Naruto, you just want to make a good impression for Ginny. I do not, protested Ari, blushing furiously, causing Naruto to laugh and run ahead of Harry, who was chasing after him. Very quickly the short walk toward the door turned into a moving sparring match. Shikamaru was getting used to this and ignored them as he went and knocked on the door. The door was answered by a tall boy with glass and bright red hair and a look of annoyance on his face. Who are you? What do you want? Shikamaru quirked an eyebrow at the boy. Were expected. We? Asked the boy, looking around only to see Naruto and Harry fighting and laughing. Oh, you must be the new student that was coming with Mr. Kazama and Mr. Potter. Take my advice, once you reach Hogwarts, avoid those two as the not but troublemakers, said boy before turning and leaving Shikamaru standing in front of an open door. Mother, the guests have arrived, was yelled from somewhere inside the house. Soon the sound of someone bustling about was coming to the door. Oh hello, said a plump redhead enveloping Shikamaru in a crushing hug. You must be Shikamaru. Where are Naruto and Harry? Shikamaru was very surprised by the greeting but jutted his thumb over his shoulder to the still fighting Naruto and Harry. Now you boys stop roughhousing and come over here, let get a good look at you, she said, leaving no room for question. Naruto and Harry stopped their fight and walked over to her, but not without shoving each other playfully. Oh Harry, it's so nice to finally see you, said Molly, hugging the poor boy fiercely. And you must Harry's cousin Naruto, said Molly, giving the short boy an equally strong hug. I'm Molly Weasley, she finally introduced herself. The boys are all out back playing a game of Quidditch, feel free to join them, lunch will be served in a bit. And just as suddenly as she arrived at the door she disappeared. Yes, Quidditch, shouted Harry. He'd been forbidden to ride his broom all summer long because it would raise too many questions within the village. Harry was then racing his way to the back of the house. Naruto followed a bit slower with Shikamaru as neither of them had a broom. When they got back there they could see Harry racing about in the air, laughing with the oath. As he did several death-defying tricks at near impossible speeds. Oh, I hope doesn't get hurt, said a worried voice. Naruto looked to see Ron's little sister. So, you're Ginny. The girl suddenly turned to notice the other two people. Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you, said Naruto with a grin, taking a seat next to her in the shade. Shikamaru also joined them but was more interested in watching the clouds than the Quidditch game. You're Harry's cousin, right? Asked Ginny, curious. Yep, I'm Naruto. Did you and Harry have a fun summer? Asked Ginny. Damn girl, you've got it almost as bad as Harry does, said Naruto with a laugh. Got what? Asked Ginny without thinking. As the kids at school would say, you fancy him, said Naruto, and he fancies you. Don't tease me, she said, cowering away from Naruto. I get enough of that from my brothers. And why shouldn't I tease you too? I tease Harry all the time about it, said Naruto. You are a bad liar, she said, getting upset. He ain't lying, said the lazy Shikamaru. Harry has talked about almost nothing but finally getting to talk to you this summer. He did, she asked, surprised, not wanting to believe. Yeah, and Shikamaru coughed, interrupting Naruto. I've been teasing him mercilessly about it. It's been quite entertaining, especially when Anko-sensei gets in on it. If I find out you're lying, you'll be introduced firsthand to my bad bogey hex, said Ginny with a fierce look in her eyes. Roger that, said Naruto with a grin. He couldn't help but think This girl might have a real future with Harry, but then he shook that thought out of his head and started to plan new and embarrassing ways to tease the both of them now that in the same place. So why aren't you playing? Asked Naruto with a friendly smile. Mum thinks that girls should play such rough sports, said Ginny with a defiant look in her eyes. I get the feeling that you don't agree, said Naruto with a grin. No, I sneak into the broom shed at night so I can practice, said Ginny with her own devious grin. Good for you, said Naruto with a smile. So troublesome, said Shikamaru with a yawn. Is he really that lazy? Asked Ginny, curious of Shikamaru. Shikamaru is the laziest person in the history of the world, unless Anko-sensei around, and then that quickly changes, said Naruto. You'll have to look out for him this year at school. You know, keep him out of trouble so he can keep me and Harry out of trouble. Ginny giggled at that. I'll try. Glad to hear it, saw it Naruto, who was now noticing the boys finally coming into land. Yo, Naruto man, said Fred. What's up? Asked George. Ready for a new year of competition? Asked Fred. As if you guys even stand a chance, said Naruto, between Harry, Ron, Hermione, Shikamaru, Ginny, and myself, you two are sunk. Don't count me in any of this, said Shikamaru, shifting to get a better view of the clouds, too troublesome. Ginny though seemed stunned that Naruto had automatically included her in the count. Hey, no adding more people to the team, said Fred. The rules never said we couldn't add more people. Besides, you two brought in Lee Jordan for help, said Ron with a grin. Yeah but, protested George. It isn't, started Fred, unable to come up with anything. Can I have a go now? Asked Naruto, pointing to the twins' broom. Fine, said Fred, holding out his broom, which Naruto handed to Ginny before he took George's broom in hand and took off into the air. He didn't just street, aided Fred in shock as he watched Ginny take off, followed closely by Ron and Harry. I think he just did, said George. We're going to have to be careful of them, they are getting too good, said Fred. Too troublesome, said Shikamaru with a sigh again. He just couldn't get any peace and quiet to do his cloud watching. Break. Ah, welcome back boys, said the weird old man known as Ollivander as the crew all entered his shop. Yo, what's up old timer? Asked Naruto with a giant grin. Ollivander chuckled, as fox-like as ever my boy. Naturally, said Naruto with an exaggerated bow, causing the group to all laugh. So, how those specialty items working for you? Asked Ollivander. Good, to trade mine, said Harry with a slight grimace as the looks he was suddenly receiving from Naruto. I beg your pardon, said Ollivander in surprise. Well, it works, but it's just not the right one for me anymore, said Harry. Oh, and which do you believe best for you now? Asked Ollivander, truly intrigued by the young boy. The basilisk one, said Harry, earning a gasp from his assembled friends. Harry ignored them though and removed his dragon hide glove and placed it back on the countertop. Ollivander though just smiled. I had hoped you'd say that eventually, but I did not expect you figure it out so quickly. Impressive. Ollivander then went into the back before he returned with another glove, which he lovingly placed on the countertop. Do be careful, as the poison they can release is quite potent. Harry nodded once before he put the glove on, causing his eyes to glow green for a moment. Tinting the shop with a green tint before fading back to their usual vibrant green. Ollivander smiled brightly at the boy. Now, who's next? Asked Ollivander, observing the small crowd of students before he spotted Ginny. Ah. Another Weasley, the first female born to the line in nearly 2,000 years. I think we can expect great things from you. Ollivander was soon going through boxes of wands for Ginny. I do so enjoy a challenge. Soon enough, Ginny received a wand with a phoenix tail feather from the only known female phoenix. It was quite a privilege for Ginny to be gifted such a feather. I think we can expect you to become a most powerful witch with such a wand. Go Ginny, said Harry, finally working up the courage to talk to her even if it was something so simple. Ginny though blew shish profusely at the compliment from Harry as he did from giving it. Right then, anyone else? Asked Ollivander with a twinkle in his eye. So troublesome, said Shikamaru, raising one hand up. Well now, another one, said Ollivander with a smile. Let us see what we can do. Shikamaru tried out several wands before he finally got one. 8 inches, rather firm, hair of a wercat. Wercat, asked Shikamaru curiously. A most peculiar creature. It is a cat for most of the time but can change at will into the form of a human boy. Very lazy creatures but very, very intelligent. Yep, that's Shikamaru for you, said Naruto with a laugh that was echoed by the whole group. Now, get him a glove would you? Asked Harry with a smile knowing that Shikamaru was going to enjoy this. What are these gloves? Asked Ron finally voicing the question that everyone had. Ollivander smiled. Well, wizards use wands to focus their magic. There are some wizards that don't necessarily need wands or any kind of focus. This is an extremely dangerous and difficult branch of magic. Years ago I designed several gloves to be used as focuses for wizards that studied this branch of magic. Mr. Kazama, Mr. Potter, and apparently Mr. Nara, said Shikamaru helpfully. Yes, and Mr. Nara have had some training in this branch of magic, explained Mr. Ollivander. Really? Could you teach us? Asked Ron excitedly to Naruto and Harry. Ah, but Mr. Weasley, interrupted Mr. Ollivander, you have grown far too old to ever learn such magic. Correct me if I am wrong, but I do believe that these boys have been trained for this branch of magic since they were but very small children. Started at 5, said Naruto. 6, said Harry and Shikamaru together. Whoa, said Ron in disbelief, you've had to train in magic that long. I have a destiny, said Harry with a fire in his eyes. Dumbledore felt it was best to prepare me for it. I have a whole new level of respect for you now, said Ron with a slight whistle. I mean, I know you said that you started training that young with the running and stuff, but that is just too cool. You're not upset? Asked Naruto surprised. Yeah, like I would want to. Have been training since I was 6 years old, said Ron with a snort. I'm barely motivated enough to do the running and stuff with your guys now. Meanwhile Shikamaru tuned out the conversation, seeing the issue was working itself out. He focused now on the gloves being presented to him, but none of them felt quite right. Got anything dealing with shadows or darkness? I might, said Ollivander with a smile before he vanished into the back and returned with one more box. I've just finished this. I've not really had a chance to test it yet, but I imagine that you'd be willing to test it. Ollivander took out a glove that was pure black. It seemed as if it absorbed the light in the room. Made from the hide of a shadow lizard. They live in extreme darkness, nearly impossible to catch, as they seem to move as if part of the darkness themselves. Not overly powerful but very resistant, and it promotes an average level of control. That will work, said Shikamaru lazily, taking the glove and slipping it on smoothly. For an instant he was bathed in darkness before he returned to plain sight. Now for you, Mr. Weasley, said Ollivander, staring at Ron. What about me? Asked Ron. That wand was not meant for you, said Ollivander. It was my brother Charlie's wand, said Ron protectively. I know, but it is not meant for you, said Ollivander. It works for me, so I don't need to replace it, said Ron. It wasn't that he didn't want a new wand, he just knew his parents couldn't afford it. They barely had enough money to buy Ginny a new wand, and they only did that because there was no other and that would work for her around the house. Go on, Ron, said Harry. We'll get it for you for your birthday. I owe you a present anyway. It's too much, said Ron. Not if it's from the both of us, said Naruto with his normal foxy grin. Fine, said Ron, defeated and out of room to argue. Not much later Ron had a new wand with a heartstring from a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. He was very pleased with this. Good luck, young ones, said Ollivander with a smile now that the business was finished and he was paid his rather large fee for the gloves and wands.